betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
Coming to H-time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
So now it's a 23-yard field goal attempt for the victory after back-to-back penalties against the Texans. Hecker, the holder. Snap is down. The kick is up. It's good. Another flag comes down. Somebody left early in the middle. It doesn't matter. The Panthers win the game 15-13 as the Texans drop below 500 at 3-4, and the Panthers win their first of the year.
It's not good enough. I mean, I feel like we did some good things here and there, but we got to just be more consistent all the way around, and got to reward our defense for getting good stops and getting sacks and getting things like that. We're plus territory. We got to get points, field goals, or touchdowns. So just one we can learn from, and still early, man, but those are ones you got to pull out with. But it is what it is, and you got to just go back to drawing board.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Reaction Monday. Welcome in. 15-13. The Panthers beat the Texans yesterday. Seth, it's appropriate that we bump in on the most absurd sequence of plays at the end of a game for a game-winning field goal that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I'm glad you bumped in with that because I almost, you know what, that was almost, that almost escaped forever in my mind. The Tavier Thomas deciding to jump off sides no matter what, multiple plays in a row, to the point where the officials at the end just said, just ignore it. Just don't even.
I got a dinner reservation.
What should we call this penalty? We'll say he was trying to stop the clock. But the clock was already stopped. Yeah, just whatever. Just let's go. This Pinheiro kid looks terrified. He's gonna have a heart attack if we don't do something about it right now.
I wasn't the only one who didn't understand the whole trying to stop the clock thing. Like what?
What the? No.
Clint and I wanted Tavier Thomas to keep jumping off sides constantly just to see how many times it would take before he got kicked out of the game, suspended, fined. Like
yeah, he probably jumped the turnstile at security last night. You know?
Oh my God. What a day. What a day. Not in a good way. What a day. 15-13, the Texans lose again 2 times in 3 games on a last-second field goal to a subpar NFC South team. Obviously, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud will be a big topic today. Where do you want to start, my friend? You spin the wheel here. I want to start where you want to start.
Okay, I would start first and foremost with the offense being worse than the Panthers' offense, which was a horrible offense yesterday. Until, I'll do credit to the Panthers. That last drive, they did exactly what they needed to do. They drove down the field. They soaked up 6 minutes of clock time. The Texans' defense, which had been just fine and good enough all day, just completely lapsed there at the end. So, but mostly, if you hold a team to 15 points in the NFL, you should be able to beat them. The offense was about as disappointing as they could be coming off of a bye week, in which the great, big, huge innovation with a capital I seemed to be more Beck. We need more Andrew Beck. This is going to be the full Beck offense. We're gonna ply these bastards with so much Andrew Beck that they're not going to know what happened to him. But beyond that, not a whole lot new or exciting. And I think, honestly, my one big takeaway really is that this team probably misses Robert Woods more than you would have thought, and more than they should. That's a problem. It's okay. How good of a offense is it really if Robert Woods not being there as the first down generator and security blanket is gone?
Yeah, I agree. The offense is the place to start. I feel like, okay, yesterday's game, like if Bobby Slowick really is hell-bent on running Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary into a brick wall as many times as he chooses to, and yesterday, even the run, Seth, that on paper looked good, like Dameon Pierce, he had a 16-yard run. That was his long run. Yeah, he got blistered in the backfield, spun off of it, and then got upfield for 16 yards. Yeah. Devin Singletary's long run was 9 yards on the day. Their cornerback, Dante Jackson, just came in completely unblocked, hit him in the backfield, but then Devin was able to get upfield and get 9 yards. Like, even the plays that on paper looked like, oh, okay, well, they got a few plays that, not even explosive play. For this offense, that's explosive at this point, 16 yards and 9 yards. You had 2 weeks to prepare for one of the worst rushing defenses in football, and you look the same as you did these previous 6 games. If you are trying to win games this year, and they are, they absolutely are, then enough with the balance of the play. And I know the passing offense is not perfect either. But if you're asking me what to lean on to try to win games, that you have a game yesterday and CJ's throwing the ball 24 times and you're running the ball with this offense 30 times. Whatever Bobby Slowick is seeing in this rushing offense that seems to make him hell-bent on using it the way he does, they got to take a look in the mirror, man, and figure out what the identity of this offense is. They are not a running offense at all.
They've got to get guys blocked at least when they do run.
Yeah.
And, I've seen a lot of people, I think it's very common when things aren't going well for people to blame it on a lack of creativity by the offensive coordinator. I think it's exactly the opposite. They're doing some things in the offense, in the running game, that are just, they scream trying way too hard to be too clever. The one play, the two things I would point to. The one play where Tank Dell was tackled in the backfield, where the design seemed to be, hey, these guys are totally going to bite on CJ as a runner.
Yeah.
And, we're going to leave guys unblocked. Either that or the running back didn't block the defensive end the way he's supposed to. So you get a guy unblocked in the backfield on Tank Dell, on little diminutive coming off of a concussion Tank Dell. Awful, pathetic, way too clever for their own good. The other thing is this. I get so tired of watching good teams say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take whatever the biggest threat is on the other side of the ball, and we're going to do everything we can to minimize that threat. We're going to do everything we can to be sure that guy doesn't beat it. We saw it every time the Patriots played the Texans. We saw J.J. Watt would have 6 hands on him at any given time. He'd get hit by 2 offensive linemen and then a fullback for good measure. And then we would watch horrible teams, like at the time the Jaguars would try to single block J.J. Watt. So I'm watching yesterday, and on at least 2 plays, Brian Burns, the defensive end, one of the biggest threats on their defense, goes completely and totally unblocked on plays where it wasn't, by design, he was not supposed to be unblocked. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing that Brian Burns is unblocked deep in the backfield multiple times on that play? Lack of creativity, my God. We're 7 steps away from talking about creativity. That was an abdication of any kind of football sense that anybody's ever had since they played in 4th grade. Brian Burns unblocked multiple times. Other edge defenders unblocked. You got your fullback trying to do Jim Cotta moves to keep from hitting the quarterback as he's handing the ball off, and then he has to bend around like he's in the Matrix or something to block a 6'6" defensive end. It's stupid stuff. You got to can it with the cute stuff and just learn how to block guys in front of you and run the football for 3 yards at a time. Sean, I went and I looked at the various drives. It was a very low possession game yesterday. Mm-hmm. There were 9 offensive drives in that game.
Yep. Average
is 12 or 13.
Yep.
So that's one of the reasons it was so boring despite multiple goal line stands. It was such a boring game. They had 7 drives that did not result in touchdowns. I would say 4, or did not result in a score.
Yeah.
I would say 4 of those 7 were because of horrendous either run plays or bad blocking by the offensive line. And it's those negative run plays, including, like you just pointed out, a couple of the good runs actually could have very easily been tackles for a loss.
Yeah.
It's these negative plays that you get 3.7 yards per carry, which, by the way, is bad. I saw people pointing to that as improvement. No, that's bad. That's bottom third of the league.
Yes.
If you average 3.7 yards per carry, but you're doing it against the 29th worst rushing defense in the league. So that was bad. That was really, really bad. And when you take these negative plays, these tackles for a loss, those are drive killers. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, no matter what your talent is, to not be the worst in the league, but the Texans are one of the worst in the league rushing the ball. I don't care how many times they run it. Don't run it for losses. Don't run it for 1-yard gains. Don't do all these things that create 3rd and long situations. It's really, I like a lot of the things Bobby Slowick is doing, but right now, as somebody that can just at least get you 3 yards at a click consistently, I don't care what the average yards per carry is. You need to, at the very least, get 3 yards on run play. You're awful at it.
Yeah.
You got to, whatever Bobby Slowick is doing in the passing game, I don't care. I don't care what the run-pass ratio is. Stop being so atrocious and horrendous on these running plays because they're killing your passing plays. Pay a little attention to it. And for God's sake, move Titus Howard away from left guard. I am so tired. Or at the very least, I watched Titus Howard pull And multiple times now in multiple games, he pulls and he stands there as if he's lost in a shopping mall. You ever look at a shopping mall sign and try to figure out where you are, especially if there's no little star that says where you are? That's Titus Howard. He's standing in front of a shopping mall, the sign, and it's horrendous. A map. What do you call those things?
Am I here? No, am I here?
Meanwhile, if Sears is there, do I face right?
Meanwhile,
to get to the deep, yeah.
Meanwhile, Brian Burns is in the backfield, like chewing on C.J. Stroud's dismembered leg. You know, like nom, 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 nom. Oh yeah, that's the guy I was supposed to block right there.
I can't watch Titus Howard at guard anymore.
No, that's got to stop. He's got to move back to right tackle. And I know they're thinner on the interior of the offensive line now that Jared Patterson goes out. Hopefully Juice Scruggs comes back. I'm with you, man. Titus Howard needs to go back to right guard. Man, there's a lot to dig into. This was I love DeMeco Ryans. Let me preface what I'm about to say by saying that I think he's the coach of this. I think he's he's the future of this team as the head coach. I think he's going to be a really good head coach. This was not a great ringing endorsement for coming off a bye week for the first time as the head coach. Nothing looked fixed on offense. In fact, it looked the opposite. It looked like you went backwards offensively, and your team came in and committed 10 penalties. And these were high-impact penalties. These were delay of games on the final drive that took you out of field goal range. These were defensive holdings on sacks that would have gotten you off the field in the second quarter when you could still take control of this game. These were holds on Tank Dell punt returns that brought you from being near midfield all the way back to your own 15-yard line, something like that. It was not a great day for DeMeco Ryans either yesterday, just purely from how the energy the team came out with and how prepared they looked for this game, or unprepared they may have looked for this game.
I have a hard time with that delay of game one just because it seems like the first time in history that they actually called it by the rule book. Usually their explanation is, well, we let the play be snapped 3 seconds after the play clock expired because the back judge has to consult with the Pentagon and then get a sealed letter and open it up and read it with bifocals before he actually calls a delay game. This one is like, you're 0.25 seconds after it hits 0. Delay of game.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was right on the fringe. You can't let it get to that. You know, you get like CJ. Right. CJ was slow getting out of the huddle all day. I felt there were so many times watching the game. I'm like, all right, guy, like he's looking at his wristband and there's 14 seconds on the play clock. That was a consistent theme yesterday.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, it's the same as in week one. Bobby Slowick had a little bit of time on his hands, and he tried to get too damn smart. It's what happens with new offensive coordinators all the time. They come up with all these innovative ways to be super creative and clever, and it ends up gunking up the process. And it'll be different. We're going to hear something about them simplifying this week, about getting back to basics, whatever it might be. But it was just, that's what it looked like. It looked like a disjointed mess of people trying way too hard to do stuff other than just normal football stuff.
Why we maybe shouldn't have been surprised at all by yesterday's outcome, and because of that, I'm promising never to do, not never, but at least for the rest of this season, something I've been doing all year, I'm not going to do it anymore. And I'll tell you what that is next.
Bayway Chevrolet, they're going to
Browns are playing the 49ers with a backup quarterback, blah, blah, blah. I'm as bad as anybody. And thus, as we come in here on a Reaction Monday, Payne and Pendergast, following a super disappointing, disappointing doesn't begin to say, a 15-13 loss to the only winless team in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers. The one thing that I am going to promise not to do again this season, which I've been doing constantly, mostly out of joy that the Texans have been so competitive against some decent teams, I am not going to do the thing anymore, either on the air nor in my private time, where I look at what the spread would be on each game, how many games would the Texans be favored in, how many games do they have the better quarterback? Yeah. Boy, if this, then that, they could win 11 games. I'm not doing it because I feel like it's almost like the cousin of the mentality that probably pervaded the Texans yesterday, that maybe they thought that game was going to be easier than it was. This is the most infuriating thing about the Houston Texans to me, is that the tease of this, if you take out the games that their 7 opponents have played against the Texans, so all the non-Texan games their opponents have played, the record of the 3 teams that they've beaten is 14-6 this year. They've beaten Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, and New Orleans, all of whom have won at least 4 games. Hell, Jacksonville's won 5 in a row since losing to the Texans. The record of the 4 teams they've lost to in their non-Texan games, 10-17. Like, that should be on its head. You know what I mean? Like, that should be flipped around. They've beaten these good teams, and they lose to these sorry-ass teams.
And I guess in some ways I find that encouraging, and I am.
For sure.
I'm very frustrated about yesterday just because the offense was so impotent. It was versus a defense where I felt very much like the Texans did not adjust to whatever their expectations were going into that game versus what they saw. And by that, I mean, for one, like, I don't know if they thought they were going to be able to run the ball just against the Panthers just because the Panthers have a horrible rushing defense, but they were not. Their offense is still moribund when it comes to actually executing running plays without at least one guy getting destroyed. That's the problem. I know what DeMeco's talking about. He said, like on a lot of these plays, they're very close to springing the running game. But it's like one guy getting destroyed. It's Dalton Schultz just not even giving a single damn about trying to block Brian Burns on it. Like all these things. That was on a pass play. But some of these guys that just look like they don't care. Like they're not just getting beat. They look like they are just whiffing and not even that distraught over it. That's the part that bothers me is it doesn't have to be this hard. It doesn't have to be this difficult. It doesn't have to be versus a really bad rushing defense. It doesn't have to be a matter of guys wholesale missing blocks, not knowing who they're supposed to block, or just the design of the play leaving guys completely unblocked. The one play where Tank Dell I'm going to be stuck on this play all freaking day long. Where Tank Dell got tackled in the backfield, there was no running threat whatsoever to keep that defensive end from tackling Tank Dell, who's coming off of a concussion. Yeah. And another thing for Bobby Sloak to understand and know, the more you run these end arounds, the more you do these jet sweeps, like, you should know this. You coached defense. Defensive ends get wise to it. They figure it out, especially when you're not offsetting it with anything to keep their eyes elsewhere. So you've got guys just sitting there with big eyes waiting to jump on Tank Dell. And sure, if Tank Dell makes like 14 different moves where his hips look like they're detached from his shoulders, yeah, he can turn it into something. But the design of the play and the execution isn't doing anything for it. It's just that they're just trying way too hard to do a bunch of sloppy-ass things yesterday instead of just settle in and try to run the football. Like, you're letting guys 7 yards deep into the backfield. Like, what part of that? What are you doing during the week that is yielding guys going completely unblocked in the backfield on plays that aren't even blitzes? I don't get it. That part of it is just unforgivable. I don't care if you're a first-year offensive coordinator or anybody else. Get that straight. I don't care what the talent issues are. In terms of yards per carry, you're the 30th team in yards per carry right now at rushing the football. Like, you're bad. You're really, really bad. There's never an excuse to be that bad.
No.
It's never, the talent isn't this or the talent isn't that. That comes back to coaching and execution. That you're not allowed to be that bad at running the ball when you're a team like this with a rookie quarterback. Flatly, simply, 100% not allowed, unacceptable. Like, Bobby Slowick is a head coach next year? No. Bobby Slowick can't be the offensive coordinator next year if they don't help out their rookie quarterback by having some semblance of a rushing attack.
Here was C.J. Stroud after the game. He was asked on the team being more consistently explosive. Clint Stoerner's his eyebrows kind of went up at this quote. Because take a listen. C.J. does not really, I don't think, sugarcoat anything here as far as maybe some of the feelings on, play calls or whatever. He brings everybody into this thing here. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game.
You can point the finger everywhere, but, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. And sometimes, it's just what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. And even when I do take the check down, and this team was knocking it down, and I thought we could have got some first from that. But it is what it is. But I feel like the talent we have, we got to use it. And we got to be explosive like we want to be, and that starts up front running the ball. I think those guys did a good job there, but on top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes, and so it's a whole team thing. But I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 10, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. We've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, we start being a little more explosive.
Does that straddle the line at all of, I don't want to say calling out the coach, I don't think he's calling anybody out there or anything like that, but, talking about the coaches, him needing to get more trust from the coaches, him wanting more explosive plays. The word play calling was brought into it a couple times.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to be honest and transparent about where he thinks that it needs to go. Hitting Nico Collins when he's open deep, that helps.
That would help too.
If you actually hit him,
right.
That helps.
Yep.
The ball's being batted. You're gonna blame Bobby Slowick for that? Find a passing lane. And the Panthers are good at that too. The Panthers have been batting passes. It's annoyingly hard to find actual batted pass stats by defensive linemen. But according to Robert Smith, they've been good at that. So that part of it is partly on CJ and just, not hitting some of those opportunities. Part of it, though, too, is I understand that part. I'll crush Bobby Slowick for how haphazard and sloppy and annoyingly trying too hard to be cute the run game is. And yet, I think with some of the deep shot stuff, the offensive line can't necessarily be trusted, I think. They can be trusted more than they were earlier in the year, but taking some of those shots, can you engineer some double moves into it and start doing some more of that? I think the offensive line maybe should be trusted more in pass protection than Bobby Slowick is trusting them right now. But there's also I want to watch the all 22 of it, but they're in the second half. One of those sacks was CJ bailing out of the pocket when there was no need to bail out of the pocket yet. So, it wasn't a great game for CJ. I would prefer for him not to be talking about potentially tweaking the play calling or something, because it wasn't like it was his best game. It wasn't like, dude, you're gonna have best as bad in the NFL. I don't know what you're looking for. All right, a guy said they're gonna have bad passes.
Yeah,
that's not Bobby Slowick's fault.
No.
There's plenty to blame Bobby Slowick on in that, but come on.
We're getting a lot of texts this morning. Sean and Seth, how come for the last 6 years the Texans can't fix the offensive line? It doesn't seem to matter who coaches it. It doesn't seem to matter who the players are.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they would have been doing a pretty good job so far, except for this nonsense of Titus Howard at left guard. Yeah. I don't get it. He pulls And it's not just that he's bad. He pulls, and he doesn't know who he's supposed to block.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a Titus Howard thing or a Bobby Slowick thing. Andrew Beck and Titus Howard are like having a powwow in the backfield over who should block whom on a very, very, very intense situation right there.
I think one of the concerns that's kind of bubbling below the surface for me when it comes to this running game and this offensive line is that if it doesn't get better, like if this is what it is all season long, running the football, you're pretty pot committed to this group of guys. I mean, you gave Laramie Tunsil a big extension. You gave Titus Howard a big extension. You gave Shaq Mason a big extension. I know they're NFL contracts and it's not forever. Even a 3-year deal is really a 2-year deal. You shelled out a lot of money for those three guys, like big-time top-of-market money for those three guys. You used the second-round pick on Juice Scruggs, who eventually is going to be your center, and you've got Kenyon Green sitting there getting his body put back together again. You've still got 2 years left of him at least. That would be my concern is like, okay, if this thing is still broken in like week 15, normally I'd say, all right, well, go find some new guys. Well, it's going to cost you a lot of money if you're going to go find new guys in dead cap money because of all this money you shelled out. Like this is like, what's your confidence level that they can get to where they need to be running the Coop Shanastanny offense with this group of guys? Because it's going to be this group of guys.
That's where when it comes to the run game especially, and it's not like they need to be the best rushing attack in the league, but they need to be able to run with some semblance.
Competence.
Competence. Just some semblance of competence. Mm-hmm. It's so far, like Titus Howard playing guard is just a ridiculous mess. Maybe the solution is to trade Davis Mills for Dalton Reisner with Minnesota. I don't know. I don't know why Dalton Reisner isn't playing that much up in Minnesota, but he's up there, and I know his name. Like, there's not going to be many good guards available right now at this point in the year, but that would be one option, I suppose, if they want. Or Case Keenum. Who would get traded up there? Would the Vikings want previous playoff hero for the Vikings, Case Keenum?
Case, yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Case is probably a folk hero up there after the Minneapolis Miracle. That'll probably give them an injection of energy.
I remember asking people in Minnesota about that because we were up there for the Super Bowl that same year after the Minneapolis Miracle or whatever they call it. And I was kind of surprised that there wasn't more of a ground surge of people demanding that Case be the guy.
Interesting.
It was, yeah.
How do you think we can talk more about this probably. We'll certainly talk about it in headlines. And Seth is alluding to that. If you missed it, Kirk Cousins looks to be out for the year with an Achilles tear. So Minnesota is kind of in that in-between. They're 4-4, a lot of pieces. They need a quarterback if they're going to compete for a playoff spot. How do you think Nick approaches these next 48 hours or so? Or not 48, probably next 36 hours, I guess. Trade deadline.
I think he's just looking for a bargain. I don't think they're going out looking for anything. All kinds of rumors that they were talking to about a defensive lineman, and who knows? Like I don't trust rumors at all anymore. I've just been burned too many times. They're like stock tips. So maybe they were, maybe they weren't. There's so many people that like believe it 100% wholesale because some clown told them something. Mm-hmm. But And honestly, like after yesterday, man, Grenard's getting it done as a pass rusher. Yeah. Malik Collins is getting it done as a pass rusher. They've gotten pressure on the passer. It's just that the linebackers have not been awesome in coverage. And then, like yesterday, that last drive, Shaq Griffin gets maybe an unfair call on that defensive holding or interference, but it was. I mean, he definitely grabbed them enough, even if it was an uncatchable ball. The secondary and the coverage hasn't been that great. I don't think a defensive. Honestly, I don't think a really good pass rusher right now is what's going to all of a sudden turn that into a top defense. Yeah. I think they need more help on the back end.
Look, they're still not, talent wise, they still need probably a little bit of everything. I think if Nick Caserio makes a trade, it's going to fall into one of two. But I think the most likely thing is some sort of day 3 pick for a little bit of depth somewhere. He was doing that in training camp to get Josh Jones and Kendrick Green. So why wouldn't he do it if he felt like they needed it here? And maybe with Jared Patterson going out, maybe he does feel like they need at least another body on the offensive line. If there's a high-end trade to be made, I feel confident in this. It's only going to be for somebody where it's beyond 2023. Either they're of mind to give that person a contract beyond 2023, or they already have a contract that takes them beyond 2023. I'm talking for like high-end draft capital, like day 1 and day 2 stuff, because this is not a team that should be looking at itself going, boy, we are one big swing away from being in the Super Bowl this year, you know?
Plus, I think if you look at, the offensive line, the hypothetical I gave of Davis Mills for Dalton Reisner, that's a short-term fix where you're giving away a potential long-term asset or a valuable asset depending on how desperate somebody gets for Davis Mills. Now, I would take a draft pick for Davis Mills.
Yeah.
But an active player when you still have a couple guys coming off IR at that position, not to mention Juice Scruggs coming back. Yeah, I don't that's not appetizing to me. I don't want anything that's not also going to contribute to the long-term health.
Agreed. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll certainly mix the Texans into headlines. They'll lead in. But there was a lot of stuff that went on in the NFL yesterday that affects the Texans, both here in the near term with the trade deadline and long term with the schedule as well. World Series, Rockets last night had their home opener. So we'll get to all that in headlines next. But first, I want to tell you about my friends over.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
So now it's a 23-yard field goal attempt for the victory after back-to-back penalties against the Texans. Hecker, the holder. Snap is down. The kick is up. It's good. Another flag comes down. Somebody left early in the middle. It doesn't matter. The Panthers win the game 15-13 as the Texans drop below 500 at 3-4, and the Panthers win their first of the year.
That was the final play of yesterday's game between the Houston Texans and Carolina Panthers. It took a handful of tries for the play to actually ensue. Because Tavierre Thomas kept jumping off sides trying to block the game-winning field goal. Eventually,
I salute Tavierre Thomas for whatever the hell he was trying to do.
It started as a 38-yard attempt, and it finished as basically a 23-yard chip shot.
A kicker who looked just absolutely petrified to be out there. I don't know if he was injured or what, but he looked so concerned. He looked like he just realized that he had committed tax fraud or something, and was trying to he had accidentally committed tax fraud, and he was trying to figure out how to fix the situation, but while also kicking a field goal. I thought that was our best opportunity. This is a guy who he had missed an extra point early in the game, and maybe with a 38-yarder, maybe that'll be nope.
You and I talked during the week about how the Texans are viewing this game versus how the Panthers are viewing this game. Maybe more appropriately, how Texans fans are viewing the game versus Panthers fans and media. Panthers fans and media just wanted Bryce Young to look good. I don't think they were super invested in whether or not the Panthers won. I think they wanted them to win, but if Bryce Young came out and threw for 325 yards in a loss, they would have been perfectly happy with that, because in all odds, unless he threw 4 picks in the process, it meant he looked competent doing it. It wasn't an aerial circus or anything like that, but Bryce Young made the plays when he needed to. No turnovers. He was pretty consistent throughout the day, found the open guy. He played better than C.J. Stroud, and the Carolina Panthers won the football game. They got their cake in 8-2 yesterday. Seth.
It was a rough way for your young rookie quarterback to watch your young rookie quarterback lose a game to another young rookie quarterback who went ahead of him in the draft, because you didn't you should have been able to outplay that performance by Bryce Young.
Yeah.
This was like losing your wife to a slightly less impotent man. It's like, I'm gonna go. Sorry, honey, I found a less semi-flaccid dude out there, and that's who I'm going with. That's what it felt like. Okay, I lost to him. That guy?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
With the plaid pants? Right. What the hell?
He's got a sport coat from the 70s on right now.
Yeah.
It's all in polyester.
The loss to Bryce Young. You lost to Bryce Young, yep. Texans. Let that sink in a little bit, okay? If you guys are even awake yet. Did you bother waking up yet for work yet this morning?
Boy,
or no?
Today would be a day to sleep in. It's cold outside here, too. It is one of those. It's in the 40s here. Today is one of. Don't sleep in. Turn on the Odyssey app. Bundle up. I would suggest at some point listening to the opening segment of the show. That was a good segment to the show.
Beep. Hey, Coach. I just wanted to let you know it's chilly out there today. I'm probably not going to come in until later.
That's
okay?
an excuse in Houston. C.J. Stroud's not been a good last 6 quarters for this offense. Seth, they only scored 3 points in the second half of the New Orleans game. They won that game, so that kind of masked that. And then only 13 points yesterday. A lot of shooting themselves in the foot, turnover by Andrew Beck, bad penalties, bad negative plays at times where you were in field goal range. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday after the game on defenses limiting C.J. Stroud the last couple games.
I think with any quarterback, especially young quarterbacks, as defenses continue to game plan and get more film on them, you see, what guys do well, and you switch your game plan accordingly to, put the quarterback in difficult spots. So just have to keep growing, keep learning, all right? And we're going to see a lot of different things, and C.J. will do well with it. He'll handle it well. He'll bounce back. I know he'll come ready to work next week, prepared and ready to attack the next opponent.
I think part of it is, if you're going to ask, well, have they figured C.J. Stroud out? I don't think there's that necessarily, but I do think teams have started to get a feel for what he likes, what he doesn't like, what the Texans receivers are good at doing. You saw things were just kind of blanketed and gunked up over the middle. The linebackers are doing a really good job of getting their depth and making it a cloudy picture back there. On a lot of these outs that have been kind of easy money to Nico Collins at times, those were very much blanketed. So the level of difficulty went up. There wasn't as much separation by the receivers. I think they miss Robert Woods more than people would have expected, just because Robert Woods has not been flashy, but he's been a first down generating machine. Yeah. And there were times yesterday, like when it's 3rd and 9 and you throw a 6-yarder to Nico Collins, I think that's a situation where it could have been a Robert Woods target if he were available and healthy. So that's something they're going to have to figure out, because Robert Woods is out for reportedly at least 2 to 4 weeks.
Yep. Huge missed opportunity yesterday. We'll dig into it more at the top of the hour. It is a muddy AFC right now. As far as bullet points going on around the NFL, we talked about it. Kirk Cousins out with an Achilles injury. He's out for the season. The Vikings are kind of right in that purgatory. They're 4-4 in the NFC. With Kirk Cousins, they might have been able to make some noise. We'll see if they make a deal now. I would imagine that the phone is ringing one way or the other between the Texans and the Vikings, just to see what the availability might be or the interest might be in trading for Davis Mills or Case Keenum. We'll see. I would say the other big story in the NFL yesterday that impacts the Texans, Seth, it appears as though Will Levis, one game in, you can put him on the list for one game at least of the competent rookie quarterbacks. 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions in a 28-23 win for the Titans over the Atlanta Falcons yesterday.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayo.
He made some really nice throws. So we'll see. I look at maybe the Titans, do you think they're still interested in trading Derrick Henry to the Texans?
I would
That'd
say.
be nice. Because it looks like having the presence of Derrick Henry, ironically enough, wearing an Oilers uniform might be a good thing for a rookie quarterback. Oh, you know what? Matt Musil, if you're listening. Matt Musil made me angry last night on KHOU because he said something like, just as we were about to get off, where he said, like, hey, they've got good running backs, talking about the Texans. I said, they do? The offensive line is not helping those guys out whatsoever, but are we absolutely positive that Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary are actually good running backs?
Right.
God, no. No, we're not sure of that. But then also, and again, this goes back to Bobby Slowick, as well as the offensive linemen, the tight ends themselves, just leaving people completely 100% unblocked deep into the backfield. Generally frowned upon, okay? I don't want to have to explain NFL offense to Bobby Slowick, but whatever you're doing that allows guys to leave people unfettered deep into the backfield, that's bad coaching.
Yeah.
That's not acceptable. The tight ends, as a group, as a room, tight ends, can you please at least look like you're trying to block people? Can you do that, Dalton Schultz? Can you not look like you're so desperate to get out on your beautiful little drag route? Like, oh, look, I'm open, CJ. CJ can't see you. You just left Brian Burns completely unblocked. You left him completely unblocked because you gave a love tap to his kidney. Like you wanted him to notice you or something. That's what he did. Dalton Schultz. Sean, I'm going to say, I sent it to you last night, didn't I?
You did.
He gives him, it's like, hey, I'm here, Brian. CJ, I'm open, CJ. CJ! My God. Honestly, act like men and try to block something. I'm not even saying Catoriano. One of those tackles for a loss was because Catoriano just decided to run down and dance a jig 5 yards downfield. He was like, look, I'm an Irish dancer. Look at me, I'm river dancing.
Hey, Ben, it's headlines. There's no way I'm getting in the way of this. I'm not getting in the way of this freight train that is Seth Payne's headline. I'm not getting, I'm just sitting back and
it's such an
enjoying
abomination. It's such an abomination, how bad they are at blocking.
Yes.
And how, honestly, some of these clever little run plays are so stupid.
Yeah.
They're so stupid. They're so dumb. Listen, you're not fooling anybody. Leaving 6'6", 290-pound defensive ends unblocked because you think you're gonna fool them with Gizmo. What are you doing? No, they're gonna swallow people up like they're an amoeba.
Gizmo.
It's a combination of Gizmo and Gitmo.
Oh my God.
It's they're trying way too hard to be clever, which which ends up yielding also, delay of games. It's just like it was week one versus Baltimore.
No, you're right. Maybe the root cause of the delay of game yesterday was all the complexity of stuff going on for sure. Real quick, World Series tied at 1, Game 3 tonight. Rockets lose to the Warriors last night, 106-95. That was the biggest kick in the junk yesterday, actually, even more than the Texans game, a huge kick in the junk. And then I'm up here doing the podcast and doing my writing. I get home. I literally get home, walk in the door, and Steph Curry, who had like 10 points all night, hits literally 4 threes in a row on 4 straight possessions to put the Rockets away. Like, I'm just going to bed. We get beat in the early part of the day by the guy everybody compares to Steph Curry, even though he doesn't play the same sport. And then the actual Steph Curry buries the Rockets with 4 straight three-pointers. Thanks, sports gods. What did I do to you? All right, heading into the 7 o'clock hour here. The real shame in the Texans' loss yesterday, we'll talk about that, and we'll dig back into some of the mistakes that have to go away if they're going to beat Tampa Bay this weekend. That is next.
Here's what you have to do for
Odyssey station.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppa's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the real shame in losing to the Panthers yesterday, the practical shame, there's the emotional shame of losing to a winless team. There's
losing to a prepubescent child
that was next on the list, absolutely.
Yeah.
The fake mustache.
Carol, he couldn't play quarterback in 38 states in the union, but Carolina with their lax child labor laws.
That's right. He's allowed to play.
They let him work out in the tobacco field.
That's right. He only plays home games. I don't know if you guys knew that. He's not allowed to play in states where there are child labor laws. Yep. There's certainly shame, but the practical shame in losing this game is that look, the Texans in an AFC where you got Kansas City, who's supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, they're losing to the Broncos yesterday. And beyond Kansas City and Baltimore and now Jacksonville, who's 6-2, it's just a big mess of teams that are either 4-win teams or 3-win teams right now. There are 4 teams that have 4 wins in the AFC. They're all 4-3. Pittsburgh and Cleveland are the 6 and 7 seeds right now. Pittsburgh, who you beat, is the 6th seed right now at 4-3, and then the Jets, man, and the Bengals both sit at 4-3 also on the outside looking in the playoffs. Then there's 6 teams with 3 wins. I guess the only good news is that the Texans are the highest seeded of all of them because they've actually beaten a bunch of good teams this year. Strength of victory is a big tiebreaker in this thing. The Texans, the Titans, the Chargers, the Raiders, who play tonight, the Colts, and now the Denver Broncos. 6 teams with 3 wins. So from a purely just a practical standpoint, this all changes week to week too, but just in terms of how we'd feel for the next 7 days, the Texans would be a playoff team this morning, waking up if they had won that game yesterday. You're at least above this morass of 3-win sludge that all of a sudden, like teams that we were making fun of a couple weeks ago, like the Raiders and the Broncos, you have the same number of wins as those teams now.
Yeah. 8 through, the weirdest thing about all of this is that, like, if you look at 8 through 13 on the playoff bubbles, those are all the teams that are either 4-3 or 3-4. Mm-hmm. The Jets are at the top of it right now alongside the Bengals. Like, we're in the same, who's sandwiched between the Jets and the Texans in the playoff standings right now? The Cincinnati Bengals.
Wild.
Who just thrashed the 49ers yesterday.
Yeah.
So it is, that is part of it. As multiple listeners have noticed, the Texans are at least good and relevant enough now for Seth Payne to actually get irrationally angry about them. Yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought of it that way. It might be the most worked up I've been over a substandard Texans performance in a while because I know for a fact that they can be better than what they were yesterday.
Yes.
And the 2 things, one is just like the simple the complete and total incompetence in some aspects of the running game, both from a design and an execution standpoint. And then the second, honestly, is there's 2 of these games, both in the Falcons and yesterday, the defense played well enough throughout and then had a complete letdown at the end of the game. Like, that part of it is annoying me. I don't want to blame the defense for the game yesterday because you held the team to 15 points, and yet it was a team that you had handled for the most part most of the day, and you couldn't keep them out of field goal range at the very end, and you let them eat up 6 minutes of the clock. That part of it was really disappointing to me.
Yeah, a lot of the highlight packages that I saw last night, Seth, and watching this game getting recapped on the NFL Network and on ESPN, a lot of them showed the 4th and 2 play that Bryce Young converted on the last Thielen, kind of threw it into sort of a crowd, but it was nice throw and a nice catch, and it was a conversion.
It wasn't as close as it looked on the. Did you notice on the side, like on the initial copy, it looked like Toa almost broke it up.
It looked like Miles Sanders wanted to catch it too on that play.
And then weird. You watch the replay from the end zone angle. They're like, oh no, that was just an easy catch.
Yeah.
It was contested, but it was easy.
Yeah, it was a 4th down conversion, so it got a lot of the attention. But the 2 biggest plays on that drive, to me, it was the 3rd and 12 that led to the 4th and 2, where they gave up just an easy pitch and catch to Adam Thielen that got him in 4th and manageable. And then, as you pointed out, they blitz again on I think the first play of the next series of downs. They blitz, and it goes
to Chuba Hubbard.
To Chuba Hubbard, right in that space where there was nobody, and there you are, you're in field goal range.
That was where I think, and it's understandable, I think, that people feel like, okay, it's a bend but don't break defense. And I saw multiple people accuse DeMeco of being too passive or conservative on that last drive. If anything, they got exposed while blitzing. They were not being conservative, and I do wonder if that's a tendency that started to emerge with the Texans, because Thomas Brown, the offensive coordinator, did a really good job on 2 of those 3 blitzes calling screens, or a little swing pass to Chuba Hubbard, but stuff specifically for the blitz. Like Thielen caught that little screen and was able to get within 2 yards of the first down. And then 2 plays later, Chuba Hubbard is wide open because both the linebackers had blitzed. So Thomas Brown did a better job calling the offense than DeMeco Ryans did calling the defense on that series.
Yep. The missed opportunity at the end of the game, the Texans get the ball 1st and 10 on their final drive. They get the ball 1st and 10 with 8.5 minutes to go at their own 48-yard line. So you're in a game where the other team has only been able to get the ball in the end zone one time. It was in the second quarter. You've got the ball at about midfield, and it's 13-12. You're winning this game. If you can just go get 20 yards, you're in field goal range for decent field goal range for Kaimi Fairbairn, and you can kick a field goal. And then the Panthers have to score a touchdown to win the game. The difference in a game like that, Seth, in a low-scoring game like that, the difference between a team having to get a field goal to win the game and a touchdown to win the game is so massive that all the Texans needed, I think, was a field goal on that drive, and they win this football game. And they go from their 48, they drive it down to the Carolina 35-yard line. They get 2nd and 5 at the Carolina 35-yard line. Stroud tries that deep out to the right to Nico on 2nd and 5, incomplete. And then on 3rd and 5, delay of game. Just inexcusable. It goes from a 53-yard field goal to a 58-yard field goal. Well, 3rd and 10, and it's an incomplete pass to Tank Dell. So they ain't trying a 58-yard field goal. DeMeco Ryans, and I think this was the right decision to not try a 58-yard field goal, because if you miss it, then Carolina basically just has to move the ball about 15 or 20 yards, and they win the game. They choose to pin them down deep. They get them down to their own. They have to start at their own 9-yard line on this drive. But that delay of game penalty, and not the 53 yards is a layup or anything, but Kaimi Fairbairn's got that range. That 5 yards was a huge factor in them losing the game on that delay of game. The first delay of game penalty of the year. I didn't know that. That was CJ's first delay of game penalty of the entire season, according to the announce team on Fox yesterday. Here was C.J. Stroud explaining the delay of game.
Could have swore I've seen it go down to 2. At 1, I snapped it, and they called it. So, I mean, I'm a player. I can't go back and try to combat that. I mean, that's a play. That's a penalty that right when it happens. So, I mean, we got to get better in and out the huddle. I got to spit the players out better and snap the ball. But, I mean, the motion was so long, and it's tough to have that type of motion in such a long drive, just because guys are tired and stuff. So I got to send them quicker, be better there. But I thought I got it off. But I mean, it is what it is.
I think the one thing real quick, Seth, I would point out there, I think the only valid excuse for letting the play clock get down that low would be if the clock were running and you're just trying to burn off as much time as possible and you get a little cute. It was an incomplete pass the play before. Like the game clock was stopped. You know what I mean? Like there was no reason to let the play clock go down that far.
The part I was confused about where he said it was such a long drive, the drive before had been, 2 plays before had been a long drive. Their touchdown drive was 12 play, 75-yard drive. That play right there where they had the delay of game, that would have been the 5th play of that series. Yeah. So I don't think fatigue should have been a reason for anything there. And like you said, the clock had been stopped. It wasn't like they were rallying up, trying to hurry up or anything like that. That was watching on the TV copy, and sometimes the TV clock isn't tied completely and totally to, it's weird the way it works, to the scoreboard in the stadium. I will say it seemed like they were way more persnickety on that and precise than they ever are. Like usually teams get about a good 2 full seconds after the clock goes to 0, because every single one of us is a football fan has been watching the opponent's play clock wind down to 0 and no call is made. So that was unfortunate. I have a hard time, though, blaming it completely on that when they'd sputtered out multiple times in that game before.
Yeah. So that was CJ's explanation. Here was DeMeco Ryans. He was asked about the delay of game, but he went beyond just the delay of game and talked about some of the other mistakes the team made.
Well, we would just like to make it a play there, right, and not hurt ourselves, and it just goes indicative of the game. I felt like that's indicative of the entire game. Too many costly penalties at the wrong time. Third down penalties, going backwards on offense, penalties hurting ourselves. Just overall, we have to do a better job of cleaning that up, right, for the entire team.
Yeah, the penalties, they had a lot of penalties, just sheer quantity of penalties. They had 10 penalties in the game. Now, it felt like 5 of them were Tavierre Thomas in the last 3 seconds of the game. Between Tavierre Thomas jumping off sides twice, Tavierre Thomas unsportsmanlike conduct for jumping off sides twice on the field goal.
Yeah.
Like 3 of them are right there.
They were whatever the officials were just they were just trying to get the hell out of there, or at least get an actual field goal completed at that point. But the penalties were like some penalties hurt you more than others. And like that last drive on the defense, those penalties hurt because that's an offense that hadn't been able to get much going previous. There were 2 3-and-outs previous to that drive, and right off the get-go, you had 2 penalties that ended up making it easy to get a first down, and that just kind of got the ball rolling.
Yeah, even before that, like Neville Hewitt has a hold on a big punt return by Tank Dell. That brings you back. Now, they eventually scored a touchdown on that drive, but they made it harder on themselves. Grenard with a face mask, a drive-by face mask on Bryce Young gives them 15 free yards there. The big one for me, Seth, aside from the delay of game, was the Kadar Holman holding penalty on that combo sack by Jalen Petrie and Will Anderson when the game was still 7-0 Texans. That was a 3rd and 10 in Carolina territory, and that was the drive that led to Carolina's only touchdown of the day. They got that penalty. They would have gotten off the field. It was 3rd and 10. You get off the field, and you're probably getting the ball back in pretty good field position because it was a sack. Instead, they get a penalty out of it. They get a big swing there, and they keep the ball. And that's when Bryce Young started dealing on that drive. He started just kind of, a little 9 yards here, 10 yards there, moving him down. Then he had the big hit to Thielen was on the goal line stand. But they eventually score a touchdown on that drive when you would have gotten off the field after a defense Shaq-Mason illegal downfield on a 22-yard gain.
The one thing about the defense yesterday, aside from the last drive, was that they did a very good job generally stopping the run. They held them to 1.8 yards per carry.
24 carries for 44 yards.
Yeah, they did a very good job. The part though that's still really annoying with this defense is they entered yesterday's game second with the second most missed tackles in the league. That's including the bye week. The total number of missed tackles is getting way up there. There are so many times with a run after the catch where they give up an extra 5 yards because the first guy in misses a tackle. That part's getting really annoying. Because those are the margins where you can be doing a lot of good things defensively, but those are the margins that you end up losing close games because of, like the simple things that I would even say, Cashman, great job on that sack early on. Probably very much, it could have much or more easily been a caused fumble and a touchdown if you'd settled down and not just almost clothesline the guy on your way past him. It was
he barely touched him. Bryce Young got knocked down by his own guy.
Yeah, I love that they're flying around as much as they do. I would wish that they would fly around a little bit less like they've all taken PCP. Just a little less stuck in Debo's chicken coop and a little bit more just, just a quiet and focused assassin out there.
That's good. You don't get an angel dust reference these days. I like that we're varying our drugs. That's awesome. I'm still Team DeMeco, by the way. I got my Swarm T-shirt on. So as long as we're sitting talking about sailing past guys and things like that on these tackles, I'm still Team Swarm. I made sure to wear my T-shirt today.
They're swarming right now like they're a bunch of they're a bunch of wasps that they got into a beehive, but the honey had all been fermented.
Laced.
They're drunken wasps is what they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not drunken wasps like my family, but like drunken wasps like the actual
insects.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got you. Me too. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we do it every Monday. 7:23. And in a week where we were 0 for as Houston, I mean, the Astros got knocked out of the postseason. Texans lose. Rockets haven't won a game yet. Hell, even U of H got destroyed by Kansas State. We couldn't win anything this week. This will be one of the more painful acknowledge-me's that we've done, but we got to do it. We acknowledge performance, and we do it next. Acknowledge me. Stay there.
Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 7:24 on a Monday morning, a Reaction Monday. Texans lose 15-13 to the Panthers yesterday. Last two losses on last-second field goals on the road to NFC South teams. I tell you what, the Buccaneers coming to town this week. We're going to acknowledge here in just a second the big performances from the weekend. I'll be glad when we're done with this stretch of NFC South opponents.
This is like almost like a broke-down version of the Astros losing World Series to NL East teams.
Yeah.
This is a much more depressing version of that.
Different tax bracket. Yeah.
For a while, it seemed, until the Phillies came along, it seemed like the Astros just couldn't get it done versus the NL East.
Yeah.
Now it's the Texans just can't seem to get it done versus the NFC South.
Yeah, I'll be glad when we're back in the AFC and we're done with this NFC stretch. It feels like, it's like a prison term. Like, I did some time against NFC South teams, and now I'm out. Now I'm back amongst society with the AFC. It's good to be back.
Look, Baker Mayfield. We've got a score to settle with Baker Mayfield. Damn it! If he's still the starting quarterback come this week,
I think
I'm not so quick to be done with the NFC South. Sean.
Okay, good. Yeah, we need that fire. You're right. We need that fire. All right. There'll be time for that. We got 4 more days for that. On Monday at this time, we acknowledge performance from the weekend in a segment we call Acknowledge Me. I'll do it right off the top. I hate to have to do it, but Bryce Young.
Acknowledge me.
Got to acknowledge, man. Got to acknowledge. He won the battle. He won the battle of the 2 top quarterbacks in this draft. Bryce Young, 235 yards passing. Yeah, he did.
I thought Will Levis won the battle.
No. Just the one in Carolina.
Of those. Will Levis wasn't invited to this competition.
It's apparently a long segment, okay. Seth. Don't worry. Will Levis.
Okay.
It's
I got you.
It's a long segment, yeah.
I got you.
But for yesterday's game in Charlotte, we acknowledge Bryce Young. Play that got a lot of attention on the last drive, the 4th and 2 conversion. Here was Bryce Young following the game on that play.
Obviously, have to have a situation. 4th down and Adam won. It was a man look one-on-one, and Adam did a great job creating separation and making a tough catch. There ended up being a lot of people there, and tough contested catch with the game on the line. Not surprising at all for Adam. So, those are just, especially that one, it's a gotta-have-it moment, and I'm super proud of us as a team, to step up in that moment.
Okay, let me ask you this. I know Acknowledge Me is meant to be a segment where we acknowledge the positive performance that Bryce Young had, but let me ask you this. As long as we're talking about Bryce Young, what did you think of him hanging out right before halftime, dapping up not just his teammates, but literally it felt like every single Carolina Panthers employee going into the locker room? Did you see that by any chance?
No, I didn't see that. No.
Okay, team's going to the locker room at halftime. Everybody's running into the tunnel. Bryce Young stays outside the tunnel and stands there and just is dapping everybody up as they're going in. And I'm like, okay, he's going to dap a few people up, maybe his linemen. That's cool. He starts dapping up towel guys and equipment managers and other, stood there for a good 5 minutes to the point where Clint Stoerner's going, Chief, you got to get in that locker room so you can go listen to your coaches. That ain't a long halftime.
He probably knew that the offensive coaches were going to be enlisted over the defensive side to try to help them figure out the mystery that was this newfangled Andrew Beck-led offense by the Texans. The guys up in the booth. Guys, I don't know what these guys were working on during the bye week, but Andrew Beck is getting all kinds of touches. Hey, this Tank Dell, did you think that he might be used in a couple of jet sweeps at some point? Yeah, those are great mysteries that we've unraveled and unveiled for you. Watch out, Andrew Beck.
Yeah. It was peculiar running a tiny 5'8" receiver so many times in the run game. I'm not talking about throwing the ball to him, who's coming out of concussion protocol. Not saying he was irresponsible. It was just curious. That's all.
It was curious, and it's in its predictability after a while too. But then also just this whole boy, are they trying like hell to shoehorn like Andrew Beck into a what's the name of the damn fullback there in San Francisco?
Kyle Juszczyk.
I wanted to say Yaseki. Juszczyk or various tight ends that just simply either don't want to or physically can't block. Yeah. Honestly, I would rather have a high school kid out there trying to block as a tight end than Dalton Schultz or Quentin Tortoriano. Damn it! I hate his name too.
Tegan Cotoriano. I like
that
Quentin
one
Tarantino.
Damn commentator called him Quentin Tarantino, and now I'm stuck. Tegan Cotoriano.
I know. All right, let's keep it moving here. This is how bad it was yesterday for the Texans. If I got to acknowledge one Texan who did his job at an elite level, punter Cam Johnston.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
We will acknowledge
him.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Seth, you want to do a
highlight reel?
You want to do a first ever on Payne and Pendergast?
What are we going to do?
We're going to play a highlight of a punt. A 74-yard punt as called by Mark Vandermeer yesterday.
And here's Cameron Johnston, 2-3 yards deep in the end zone, ready to punt. Needs a beauty here. Snap on target. Johnston sails the punt beautifully.
Wow.
Back at the 24-yard line to Amir Marset, trying to get ahead of steam, and he's going to be brought down inside the 20-yard line. What beautiful coverage there as the Texans hustle downfield. D'Angelo Ross makes the initial hit.
74-yard punt, 66-yard net. How about that?
Pretty damn impressive. It's cool. The kid from the University of Texas, that punter, that's the last punter that I've ever gotten excited about watching in person.
Cameron Dicker, I think, is it?
Yeah. Well, he should have been MVP of the Texas Bowl. I think he may have been that year.
Yeah, I think he was.
He was just he was, wasn't he? It was incredible. I'd never seen such a performance like that.
Yeah.
So I think it deserves a lot of credit for coming and learning the language, doing his interviews in English and everything, despite being a foreign-born player.
Right.
It's hard. A lot of these journalists are going to take your words out of context and everything if you slip up your English a little bit, but he does it.
Dude, they need to sign Cam Johnston this offseason. He's in a contract here. I'm being dead serious. You got to pay top dollar to keep Cam Johnston is important to this football team. That was a huge punt right there because that was right before the half. And that I would argue that might have kept 3 points off the board because they pinned Carolina. He pinned Carolina so deep at the end of the half when they were trying to get some points. So, Cam Johnston, we acknowledge you. All right, here's one. Here's a familiar face. DeAndre Hopkins.
Acknowledge me.
He's my arch nemesis, too, on social media, as we know, Seth. DeAndre Hopkins, who came after me when
he came after you.
Made fun of his practice habits that one time. DeAndre was the old DeAndre yesterday, man. He was really, really good against the Atlanta Falcons. Had a 3-touchdown game. I believe these are his first touchdowns in a Tennessee uniform. But he had 4 catches, 128 yards, 3 touchdowns, including a 61-yard touchdown. And he was the catalyst for Will Levis's first. Well, let's acknowledge Will Levis while we're at it, Ben. We may as well. Seth pointed it out. He was the best rookie out of all of them yesterday. 19 of 29, 238 on the yardage, and then 4 touchdowns, no picks. And I'll say this: if this is who Will Levis is, those 2 Tennessee games later this year just got a whole lot more interesting. Levis
Let me tell you something about how many touchdowns did he have?
4.
Okay, Sean. If this is who he is, I can guarantee you that if playing a full season, he would not have 68 touchdown passes.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think this is who anybody is. As a rookie quarterback stepping in with zero film on him, this isn't who he was. And maybe he does end up being a good NFL quarterback. I completely and totally see him as a guy that will let any short-term success go to his head, and it will be so bloated and full of mayonnaise by the time the end of the season comes around. You'll be lucky to roll him out on the field without him exploding in a bunch of egg yolks and soybean oil.
Okay. So you're not buying stock in Will Levis right now?
No,
is what I'm
I
hearing.
buy no stock in Will Levis.
Okay.
No.
All right. What'd you think of
He's like the worst crypto. Whichever crypto is the worst one. The one with that little fuzzy-headed kid that did that, whatever that was.
That's Will Levis?
That's topical. That's a topical reference.
Big time. Yeah. I thought the Oiler uniforms were...
they're the ugliest damn things I've ever seen.
I liked them. I thought
they're the stupidest, ugliest uniforms. They're not like the old one. You could tell. You know why, Sean? They used high-tech modern fabrics. That needs to be 100% polyester and nothing different. Those guys couldn't hack it in the old Oilers uniforms. They would have dehydrated yesterday.
That's true. They should have to. If you're going to play in the old Oiler uniforms, they've got to be the same material that they used back in 1978.
Either that or the tearaway jerseys that were one day outlawed because of Earl Campbell's magnificence in them.
Ran right out of them. Yep. So we acknowledged DeAndre Hopkins yesterday. I wonder now if the big talk was, are they going to trade Derrick Henry? Are they going to trade DeAndre Hopkins? Maybe this Will Levis performance yesterday has them trading nobody come trade deadline time. It's It's tough. There's like if you're in the AFC, you have to be selling yourself right now. There's way more teams in the AFC selling themselves on being buyers right now than being sellers right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like there's way more there's way more teams talking themselves into, hey man, we might could have a shot at the 7 seed here and get into the dance in the postseason.
It's all like the you look at even all the teams that are 3 and 4 are just a couple of spots out of the playoffs. And then you've got those teams that are 3 and 5 that are just behind them, and you go all the way down to the Patriots. Are the only team that looks conclusively like they're almost like not mathematically, but pretty much definitely out of the playoffs right now. Yeah,
matches the eye test. All right, last one here, because she doesn't get acknowledged enough already on broadcasts of NFL games. Taylor Swift.
Acknowledge me.
Here's why I'm acknowledging Taylor Swift. She's obviously a big star and all that. She didn't need to be acknowledged for that.
She sell a couple records or something, Sean? What'd she do?
She did, but that's not why I'm acknowledging her. She's very self-aware, Seth. She, according to Ed Kelsey, the father of Travis Kelsey and Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, of course, dating Taylor Swift, he told an anecdote to People magazine about Taylor Swift when she was attending one of the Chiefs games in the suite with the Kelsey family. She's perfected the move that makes celebrities relatable. Here's what Ed Kelsey said. We're sitting in the suite. She gets up, and in the front room, she gets up to go get a drink or something, and she starts picking up empty bottles, cans, plates that are scattered around, because in the suites, everybody gets stuff, and you empty it down wherever you can. And I'm just thinking, I don't think she got that diva memo. She didn't get the spoiled musician. She doesn't know how to pull that off. And that really, to me, said a whole lot. End quote. Taylor Swift, good for you. The most relatable thing for a celebrity, picking up other people's garbage.
I don't even think this looks as good for Taylor Swift as it looks bad for this sloppy-ass Kelsey family. Oh, big shock. They're slobs. Oh, that's a huge surprise to me. Oh, and yeah, that won't grow old at all when Taylor's the one like at Thanksgiving dinner who's like looking around like this place is a mess. This I got to clean up, and she's cleaning up while everybody else is sitting around. Probably, the women are all smoking cigars in the Kelsey family, then chugging back beer, peeking into a trash can, then chugging more beer, and Taylor's like trying to manage it all by herself.
Pick up the fine china, yeah. Remember Anthony Richardson at the whatever it was, either the rookie symposium or the combine, something.
Yeah, he picked up a pizza box or something, and basically he was sainted for it.
Picked up garbage, yeah, man. If you're a famous person and you want to be relatable and feted by media or others, pick up their garbage. Yeah.
You know what? I knew this from the woman the flight school that I went to back when I was. Back before I realized I was too unsafe to be a pilot.
You as a pilot is the greatest thing.
But Jennifer told me that it is amazing. She said like she had a few different planes that she rented out, and the most expensive one that she rented out to pilots, that are flying them themselves, was like she said that those guys were typically very fastidious about keeping it clean and everything. She had noticed like there's a correlation between like super successful people and like people that always like they're so attentive to details and like things like cleanliness or whatever. That's like, yeah, they might have servants and everything, but they're also not living like slobs to begin with.
No.
Not everybody's a drunken rock star like Travis Kelsey and his family.
Right. I would take that to automobiles. Like, I think if somebody's got just a car that's a freaking mess, I read into that sometimes. When I was interviewing salespeople back in the day, like if I got in their car and it was just dirty and nasty, I'm like, all right, well, you're on the list, buddy. You better make quotas here.
That goes even for like when you're selling stuff at your house and everything. Be sure your yard and everything's cleaned up 100%. Before somebody comes over.
Yeah,
because they a lot of times they won't even try to haggle with you. As long as everything looks like everything's all buttoned up and nailed tight.
How close were the Texans?
So basically what I'm telling you is never buy a lawnmower from somebody whose yard hasn't been kept up by Taylor Swift.
Bingo. By Taylor Swift. Picturing her on a riding mower out there. All right. How close were the Texans to being in the Bryce Young business? NFL reporter, a national reporter, he had information yesterday before the Texans game. How fortunate were the Texans to win that final game of the season against the Indianapolis Colts? We'll have that for you. Some final thoughts on the Texans as well as we head towards the top of the hour. That is next. tweeted about it, and I trust Cody in transcribing something he saw on television yesterday before the game. This would be of interest to Texan fans, I would say, especially in the aftermath of yesterday. Jay Glazer on Fox on the pre-draft process said the Texans had a deal with the Bears for the top pick and would have selected Bryce Young. Glazer said the deal was, quote, worked out, then the terms were exchanged, and Poles didn't get what he thought he would get. The Bears bailed on the Texans and then went and made the deal with Carolina. That certainly jives with some of the things Ryan Poles said in the 15 interviews that he did about this trade after it was done.
Yeah. Ryan Poles, who's positioned himself as an absolute genius,
right?
He's
a master of innovation. Yeah,
he's done you know what he did? He's done a better job of it than Jeff Luhnow did. Like Jeff Luhnow was not being hailed as a genius while he was tanking, whereas Ryan Poles somehow seems to have placed himself as the ultimate genius by sucking.
Yeah, yeah, and so Poles' goal, he had said, was to go from 1 down to 2 with the Texans, then 2 down to 9 with the Panthers. Instead, they cut out the middleman. That would be the Texans. The Texans wind up with the number 2 overall pick. They wind up with C.J. Stroud, and because of that, Seth, I'm still very, very happy with how the Texans wound up yesterday, notwithstanding. I would say.
Yeah, I don't. The one issue I'd have with that is I don't know. Would it have been so clear that they were definitively going to draft Bryce Young at that point? Because the Panthers weren't at that point. They figured it out later on. So like whatever that's worth, I don't know if that part of it even can be accurate, because I don't know if the Texans would have made that decision yet.
What's the Jay Glazer reliability quotient on him? Where is he on the scale of reliable national reporters?
Pretty reliable. Sometimes he gets burned. He's like, sometimes he'll make a bold prediction and it gets reported like it's a report or something, so he gets burned on that. That's where those bold prediction segments are always sketchy. So like again, I believe that yes, the Texans wanted to trade for him, but the notion that they definitively knew that it was going to be Bryce Young at that point is what I would question that, just because the process hadn't played out yet. Mm-hmm. They were still, DeMeco and Caserio were getting to know each other at that point. They hadn't been through all of the pro days or anything like that. So that part of it just doesn't quite make sense to me.
All right. So that was the report yesterday. I think CJ had a rough game yesterday. But we should reset, like with offensively, Seth. Now I came out saying that I think Bobby Slowick, needs to take a look in the mirror when it comes to this offense and what exactly they are. They're coming out of a bye week. If he's going to keep just running the football incessantly and leaning on the run game, and it feels like leaning on the run game more than leaning on C.J. Stroud, if he's doing it against one of the worst rushing defenses in football coming off a bye week, I can live with that. But I think I've seen enough evidence now, 7 games in, where I would like to see him stop, like almost voluntarily putting his young quarterback in second and third and long situations.
The part that I have a hard time with that is that they're not that heavily run oriented. They're 22nd in the league right now in terms of percentage of times that they pass versus run. So if they pass the ball 3 more times per game and ran the ball 3 less times per game, that would vault them up into around the top 10 or 12 pass-heavy teams in the league. That doesn't change the fact that when they do run the ball, they're atrocious at it. So I don't worry about the frequency of it as much right this moment. It's that no matter what they do or how infrequently they run the ball right now, it's not going to change the way teams are playing as a pass defense. Like, if they're having trouble passing the ball right now, it's not because teams are loading up to stop the run. They stop the run by breathing on the Texans' blockers. They stop the run by merely existing. So I don't think it's as simple as, well, yeah, you just got to pass more and lean on CJ. You know what's going to happen then? Then they are going to swarm the hell out of everything. There will be more interceptions. Like, they need to stop being so atrocious running the football. They're third from last in terms of yards per carry. So if they stop running the ball as much, there's nothing that tells me they're going to all of a sudden stop being as bad as third from last when in terms of yards per carry. They've got to get that right. They got to stop with a lot of the cute stuff. They've got to maybe bench guys who don't look like they want to block, whether you're a tight end or a wide receiver or anybody else. And they should probably also please figure out a way to abandon this Titus Howard at left guard experiment that has so miserably failed. And we've seen this multiple times. I can't watch Titus Howard go to pull, presumably to block somebody, but sometimes now it just looks like he's there to sightsee in the backfield as he stares. Sean, I've seen this look before, and I see it from heifers when there's a new fence in a pasture, and they're like, "What the hell is that pasture? What the hell is that thing? And why can't I go the places I used to go?" That's what it looks like when he pulls and he's looking at a defensive end, and then sometimes Andrew Beck will be like, "Gosh, I don't know what that guy's doing there either. I don't know if I should block that guy or a linebacker." And then they just, neither of them block either of them. So, between Titus Howard and left guard, Andrew Beck masquerading as a fullback, and then or just basically gifting the team a field goal by fumbling the football. Various tight ends looking like prepubescent junior high kids whenever they try to block anybody. It's disgusting. That stuff, I don't care how often you run the ball. Stop sucking when you do run the ball. Mm-hmm. And all of those guys, including Bobby Slowick with some of his more, I guess, quote-unquote innovative play designs that leave guys wholesale unblocked by design, quit it. Stop being cute. Start acting like men and try to block somebody.
We haven't really touched on Jarrett Patterson, the starting center, going out with what looked like a nasty injury yesterday. I guess I'm assuming we'll get more information on it probably later this week. But it looked bad. He was carted off the field. You really don't realize how valuable a guy's been. I know maybe valuable is overstating it a little bit with Jarrett Patterson, but he's been very steady at center for this team. And with Juice Scruggs still on injured reserve, it's not like there's other great solutions sitting there on the roster right now. They brought Michael Dieter in for a few snaps yesterday after Jarrett Patterson went out with the injury. But Patterson's been your starting center all 7 games so far. And I agree with you on Titus Howard, Seth. You and I are in agreement that they've got to get him back over to right tackle. Stat. I don't care how George Fant has played. Titus Howard, not only is he out of position and probably a better right tackle than George Fant, he is negatively impacting you as a left guard right now. There's plenty of guys that can play left guard at the level Titus Howard's been playing it for the Texans. So what does this offensive line look like now? If Jarrett Patterson is out, Juice Scruggs isn't even activated from injured reserve yet.
Yeah.
And we agree that Titus Howard can't play left guard anymore.
And what is Jarrett Patterson's actual injury?
He got rolled over. He got rolled up.
And his ankle looked ugly there.
Yeah, I think it's something ankle related, I think. Yeah.
Sometimes what I just hoped for with that is that a lot of times ankle injuries look way worse. Ankle injuries are by far the one that looks like somebody might have just snapped 9 ligaments and then they come back in the second half. So I'm holding on hope that was just some kind of a mild sprain that looked uglier than what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it doesn't, it's like, how do I say this? They can't get much worse than they are running football.
Right.
You know,
they were just as good. Really they were just as good when they had nobodies back in week 3 and 4.
Yeah, they're really. They're at the point now, kind of like when you realize, oh, I'm not prepared for this final. Like in school, I'm not prepared for this final, but I also don't have enough time to go back and relearn everything. So what the hell do I do now? Yeah. That's what it feels like they're at in the run game, where they're so far lost when it comes to actually knowing what the hell they're supposed to be doing and to be doing it in any kind of a coordinated fashion. And they've resorted so much to chicanery and deception and other things other than just flat out blocking people that I don't know if they can fix it right now anyway. So the pass protection is where you'd worry about it, but I think they can make do for now.
CJ,
why was Shaq Mason so far downfield on that illegal man downfield? I thought sometimes that's what happens now with these RPOs because the offensive linemen themselves don't know whether it's a run or a pass. But Shaq Mason was the only guy that looked like he was remotely thinking that it might have been a run at all on that play.
He wasn't even doing it with any great gusto either. He was wandering around. He's like me when I'm at the mall, but I'm on my phone and I'm texting. and I'm just wandering around, and I look up and I'm in the food court. Like I meant to go to to Lids or something like that. And I'm like, oh wow. Yeah. How did I get here? I got to put my phone.
Or like me on the interstate. When I'm in my phone, I look up like,
on the interstate.
Why is that person honking at me?
That's funny.
I'm just checking my email.
C.J. Stroud now has as many losses in the NFL as he had in 2 seasons at Ohio State. He's 3-4 as an NFL quarterback.
I blame the University of Michigan.
He was 20.
It's clear that they've infiltrated the NFL somehow.
21-4 at Ohio State. Okay. This may be the referendum on how somebody feels about the Texans. Let me just read a number here that I read earlier in the show, and I'll read it again. The Texans' record of the 3 teams that they've beaten in the record in the games not involving the Texans is 14-6. Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, New Orleans. The record of the 4 teams the Texans have lost to in their non-Texan games is 10-17. Baltimore, Indianapolis, Atlanta, and Carolina. Are you more angry about the record against the record of the 4 teams they've lost to, or are you more hopeful because of the record of the 3 teams that they've beaten so far?
I'm more hopeful because of the record of the teams that they've beaten. I do think, as frustrated and annoyed as I am over yesterday's game, it's because my expectations have risen, and I feel like, at least based on social media response, I do feel like there are some Texans fans who let themselves get irrationally optimistic, which is fine. That's what you should do as a fan. But they act like losing to the Panthers was like the sign that this is the worst Texans team that's ever been. Or meanwhile, you've got to remember it's the NFL. And you saw the Chiefs yesterday lose to the Broncos. Do the Chiefs have some flaws? Certainly so, but they should never lose to the Broncos, and yet they did. Just like every year, some genuinely really good football teams lose to some of the worst teams in the league. It happens every single year. The Texans right now are a mediocre football team, which is way better than what they were last year. So it's frustrating when they lose to a team that you feel like they should beat, but it was a 3.5 point upset. It wasn't. The Texans were not heavily favored to win.
It was a field goal
and
game. Yep.
it's the same way people were acting like beating the Steelers was this incredibly huge upset. The Steelers were 3-point favorites in that game. It's just that's where we are right now. We're a middle-of-the-road football team, and I'd like them to be a little bit better than that this year. But it's nice to be in a spot where we actually give a damn.
Seth? Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and slightly better than average to you.
Yes!
All your hopes and dreams.
Boom!
Taylor Swift will be cleaning up your suite at the game.
Take that, NFL. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they're up next. We'll be back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Till then, have a great day, everybody.
The battle of the top 2 draft picks goes to the Panthers. Not how DeMeco and the guys wanted to come back from their bye week. It's back to the drawing board this week with the Buccaneers up next in H-Town.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
So now it's a 23-yard field goal attempt for the victory after back-to-back penalties against the Texans. Hecker, the holder. Snap is down. The kick is up. It's good. Another flag comes down. Somebody left early in the middle. It doesn't matter. The Panthers win the game 15-13 as the Texans drop below 500 at 3-4, and the Panthers win their first of the year.
We get
We're saying, you know what? It's another flag. Who cares? Let's get out of here. They made the field goal.
Probably was.
If they had missed, of course, you're going to do it again. But that didn't work out at the end, whatever hijinks they were trying to pursue there with the jumping off early. I was hoping for a dramatic block. Didn't the Broncos or the Chiefs had a block on a Bronco field goal that was relatively short range yesterday? The Broncos won the game anyway, going away. But it was a beautiful block late. I don't know if it was late, but it was deep. It was about a 27-yarder or something like that. And I thought, ooh, that would have been nice, obviously, because that would have won the game. They didn't win the game. They lose 15-13, and they drop to 3-4. And Tampa Bay comes here on Sunday. This is big. You got to go back to 500. You want to fall 2 games below 500 right now after 8? No. The Buccaneers are coming off the Thursday loss at Buffalo, so they get the mini bye prior to this one. And as we've learned yesterday, Johnny, and we say this all the time, there are no gimmies. Not Carolina, not Tampa Bay, not Atlanta. No gimmies in the National Football League. Everything is huge. Everything's an important game. Talk to the Chiefs today about what the Broncos did to them yesterday. Talk to the San Francisco 49ers, who have lost 3 games in a row. You don't know what's going to happen. And what happened yesterday was you got Carolina's best possible performance. Not like they played unbelievably great, but you didn't play well enough to match it. Defensively, I thought it was there most of the game, but late in the game gave up a field goal drive. And I don't know, do we feel good or bad that the last 2 road games end in walk-offs by the opponent, that you're right there, chance to win? One play ends the game at any particular moment. You weren't able to make that play, but at least you're right there. I don't know how I feel about that, because on the one hand, I feel terrible that you weren't able to make those plays. On the other hand, hey, you're right there, and these teams aren't necessarily great. But as we've said, any week in the NFL, anything can happen.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Because here's what I'm going to say about it. You losing the last play of the game in 2 road games in the NFL, you feel like, hey, like you said, anything can happen in the NFL. It's not like Slippery Rock State Tech ended up, coming up with an upset. I feel like the Falcons beat you. I feel like yesterday you beat yourself.
All right, that's
well
put.
I think there's a different way of looking at it. Desmond Ridder got hot in the second half, and you just couldn't slow him down. Yesterday, you beat yourself. If you think about just various moments in that game yesterday of beating yourself,
yeah,
I can live, like I told you before we started the show, I can live with some physical mistakes. I really can. But what I really struggle to come up with are the penalties and the mistakes at times that make no sense and that you shouldn't have, like the third down holding call, that keeps their touchdown drive alive right before the end of the first half.
Lining up offsides late in the game.
Lining up offsides late in the game. Like, what? The delay of game on third down, which we talked about on the bus a little bit, and I went back and I saw it. Because it's funny because you kind of have a timing and a rhythm to how you're doing things. And so when they stopped the whistle and they immediately went delay a game, I went, wait, in my mind, I didn't look up at the play clock, but I knew it had to be really close. But that can't, at that point when you're in field goal range, you're in Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal range and you're up 1, you kick a field goal on a day where the Panthers can't score a touchdown.
You got it.
You that's it. That's ball game.
Right. But on the delay of game, and everybody saw it.
Right.
Everybody watches NFL football, and they see that they let that clock, the officials, they let that clock go 0 all the time.
All the time.
So I'm fine if you enforce it unilaterally.
All the time.
Because I've seen Aaron Rodgers with a full count at 0. Well, 0 to me is 0. It doesn't mean you get an extra second at 0. Now, he snapped it or got the snap a split second late. He thought he got it off. He said that. I heard Seth talking about how the clocks aren't necessarily lined up, TV copy, whatever. Whatever the case may be, CJ thought he got it off. But the fact is, we saw it on the TV copy, and maybe that's incorrect. Whatever the case may be, you can't rely on the officials to bail you out there. Snap the ball with 2 seconds on the play clock.
As I said, you got ticketed going 27 miles an hour in a 25 zone.
Yeah.
Like, who gets ticketed going 27?
Well, but they have the right to do that.
I know. That's my point. It's like you only have yourself to blame for it because you know what the speed limit is. It's like, dang it, but nobody ever gets called on it.
But, let's just...
So, my point in all that is you made, the 23-yard gain. Who caught that pass going across? Was it Nico? Who caught that 23-yard pass going across the middle?
Prior to that?
In the third quarter.
Okay.
Third quarter, we were going, you guys, it was left to right. Us, it was right to left.
Mm-hmm.
And he hits Nico going across, and we get an ineligible man downfield. On what? It wasn't RPO. It was a play action. Like, what are we doing? So it was mistakes that added up yesterday. And I don't want to take away from what Bryce Young did. I thought Bryce was very, very good. He got the hell beat out of him, and he stood up to every single throw.
You're going to hold them to 15. I tell you this going in. You hold them to 15, you get 6 sacks. You're winning the game. It's a win.
6 sacks, 9 TFLs, 10 quarterback hits. That line sounds familiar. That's what the Colts did to CJ.
I'm wondering if Bryce Young
survive the game if you give me those stats in advance. Did he go out of there on a stretcher? Because I don't know. That doesn't sound good for Bryce Young.
He's tough. Dude. And I give it to him. He got marked. He got hammered a few times. He got hammered a few times that weren't sacks.
Yeah.
There was one time Ridgeway and somebody hit him, and I was like, they broke.
I saw that one.
He's broken in half. Like, there's no way he popped right back up.
He popped up, but look, he can't continue to take that beating.
No,
we all know that. But their play-by-play guy told me, he said, Bryce Young is the least of their problems. Sure. The least of their problems. They've got to get a lot of other things right. They do. But they won the game yesterday. And I warned everybody last week because last week in Week 7, I said, look at one-win New England. Look at one-win Chicago. Look at what they did on their home fields against opponents that they should lose to. I'll put that in air quotes. And the Carolina Panthers should have lost yesterday, I guess. But they beat you, and you got to live with it and move on and get better. And you know what? DeMeco has their full attention this week with Tampa Bay. All he has to do is show them the tape of some of their quote, fine moments where they held their own with Buffalo. That Hail Mary goes down. They win the game. Right. They weren't able to get it connected to Godwin. But now you got to deal with that defense.
Vita Vea should be back.
Is he back? Yuck.
I hope not, but I would think he's going to.
Godwin. You've got guys who have played in a Super Bowl and won it. Playoff performers. You've got all that coming in here on Sunday. This is not Carolina. This is a big deal on Sunday. So Kids Day presented by Texas Children's. It's going to be a great day at NRG Stadium. Noon kick. Let's get ready for it. And let's hear from you and DeMeco Ryans right after the contest yesterday.
All right, Coach. Not even sure where to begin, really. In your mind, without benefit of watching the film, is there a major focal point for you where you're like, that's where the game changed?
And it's not a major point. I think just overall, just with the penalties. You talk about third down penalty. You talk about explosives that happen in a passing game. You know, for them, return a big kick. You know, it was a lot of big plays, right, that kind of get hidden because of the last drive. But I think there were some plays to be had there that kind of flipped the game with the explosive passes.
You really had the pass rush working. I mean, it was one-on-ones, it was blitzes, it was everything that was really working. You get 6 sacks, the most you've had. You feel kind of like, and you never, I guess, feel like this in the NFL, but you kind of feel like, man, we got him. We really got enough pressure on him. This is going to be tough for him on a final drive.
I felt like guys did a good job, right? And at that last drive, the ball was coming out a lot quicker, so we just got to be tighter. And with coverage, somebody has to step up and make a play on the ball there.
I know going on the road last two, it's been a game-winning field goal on the final play of the game. You know, you're right there against two, pretty good teams. I know they're 0-6, but they're a good football team. How, at this point, Coach, do you not let, hey, we're there. Here's the mistakes. We're not going to make them going forward. We're going to win games, but 2 tough losses on the road. I know that doesn't sit well with you.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well. We got to find a way if we're going to be a good team, right, moving forward. This is every game in the league. Yeah. Like, this is what it comes down to. So it's, not surprising that we're in these games and we're there, but are we making those plays to put us on the other side, right, in that win column? And we just have to take a look at it, continue to coach it, right, continue to get better, or we can get better when we get back out on the practice field.
Coach, last one, thoughts on the offense today. Had some moments, kind of got stuck in neutral a little bit. What do you think about the offense?
Yeah, we had some good moments. I thought we had some plays that we missed. We had a couple shots there that we felt like we didn't come down with it. And credit to those guys, their defense, they made plays, right, and we did it, right. But overall, I think our offense gave us enough to win the game. Defensively, we got to step up and close it out.
Coach, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there's Johnny with DeMeco right after the game. The Texans holding the Carolina Panthers to 44 rushing yards. That's another number. You give me that number going in. 44 rushing yards, Johnny. But Chuba Hubbard, 2 big catches on that final drive. 12 yards and 14 yards. The 14 yards was the backbreaker.
Can we talk about the blatant OPI, the blatant block of Jonathan Mingo on Jalen Petrie?
I think Texans matchup should be all blatant missed calls by the officials tomorrow night at 8 o'clock.
Holding on Khalil Davis,
one of our
in the
many
final
shows.
drive.
Well, on Monday morning's show, we get to Andy Kalu, and it's always a pleasure to catch up with the Texans legend, Philadelphia Eagle, Washington alum as well. Andy, good morning. That was tough to digest. Defense did well most of the day. Final drive couldn't come up with the clutch play. How'd you see it?
Just that same way. When I'm watching the game, I'm thinking to myself, man, this defense looks good. with everything that's being said about Will Anderson Jr., you think about Jonathan Grenard and his multiple sack game again, and, he's really coming into his own. But despite holding Carolina to 15, the defense is going to be kicking themselves because they know when you have that last drive, you're going against a rookie quarterback, regardless of how well they played throughout that entire game, that's when they need to step up. And unfortunately for them, they did.
Andy, since you played the position, I got to know, it wasn't the biggest play of the game, but it was something, and you think about this a lot. How, as a defensive lineman, do you know not to line up in the neutral zone? Because I would imagine the further you get away from the ball, sometimes you look down and you're not totally sure. But how'd you line up on sides all the time? Like, did you have any kind of tricks, or just you've done it so often? How do you line up? How do you not line up offside?
There's a little politics that goes there. The best players, that I played with, the Bruce Smiths, the Hugh Douglases that really crowd the ball and they look for every advantage, John, they would actually do what you see a wide receiver do with the ref, where the wide receiver will point to the ref and say, hey, am I lined up correctly? Are you going to keep that yellow flag in your pocket? And the ref will say yes. A lot of times I've seen Bruce Smith go up to the ref and say, hey, check my stance here. And they'll let you know, you know what, you're a little bit over, but because you talk to them and you ask them for their quote-unquote advice, and I'm throwing the quotes in the air, they're not going to throw the flag, but then they're going to tell you to move back. So I've seen it. I've done it, John. If you want to crowd the ball, and any defensive lineman should, if you go to the ref and say, hey, check my lineup, even if you're off sides, unless it's just blatant, they'll say, hey, you need to move back a little bit.
You know what? Personal relationships mean a lot in this world, and you just made another example of how that works.
And you wouldn't even think that would be the case. You know what I mean?
I think it's good. Likability is big in this world, folks. ND just gave you another good example. This is in the world of professional football, so you won't be able to try that out. But try it out in your real life and other situations. ND, Bryce Young, 22 of 31, 235 through the air, no picks. One touchdown pass. He was sacked 6 times, took a beating yesterday, but kept getting up. Good performance for the rookie.
Good performance and just toughness. As a guy that was yelling, sack that little man, knock him down. I was impressed with the way he was able to get up. And he took some shots. Y'all saw, I can't remember the 2 defenders, but he was sandwiched in between 2 guys. And it was a shot. I don't care what your size, what your measurables are, you're going to feel that. And for him to continue to get up and continue to show that leadership, I was impressed with Carolina. I still believe the Houston Texans got the better of the 2, but not just what he did on the field. I don't know if y'all noticed this, and John, you were probably too busy getting the interviews. At halftime, you saw him actually wait at the tunnel and dap up every player as they were going in at halftime. And it felt real. It didn't feel like, oh, the camera's going to catch this. But that just shows leadership. It shows that, hey, things aren't going our way. I can't remember. It was 7-6, right? Going into halftime, it was 7-6, if I'm not mistaken. They were down, and he was still waiting at the tunnel, dapping up, shaking hands with all his players and coaches as they were going into the locker room. And I was like, man, I don't know what it is about C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, but early on they're showing some great leadership, but just toughness. When I was done watching that game and I was a little bit upset because I knew the Texans really needed this one, I just thought to myself, Bryce Young, say what you want to say about him. That's a tough young player.
Indy, let's just do it. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The Texans running game. Go.
Man, question mark. Like the shrug emoji on whatever you call it, your smartphones. I don't know, because you'll see runs, you'll see Dameon Pierce show flashes of what he did last year, but when it's all said and done, it just feels like he can't get that 4 yards a carry type game that we're used to seeing. I don't know, and I like that they tried to get creative with Tank Dell. He had a couple of carries there, but it's just something where I'm just shrugging, and I don't want to put it all on the offensive line, but something has got to give.
Yeah, I look at 110 yards as the total, and we've seen them do better offensively with less yardage because the passing game picks up the slack. Mm-hmm. But they had trouble yesterday. As a defensive lineman, ND, or just in general, I look at 4 bat downs of Stroud passes. Now, one of them was Frankie Louvu, a little bit deeper than the line. He wasn't lined up along the line of scrimmage in that case. But what is that about D linemen knocking down passes when that becomes a thing like it did yesterday? I don't think it's a thing this season, and I'm sure they'll address it and repair that. But what about as it applies to yesterday?
For a defensive lineman, you're taught that if you can't get to the quarterback, get in the passing lane and throw your hands up. If I'm on the other side, if I'm working with C.J. Stroud, this may sound crazy, and this is probably why I'm not an offensive coordinator. I wouldn't even mention it. That's one thing I don't want him to have to worry about or think about, because I don't know how you combat it except for moving around in the pocket. But you don't really know when a defensive lineman, when an outside linebacker or pass rusher is going to get their hands up at the right time. So I wouldn't want to put that in his mind. Those are just good defensive plays. Usually when you knock a ball down, you're getting stoned at the line of scrimmage, and you're just making up for a rush that didn't go your way. So you get in the pass lane, throw your hands up. If it's high, you show your vertical. But as far as the quarterback, and I could be wrong, I mean, we'll have to talk to some quarterback experts out there. I don't know if there's anything that you want to put on them to try to combat that, because it's something you really can't control. You can't control where the defensive lineman is going to be where he's going to end up as far as your passing lane. And that, to me, that's just one of those, you just have to chalk it up as a good defensive play. But to answer your question, usually it means you're getting stoned and your pass rush isn't going through well, and then your last option is to kind of position yourself to get in that passing lane and throw your hands up.
Indy, along those lines with pass rushers, John Grenard, he's been on one lately. I mean, he has 2.5 sacks yesterday, and it felt like everything was really kind of working for him. Is pass rushing in some sense, kind of like being hot in basketball? I don't want to say, you're heat checking out there, but where you feel like any move that you throw is going to work. Is it kind of like that, like a hitter in baseball where, you're 5 for 7, the ball looks like it's a grapefruit coming up to home plate? Is it kind of that way in pass rushing too? Because it feels like John's in some sort of groove rushing the edge right now.
Obviously, I appreciate that question, but you know that answer. You played at a high level, and you know more football than 99% of the people. So I appreciate that alley-oop throwing me, John, because you know the answer is yes. You know the answer is yes. And you nailed it when you throw in the other sports out there. Sometimes when you do the double swipe, it might not work one week, but you do it the exact same way, but it's just on point because you're timing it the right way. And regardless of what the move may be, it just sometimes there's some days where it's the matchup, it's the scheme, it's the timing, it's the weather, it's the way the wind is blowing. Everything just seems to work, and it comes in bunches. That's where, if I had a chance to talk to Will Anderson, I know he's frustrated. Look, it's one thing to lose the game. Then if you're a number 3 overall pick, and you showed in the preseason that you're a guy that's going to get after the quarterback, and your defense has 5 or 6 sacks and you don't have any, that bothers you. Like you won't admit it because you don't want to look like you're a selfish player. But Will Anderson right now is bothered that 1, the team lost, 2, they had 6 or 7 sacks, and he didn't have any. But with a guy like him, it's going to come in bunches. He's of that mold of Nick Bosa from San Francisco. They're down on him saying, they got that big extension and he's not producing. There's going to be a week where Nick Bosa has a 4-sack game. There's going to be a week where Will Anderson has a 3-sack game. Then he's going to follow it up with a 1.5-sack game. They do come in bunches, so you just have to be patient and keep working your craft, because you're going to have that game, like you mentioned, where every move just appears to be working.
Andy, talk to me about week to week in the NFL, about getting up for a game. I'll put that in air quotes, whatever that means. And it's not just being fired up to play at noon on a Sunday. DeMeco Ryans keeps talking about the work they need to put in. And you got the feeling after the game he wasn't entirely satisfied with their week of preparation. I don't want to speak for him. We'll have his show on at 5 o'clock today and ask him more about that sort of thing. But some of the sound bites post-game reflected the importance of being ready for anybody. And you see it all over the league all week or every week all year long. What is it that goes into that in the mentality of a player?
Getting up for the game, Mark, is pretty easy from my point of view. It's getting up for Wednesday's practice. It's getting up for Thursday's practice. It is getting up for Friday after the walkthrough to make sure you put in that extra hour of film study. So when you do get up for that game on Sunday, that you know exactly where you're supposed to be, you know what adjustments you're going to have to make, and you make them seamless. Because when you're thinking and playing at the same time, you play slow. But when you're out there and everything's just a natural reaction because you put the hours and hours of study and film in, then that's when you see the guys that just make it look easy. So I think even when you see poor performances, even when you see the Patriots who got their butts kicked by the Miami Dolphins, before that game, those Patriot players were up for it. They were excited. Then the reality of how they prepared during the week started to show as the game went on. So I really think that regardless of, unless you're just sick or you're battling some kind of illness, most guys in the NFL are going to be excited. They're going to get up after the national anthem and those fighter jets fly over the stadium. I mean, just me thinking about it right now, I'm starting to get goosebumps knowing damn well if I went on the field, I'd my ass kicked right now. But just thinking about it, you get up for it. So I just think it's all about getting up during the week and making sure you prepare the right way. And we talked about it coming out of the bye week. Either you're going to look great or you're going to look a little sluggish. And it takes a while for a new coaching staff to truly understand how to handle coming out of a bye week.
Andy, when do you truly flush it? When is the previous week, win or lose? When is it actually flushed?
That's a great question. For me, Monday night, you come back, you watch film as a team, you watch those embarrassing moments as a team where coach points out the bad plays in front of everybody, in front of all your brothers. And then after that, when you walk out of the stadium, when you leave the facilities, I should say, after film study, it's on to the next. I forgot the name of the hip-hop song, but there's one that's like on to the next. That's what it is. So Monday night, when you're settling down in your apartment, your house, your condo, wherever you live, watching Monday Night Football, that previous game's already passed.
Yeah, I've got that on repeat.
You got that, right?
Yeah,
you know the answer to that.
Yeah, on to the next one. Right. Absolutely. In my car every day.
On to the next. Anybody that's going to know, it's going to be Mark.
I mean, all the motivational speakers will tell you there's nothing more important than what's right in front of you, all right? The next thing is the most important thing. And the next thing for Baylor, ND, because I know you have a familial interest in this, is UH on Saturday. Well, a couple of quickies on this one. I mean, this is a fight for bowl survival almost, right? Because I think if I have my math correct, the loser of this has a 6th loss. So that's like you're on the edge of there. But what do you make of the Baylor home game setting with the river and everything? Is that pretty cool? Is that one of the cooler places you've been?
It was cool until they started losing. It was cool during the recruiting. It was cool during the recruiting trips. It was cool during those games that we saw last year that they were winning. But now you just want to throw the players, including my son, into the river until they wake their butts up. But it's you know what though? All jokes aside, it's a beautiful scene. Like it's definitely an awesome game day experience, not just for the players but for the fans. But Baylor has to figure out a way to get this thing turned around. And same with University of Houston. I mean, I always tell Andre Ware and all my University of Houston Cougs, when I'm not cheering for the Rice Owls, I'm cheering for U of H, or I'm always cheering for U of H unless they're playing the Rice Owls. I expected a whole lot more from them this year. So, yeah, like you said, Mark, you don't want to say it's a must-win, but it's absolutely a must-win for both teams if they want to get to a bowl game.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to watching that one and definitely look forward to Sunday, Texans and Tampa Bay as always. We always look forward to visiting with you. And you'll have the Texans Huddle program tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Player TBD. ND, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right. So he wants to throw his son in the river. I got that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We've all had that feeling from time to time.
Every parent out there is like, amen. Yeah. And it wouldn't stop at just one time.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it would stop at just once. Yeah. There would be more than
that.
But
in a healthy way, we'd never really do it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they,
in a healthy way.
In a healthy way.
There's no healthy way to do that. Yeah. That applies to my sports hate take. It's a healthy thing, but this is not healthy. I guess it's normal. I should say it's normal to feel that way sometimes, but anyway. Let's get to John McClain next and talk about what happened yesterday all around the league, too, because there were some really horrible things that happened, in my opinion. I did not enjoy most of what went down away from what was happening in Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday around the NFL. We'll talk about that. Getting sick is not an option. We all know that. But on-demand video visits can help smooth it out with Houston Methodist offering 24/7 on-demand video visits. Quick access to primary care doctors for existing patients. Log on to HoustonMethodist.org/ Care-options, HoustonMethodist.org. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and
Your Texans live here on Texans Radio.
Second and goal inside the one. Handoff. Big Beck. He takes it in for 6. Andrew Beck. All he does is score touchdowns. Houston has the lead. 6-0. Extra point on the way.
Yeah, that did not age that well because we had another carry in the game. Beck had the fumble, unfortunately. Now, they dodged the big bullet on that one. They held it to a field goal. But points were precious yesterday, as we saw in a 15-13 loss, because if you don't fumble that, worst case is you're putting it away and making them play on a long field, and who knows what happens. The universe changes. We talked about the It was a 2nd and 5 originally at their 35-yard line. Johnny, you had 2nd and 5 at the 35 with a chance to sort of put it away or at least make it really difficult for them, needing a touchdown instead of a field goal. You go backwards. That hurt a lot. And obviously going for 2 and not making it hurt a lot because same situation at worst. They're trying a game-tying field goal, or they get a touchdown and win the game at the end. I know the universe changes again after that, but that's kind of how it played out. After the Texans got that touchdown, they forced 2 Carolina punts, but they couldn't move the ball themselves. So therein lies the final drive situation, and they get started at the 9-yard line, eventually get the game-winning field goal. That was it. Let's get the general in here, John McClain, to diagnose, to give us the post-mortem on what he saw yesterday in Charlotte. Good morning, General.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing well. We're coping, but we're looking forward to Tampa Bay on Sunday. Hey, we're in the middle of a football season here. Things happen. Let's go. Let's right the ship on Sunday at noon.
I'll tell you something. As I was thinking of a lead to write on my column on SportsRadio610.com, I thought this. The fact that everybody's so bummed shows you how much improvement they've made in DeMeco Ryans' first season. The last 3 years, you never expected to win a game on the road. They did. It was gravy. This one favored by 3. It's almost, you wonder, okay, have they advanced far enough to not blow a chance like this? And it turned out they haven't. And when a rookie quarterback, it's almost like Stroud has been so good, we expect him not to make mistakes. All rookie quarterbacks make mistakes, like delay games at the worst possible time. And you know, that you just mentioned the Beck fumble that cost them 3. The defense played great. Now see if you guys agree with this. I said it was the best performance in team history by an end/tackle duo. We had great performances with Watt and Clowney, but I said an end-tackle duo because of Grenard and Malik Collins were both great. Not just rushing Bryce Young, but they played the run great. The whole defense played the run great, gave up 44 yards, 1.9 a carry. But they made that big 3rd and goal stop. Collins and Grenard did. They were all over Young, all over the running game. And I thought about it. I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it, but I can't remember a better all-round performance by an end and tackle than Grenard and Malik Collins had. And Cam Johnston had the best game of his career. He was outstanding. I mean, you see a lot of guys average 47.8, but his net was 45.8. He had 4 inside the 20. Then he had the longest punt in history. And people are probably, why are you talking about a punter? Because he deserved it. He was fantastic. So they made him enough mistakes to lose, not enough big plays to win. It's weird. It was a repeat of the Atlanta game. At some point, they're going to get over that hump.
Yeah, General, I would tend to agree. I would think there's probably a game of DJ Reader and Clowney, DJ Reader and Watt. I guess.
Reader didn't rush the quarterback like
but right. Yeah,
Reader never had that.
Reader never had the sacks like Malik. Malik's more of a sack artist, and you kind of read my mind because I literally just wrote before you hopped on during the break about John Grenard and Malik Collins. I mean, he had 4.5 sacks between them, and Malik was incredible yesterday. I don't think Malik has got enough credit. I mean, they did miss Sheldon Rankins a little bit, but I'm not putting this one on the defense at all, John, because the run game really can't get going. The offense with numerous mistakes. But I'm glad you brought up Cam Johnston, because in a game where there are very few points scored, Cam Johnston saved a lot of them. But I want to go back to the run game, General. It's kind of more of the same. After the bye week, we expected a little bit more. You're facing a defense that was giving up about 145 per game. And, again, the run game kind of stuck in neutral. And some of the better runs, I heard Sean and Seth say this. I'm glad they reminded me. A couple of the runs they had were off broken plays where a block was missed. They had to make somebody miss the backfield. They turned it into a 15, 16-yard gain. What can get the run game going, John?
I don't have any idea. I thought it was going to get going yesterday. I thought with 2 weeks to prepare the coaches and going against the Panthers run defense, second worst in the NFL. And they had 110 yards, but their average was 108.5. So they just did about the same thing. 3 guys carried the ball on Damian Pierce's 16-yard run, he was hitting the backfield. Right. Devin Singletary had a 9-yarder where he was hitting the backfield. And that has to do with the run blocking. And now they've lost another player. Jared Patterson was doing really well. Now he's out for I don't know how long, but it's a long time with an ankle injury, maybe the season, I don't know. Hopefully Juice Scruggs can come back. Michael Dieter, a veteran, finished the game, but that's a big loss because when Juice Scruggs is able to come back, and he hadn't even been activated from injured reserve to start his window, and I think Patterson would have stayed at center and Scruggs would have moved to guard because they wouldn't want to mess up the good relationship on the field that Patterson has with Stroud. Not one mishandled snap between two rookies. That was pretty amazing. And, Stroud had 140 yards, no interceptions, but he wants to throw the ball down the field more, but you can't throw it down the field if the coverage is designed to keep you from doing that. He went deep early, overthrew it, but it'll be up to Bobby Slowick to figure it out, and they should beat the Buccaneers. Or the line opened at 2.5, but you should have beat the Panthers. It's amazing when you look back, 0-2, and they just pound the Jaguars in Jacksonville, come back and pound the Steelers. Both of them have winning records. Jaguars haven't lost since, and right now Jacksonville is running away with the AFC South like they were supposed to before the season.
Well, things can change in a hurry in this league. We all know that. Just referencing a couple of things you guys talked about. First time they've had two players with 2 or more sacks in a game since Watt and Clowney in 2018 at Indianapolis. That was the big deep into overtime game, right? So that's pretty cool. And Cameron Johnston with the team record punt of 74 yards. Brian Anger had the previous high. So the guy they replaced Anger with breaks Anger's record, which is pretty cool stuff. General, Tampa Bay up next. They lost to Buffalo Thursday night. They get the mini-bye coming in here. Baker Mayfield, in some ways better than expected, but for them, for their standard lately, which included Brady, of course, they're not happy right now. What do you make of the matchup on Sunday?
I think the Texans ought to be able to win the game. Baker Mayfield's been up and down. He started well. They've been losing now. It's a good time to get to them, just as it was to the Panthers. I tell you something, I forgot. I got to tweet this. There couldn't be anybody on the Panthers roster happier at that victory than first-year quarterback coach Josh McCown, for obvious reasons. And then another one, Thomas Brown, who interviewed here, he was a first-time play caller. I forgot to even mention him.
Jero Avero, the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he did too. That's right. And so those guys had to take a lot of pleasure, but especially McCown, who thought he was going to be named head coach. And Brown's calls, Bryce Young looked good, but when you're a defense and you give up one touchdown in the NFL, you ought to be able to win. And, of course, the offense didn't hold up its end, and they got to find a way to turn it around because the one thing Tampa Bay has that's good is defense. They still play defense, and I think they were missing a couple of their starters when they lost to Buffalo. And I read something about they got shafted on a call. They lost 24-18, and they had a call go against them. But, I was looking at it, they only ran for 78 yards. Nate Baker had 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 91 rating. They still have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and so receivers are going to be tough to cover. But the Texans defense, especially the run defense, when you think about how bad it was last year, 170 yards, and how bad really it's been since 2019, it is amazing the way they've turned around the run defense with coaching, with strategy, and playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no question. We kind of want to, flush this one, get beyond it. But I understand what today is all about. We got to talk about it. I get that. But, I thought about this. Man, what would be worse to, stub your toe or break your arm? They both hurt really, really badly, right?
Well, I would think the arm would be worse.
Yeah, I would think. And so yesterday was kind of breaking the arm, but stubbing our toe would kind of be Will Levis playing the way that he did for the Tennessee Titans
Whatever
yesterday wearing those uniforms. It was just god-awful.
DeAndre.
DeAndre Hopkins with 3 touchdowns. How bad is this in Tennessee that now the Titans may have found their quarterback for the foreseeable future with the way Levis played?
I do 2 shows a week up there, and last week everybody's ready to fire Vrabel. Everybody was mad at him that during the bye week he went to New England to be put in the Patriots Hall of Fame and was sitting up in Robert Kraft's suite with the other inductees. And I'm going to ask them this week, hey, y'all still mad at Mike Vrabel for going to New England? Because, of course, winning solves everything. Diop only averaged 32 yards a catch. I can't remember him having a game where he had 2 long touchdowns like he did. He had only 4 catches, but 3 were touchdowns and 2 were long ones, I think 61 and 47. So he's got to be really happy because there was talk that he was going to be trade bait. And I told him on those shows, no way they're trading Derrick Henry and DeAndre Hopkins. When you're playing a rookie quarterback, you don't take away weapons around him. You try to add weapons around him to give him a fair shot. So right now they're 3-4, tied with the Texans. They're a half game ahead of the Colts, who lost another tough one. And they got to be ecstatic about Levis. It was reunion weekend up there. Billy White Shoes Johnson went into the Ring of Honor. Warren Moon was designated, I think, as the 12th man. And then Levis put on a show. It's interesting, their offensive line had been terrible, but Levis is really mobile. But he's got as he told us at the Combine, I got a cannon for an arm. And one of those touchdowns, I think I read, was a back foot throw. And so they're going to see them a lot differently with him. And that they're not back in. They're not going to win the division, neither the Texans, but they're both in wild card contention. And that's why you can't lose games you're supposed to win unless you win games you're supposed to lose, like Jacksonville and Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. General, we appreciate the time as always, and we'll visit later on in the week. Thanks so much.
I look forward to it, guys. Thank you very much as always.
John McClain, we visit with him every Monday morning to get his take on the game and the games. And these 2 things absolutely have to happen on Sunday. Absolutely have to get better in a big hurry for the Houston Texans if they're going to knock off the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who they've lost 3 games in a row coming in. Ooh, I don't even like that. I don't even like that they've lost 3 in a row. You know what I mean? It's like
they're coming off the mini bye.
Yeah, coming off the mini bye. This is last house on the left for them, maybe. I mean, look, there's a lot of season left. We all know that, but you don't want to put yourself in some gigantic hole. We'll talk about that and check in with Andre Ware at 9. Plenty on what he thought about the passing game yesterday, and also we'll go around the college circuit a bit with Dre at 9. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Monday.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess over every little detail. Hold your hand through it all. Smile bravely when it's time to let go. Make your dreams come true. Wedding dresses starting under $200, bridesmaids dresses starting under $100. The things we do for love. Only at David's Bridal.
The Texans couldn't take down Carolina.
Snap is down. The kick is up. It's good. The Panthers win the game 15-14. 13.
It's not the end of the world, thank God. We got a lot of football left to play, and we've showed our potential. If we want to be consistent and want to be playoff contenders.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Texans Radio.
I'm Steve Naylor. We're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amity Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amity Bank is very involved with what we're doing and they want to hear our story and they want to know how they can help us. They make you feel like you're part of the family.
Amity Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Band Corporation N.A. member FDIC.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific Minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Kari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Are you ready to go all in on the NFL's next big game? With On Location, you get it all. All the access, all the exclusives, all the VIP experiences you want. All season long. From 50-yard line seats at Super Bowl 58 in Vegas to VIP pre-games, post-games, and everything in between, it's all yours when you're on location. Check out our complete VIP experiences lineup at NFLOnLocation.com or search NFL On Location. Go all in on location.
You don't want to miss it.
Y'all deserve to feel special.
Gotta go! Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We find our tails off every day to make sure y'all walk around with that swag that we walk around with when we get a dub.
CJ Stroud with more magic.
Nice, nice, nice.
Catch the Texans as they take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Sunday, November 5th on Kids Day, presented by Texas Children's. Ticket information at HoustonTexans.com.
What a day.
You're listening to Texans Monday.
3rd and 10 at the Panther 24. Stroud shotgun, Boone to his left. CJ gets the snap, fires over the middle, and Noah Brown with the catch, gets up across the 5, brought down at the 3. What a bullet by CJ, and finally Franklin brings Brown down for a 1st and goal at the 3.
Man, that was
a seed.
Bullet. It was a laser because when it happened, I think all 3 guys fell down who were around the ball or something. Well, the 2 defenders, it almost looked like it was picked off something, but and the ball just disappeared into Noah Brown's chest. It implanted itself into his chest cavity, and then he got up. He was actually untouched. That he threaded the needle on that one. Man, Stroud is good. Just have to find a way. Obviously, the 4 knockdowns were not helpful. The fact that, you ran the ball for 110 yards, but it didn't feel like it. You had some pops, but it didn't feel like it. And, Johnny, I was going to go here. Let me start with the offensive line. With the injury to Jarrett Patterson, carted off yesterday, so let's just hope that he's going to be okay, and I don't know how long it takes, whatever the case is with him. If Juice is not ready, it's probably Dieter at center.
Probably, yeah.
Does this, or maybe it has no effect at all on whether they would make this decision to move Titus back over to tackle for whatever reason? Because Fant looked kind of banged up as well yesterday during the game. Maybe not bad enough to make a change within the game, but I don't know what they're going to do here. Do they have to reconfigure up front? Or do they feel like, we're right there. We're so close to being able to really get this running game going, and I don't know if they are or not. They had 110 yards. That was, 3rd best on the season for them as a team. But, again, it just wasn't effective enough. I mean, they didn't move the ball yesterday. The worst thing was, it's fine if it's 110 yards if you're throwing for 280 or something like that. But they threw for sub-150 yesterday. What was the final total in the passing game? It was not nearly enough. It was. I got another game book up here.
It was
140.
No, it was net yards passing was 119.
Gosh, well, 140. Gross.
Minus the sacks. Yeah. So CJ will get 140 passing yards, but
what was their net yards?
You got the
one. They had 180 because the Texans had all that sack yardage against.
I mean, you could. went back and watched the game on the bus sitting next to you on the way home and just getting frustrated. And there were some things I was getting frustrated with in the run game. But, Noah Brown has a 23-yarder that's called back because of an ineligible man downfield. The third and after the delay of game, CJ throws a dime on the sideline just 6 inches outside the reach of Tank Dell. Tank is NFL using the NFL as a guide. He's open.
Yeah.
In college, it's not, but in the NFL, he's open, and he just threw it 6 inches too wide. You pick up 12 yards there, you keep that drive alive, and who knows if you put points on the board, how tough it becomes for Bryce going back the other way. So it just fits and starts all day. But to my point, and I'm glad Sean and Seth brought this up, the big runs that the Texans had, they were dead on arrival. Yeah. And Damian spun out of one, then picked up 16 yards. Devin Singletary did the same. He's getting hit in the backfield 4 or 5 yards deep. He got out of it somehow and was able to pick up 8 or 9 yards on that run. I think what's frustrating, and it's frustrating when you just for any team, but you watch the second play of the game. First down play, I think, got a yard. Second down play, they run to the left side, and they just mow it down. And Damian just kind of fits in behind it, gets it to a 3rd and 1. And I can't remember. I think a pass got batted down at that point, 3rd and 2. But it's like, man, the line moved. Defensive line was getting moved off the ball. You're like, that's the way it should look. And it was smooth. It was easy. I'm like, man, 6-7 yards just like that. Like it's drawn up on the board. And then you have plays where you're trying to run the same side power, and Burns is in the backfield, and you don't touch him. So all of that brings me to the point of, does Titus go back to tackle? I don't know. That might be too many moving parts. So if let's say you moved Titus over to right tackle, then how do you solve your guard situation right now? Is
Josh ready?
Is Josh Jones go back in there at left guard? I mean, is that what you end up doing?
I'm wondering what they're thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Peter King has the things I think. And I'm wondering what they're thinking about it. And we could talk to DeMeco about it, but, he's not going to say, well, if this is our lineup this week, he's not going to do that.
No.
Because he wants to keep things close to the vest. But they have to figure it out anyway at center right now. And if Juice is unavailable, then they've got an immediate issue with probably Dieter taking over.
All right, Coach Vandermeer, we're going to go to this.
Go ahead.
What is the best, all things, everybody healthy, let's say Juice is ready to go in a week or so.
Mm-hmm.
What is the best configuration
of the O-line?
Of the offensive line.
They have to determine if they're better off with Fant.
No, you're Coach Vandermeer. You decide.
Oh, offensive lineman. I'm asking you because here, offensive lineman, are you knocking your guy out of the way? But you mentioned something. Ineligible downfield. That kind of stuff can't happen. That kind of stuff cannot happen. Everybody's got to be on the same page mentally.
Right.
You can't have the mental errors, the false starts, those things. Now, they haven't had that.
Right.
But yesterday. But that is the kind of thing that you cannot do. You have to be mentally sharp going into the game, and that's why DeMeco talked about, the preparation aspect of it. He's big on that. And ND mentioned it as well. I talked about getting up for the game on Sunday, and he said, it's easy to get up for the game. You got to get up for Wednesday practice.
Yes,
and it's the old saying, was it Ray Lewis? Somebody said, I don't even know if it was him, you pay me to practice. Sundays I give you for free. Right?
That's
the practice, the prep. Now, I guess even the coaches can feel like, I think we had a good week of practice, but you never know how you're going to come out and play. You just never know. You don't know. This is the NFL. Look at what happened yesterday to the Kansas City Chiefs. Look at what happened to the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy, by the way, I mean, he needs to sit.
They got a bye week, and they need it.
He needs to sit. He's got the concussion issues, and it's a big deal. You got to be careful with this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just because I had Dr. Kenneth Padell on last Thursday. Just because a guy is cleared, it does not mean that he's going to be at his best in professional football, especially at the quarterback position. We saw it here with Brian Hoyer in 2015. I will always think that I know he was cleared, so medically fine, but it just didn't seem like he was the same guy when he came back from multiple concussions at the end of the year and had to start that playoff game.
No, you spoke eloquently, and you did a very nice job talking about that because you're right about that, but you danced around the question I asked
about the O-line?
What's the 5? Blair's at left tackle, and Shaq Mason's at right guard.
I might put Titus back at right tackle because that's where I paid
That's
him
where
to
you
play.
envision him, yeah.
Yeah, that was the original blueprint, right? If we're going to go blueprint, that was it. Now, my left guard blueprint was Kenyon Green, but that left the building a while ago. He's on the mend, and so is Kendrick Green, who played pretty well in his spot. So I still have an issue there. Is it Dieter? Is it Josh Jones? Is it somebody else? And with center, I can only hope that Dieter can fill in or Juice is ready, because I'd love to see Juice out there. That's what we drafted him to do here if I'm the coach of the team. So I got some things to figure out. In other words, I don't have all the information I need right now, Johnny. Talk to me on Wednesday, okay?
That's the biggest thing is you just don't know when Juice is going to be able to come back. But I think George has played some pretty solid football, but I think to get your best 5 on the field, I think when Juice comes back, Juice needs to be the center because Juice can give you some movement. It's just a matter of what you do at guard.
Maybe George is the right guy.
And maybe
right
you go back to Josh Jones at guard, and maybe that's the thing that you do.
It's tough on Titus though.
To get your 5 best players out on the field.
We've moved Titus around as an organization so much, and it's just because of injuries and whatever issues.
And I give him credit for being able to step in at spots, and I know it's got to be frustrating for him because he's playing guard where he's pulling and doing things he wouldn't normally do as a tackle. And so it's frustrating, and people see, the play with Damian. They see that, Titus is trying to get across, get a block. This is not what he does, really. So I'm with you. I'd like for Titus to just get back to tackle, and that's where he plays. But how do you get your best 5 up there fitting properly and fitting right the way you want it to, especially now losing Jarrett? Because there's thought of, hey, let's leave Jarrett at center and move Scruggs at guard when he comes back, and then Titus can go back over. But I don't know. I think that's something that they definitely have to figure out sooner than later, especially because the big guy's coming. The big guy, the best nose tackle they're going to face this year is on Sunday if he's healthy.
I think he should take another week off.
Another week, yes.
Another week off, Vita Vea. Another week. You need it. You don't need to play Sunday. You need another week of rest. All right, Andre Ware next. Let's get into it with him. The passing game, all of it. What he thought of the duel between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. College stuff as well. It's coming up on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Whataburger Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back. But some folks have yet to try it. So let's not do the thing where we're like, "You've never had a jalapeno cheddar biscuit before?" You know what? It's okay. Invite them to try this flaky, cheesy, and slightly spicy goodness for themselves. The Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit, available as a sandwich or on its own from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. for a limited time at participating locations. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Boost by Kroger Plus membership is more than worth it. Because every time you shop for your groceries, you get 2 times fuel points and free delivery on your purchase. Try it free for 30 days and start saving big today. With Boost by Kroger Plus, you'll have less worries and more rewards. So what are you waiting for? Join now. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Eligible for free grocery delivery on orders over $35. Restrictions apply. See site for
here, and yet he continues to get better. Dre, what's not gotten better is the run game. Even after a bye week, we just didn't see it. And I think Carolina, with some guys back, Luvu wasn't totally healthy, but he was back. Brian Burns wasn't totally healthy, but he was there. I think that's a better defense that people give it credit for, but they just kind of been mired in some muck. But I wasn't surprised that they played a little bit better, but still should run for more than what we run for, Mark, 110?
Yeah, 110.
And average 3.7. So, Coach Ware, what gets the run game better going forward in your estimation?
I think it's just time. If you're going to stay status quo in terms of what you're doing along the offensive line, then they just need to develop continuity. They've got to develop some chemistry up front with Titus. Titus thinks in his mind he's a tackle, man. He's the right tackle, playing left guard. And so, that's the one thing about players. You can ask them to move, and they'll tell you, yeah, I'll do it for the team, so on and so forth, and this is what the team needs. But in his gut of all guts, is that really where he wants to play? And so until he receives that and goes there 100%, then I don't know that all of the production that you should get out of a player. And I'm just using him as an example. When you move guys, they have to be totally 100% committed. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out. I just think they need time up front to play together, play snaps together, to learn the little intricacies of run blocking, where one guy knows I'm going here and the other trust that that's where he's going, so I can go do this. There's a lot of that give and take and communication that goes on up front along the offensive line, and it takes time. And I think Titus has played, 2 games at left guard, and you got Fant at right tackle. He is, he's still kind of settling in, being, out there on the edge at that spot. So it's not just sign guys, plug them in, and it automatically works. And I'm talking about the O-line in particular, because that's where the running game really goes. It's not really the running backs. It is to a degree, but they have to have holes to open or run through that are open, and there wasn't a whole lot of them yesterday.
All right, well, let's diagnose the passing game yesterday, because that was for 140 yards. See, I'm thinking if they throw for 275, we're not even talking about the running game much today, but they weren't able to get it clicking. 4 knockdowns at the line. Well, one of them was a little bit deeper with Frankie Luvu, the linebacker. But what do you make of it, Dre? Why did it not work the way they needed it to? And do they really miss Robert Woods that much? And I don't ask that facetiously. I mean, Robert Woods has been a pretty solid third down friend of C.J. Stroud this season.
Yeah, he really has been on third down. Robert Woods has been big. So, yeah, his influence and his leadership and all of it was missed yesterday, especially when, you get involved in a close game like that. I mean, stop for a second. The team's, 3-4? And you look back at a game in Atlanta that you felt like you should have won. Or if you get that game at home, you feel better about it. Yesterday's game, same scenario. That's a game you should have won. So you're looking at 5-2 as opposed to 3-4.
Wow.
And it just makes you, chew a little harder on your food, because it's frustrating. Because there's, in those 2 games in particular, there were plenty of opportunities to really grab the game and close it out, and you just couldn't do it. But I like what Tank Dell is doing at receiver. I like what Nico Collins is doing at receiver, and I like what Dalton Schultz is doing at times at receiver. And then Noah Brown started the game yesterday, in an outstanding fashion, and he kind of disappeared. Yeah, we didn't hear much from him after that. And Tank Dell kind of disappeared. Was it play calling, or did they just disappear? Because they were targeted early in that game, and I felt like Carolina, with the way they had been viewed statistically, they were going to sell out to stop the run. And that's exactly what they did. That's why there were some successes early in the game, in the passing game, and I thought at some point Bobby Slowick would go back and revisit that area and make it a pass first to run type of offense, but that never seemed to be the case yesterday.
Dre, when you have a couple of those losses, and I know the one from Atlanta, it feels like eons ago, and it was, 3 weeks ago, but you lost those 2 on the road. Now, I know you're coming back and you're playing Tampa Bay, but how, as a player, in your experience, is it easy enough to just say, you know what, over, done, flush it, move on? Or are those the kind of losses where you go, especially a team that hasn't won as many games, in the past few years, man, we could be sitting here 5-2. How do you kind of avoid doing that sort of thing if you're Texans players right now?
You're talking about me as a player or Texans players? Or just
just in general.
Because me, I'm not going to let it go that quick, man. I mean, there may be some guys that can flush it in 24 hours or whenever we flew back in here last night. I'm not that guy, though. It's going to eat on me until we actually start practicing again. And I'm viewing the film during film study and as a team, and then you break it down individually. What else could I have done to affect the game that was that close? And then you start looking for everything else, especially as a quarterback, that could have happened, that could have been done to prevent it from happening again down the road, so that when you sense that coming in the game against Tampa or Arizona or whomever else is left on the schedule, you know exactly how to react and go to your offensive coordinator and say, hey, Ray, remember when we were playing the Panthers? This happened at this time. And, oh, yeah, this is how we should react. Because it may be something that you didn't even work on that week for that particular team, but you just know how to handle it. I can tell you years ago, play-by-play of games that I played in because I couldn't let them go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a sick way to think.
Well, sometimes, do you think sometimes
but
you
it's
remember?
just the way you're wired, though. I mean,
it is.
I'm
It's
kind of
the way
saying.
you're wired as a player.
Yeah.
Do you sometimes remember the losses more than the wins or the
Absolutely.
details
Oh, there's
of those?
no doubt. You learn way more in a loss than you would ever learn in a win. Because in a win, you're not going to adjust a whole lot. In that loss, though, you're going to go looking for the fixes and what went wrong and how to fix them.
You know where that really struck me? I was watching that Catholics versus the Convicts. What, is that a 30 for 30?
Yeah, 30 for 30.
All right,
Miami,
so
Notre
Catholics
Dame?
Miami, Notre Dame from way back. And this was a huge game, and if you don't know, kids, then watch the 30 for 30. It's awesome. But interviewing the Hurricanes guys who participated in that and how bitter they are about that game. And that was a regular season game. This is Jimmy Johnson won national championships and, Super Bowls, but that one eats at them, and I thought that just shows you what a loss does to people. And that's a regular season game, but it was a big one.
You look at a guy like Jimmy Johnson, he is as competitive as they get. And when the head coach is standing in front of a room day after day after day, then your players start to become a mirror image of him, or at least that's what you're hoping. Now, when you really become a football team is when the team itself starts to police itself. Whereas the coach, you don't have to get guys to meetings on time. You've got players that are making sure that guys are getting the meetings on time. That's when you have a football team and a winning culture.
Okay. I've been waiting to spring this on you guys because I just ran down to the cafeteria, grabbed a drink, and in our Players Cafe, they've got TVs all across so they're on different things. One's on NFL Network, one's on ESPN, one's on ESP2, whatever. I look over as I'm grabbing my drink, and I see that a first take question that is coming up.
Coming up.
This is for both of you.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the question. Is Trevor Lawrence the front runner for MVP?
Ooh. I'll tell you. All right, so front runner right now. Dre, do you want to take it or do you want me to take it first?
Well, I kind of have to take my Texans hat off right now and think like a national guy that would even come up with that question. And I guess it's that way because of how he's playing, but the team's success in Jacksonville, being a division leader right now. What are they, like 5-2?
6-2.
Just went to the bye.
6-2. Ooh, that's even better than I actually thought. I don't know that I've dived all into Trevor Lawrence like a national guy asking that question, but there's a case for it, and obviously him being a number 1 overall pick is going to include him in that conversation. It's kind of like going to Notre Dame, having a successful season, and you're going to be mentioned for the Heisman if you're playing quarterback at Notre Dame. It's kind of how it is. And don't ask me why it's that way. It's just that way. But that's kind of how it is for a number 1 overall pick after a couple of years, and they start to play well. So could he be? If Jacksonville continues on this upward trend, and I don't know that Jacksonville actually gets – now, I've got my Texans hat off. I don't know that Jacksonville actually gets the credit that they deserve for what they did last year and how close they got.
Yeah.
And then to follow it up this year being 6-2 at the almost halfway point, that's pretty impressive. And I haven't, like I said, I haven't really looked at him statistically. But if he's doing some special stuff, yeah, absolutely. I think I could see that happening, him being in that conversation.
So here's where he is. He's completed 68.3% of his passes. His rookie was 59.6%. He's 9-4 touchdown interception ratio. Blake Cashman's got one of those. But yesterday he's in the rain, 292 and a touchdown, no picks against Pittsburgh. And I take that back. He had one pick. My bad. But he would complete 75% of his passes.
Wow.
292 yards. They win at Pittsburgh on the road. It's a big win. They've won now, 5 in a row since we beat them?
Yeah.
And he's played pretty well. I mean, that's the thing, to consider him an MVP candidate at this point. You're like, dang.
Yeah, but here,
better question is, has Mark come around on Trevor Lawrence?
Well, we're about to find out.
Not yet. Not yet. Because Johnny just said the numbers that are going to back up my argument here. Lawrence is playing well. 9 TDs, 4 picks. You know who's playing well for them? Travis Etienne. This dude is on fire, and not just running the ball. I don't think he's in the top 3 even in running the ball, but he makes impactful plays, catching the ball out of the backfield or wherever they let him up. I think he caught a long touchdown pass yesterday from wide, right? So he can do stuff like that for you. So I think he's spreading out whatever credit I want to give, or I might give Trevor Lawrence. But I think he's going to be
never coming around, Johnny. He's
I know.
never going to come around because he's always got out in Travis Etienne. He's never going to give Trevor Lawrence the credit.
I got my out, baby. And you know what? All right, so no, I'm impressed with a 6-2 record. And having said that, the Texans handled them at their place.
Yeah.
And that kind of woke them up. They haven't lost since that game. But as far as MVP frontrunner, I'd go Jalen Hurts right now. I'll even throw in A.J. Brown as a possibility as far as a non-quarterback goes. He and Tyreek, those guys are en fuego right now, and they deserve a lot of credit for what they're doing. You know, you'd always say Patrick Mahomes, but they haven't been scoring points the way they're used to.
And there's a different expectation for Mahomes, too, now.
Yeah, it's
because
like
of what he's done.
The Jordan thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Jordan thing. Yeah, it's like, oh, we're going to give this one to Karl Malone. We're going to give this one to Charles Barkley. And then, you know, when you get into playoffs, then it's Jordan who ends up winning it. So I think there's some of that. Lawrence, this is another one that stands out. Lawrence has completed 20 passes in every game. 20-plus passes in every game. Yeah. That's a pretty interesting number. I started looking at that last week with quarterbacks. Like, how many times are they getting to 20 completions? He's gotten there every single week.
Well, they're doing a lot of short stuff, which helps. And I'm not going to take that away from him.
Think about that. Not just attempts, but completions.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, no, I got you.
He's playing at a high level, and I never thought about that. That thought of him being MVP never entered my mind. But now that you phrase it in the way you have and you back it up statistically, I don't know that anybody else is playing on that level. And who else is 6-2? How many 6-2 teams are there?
There are a bunch right now. Let's see. There are the Dolphins are 6-2.
They're in the hunt.
Ravens.
In the AFC. Yeah, they're very much in the hunt.
Absolutely in the hunt. I mean, they're tied for the best record in the AFC as the Chiefs, Jags, Dolphins, and Ravens are all 6-2 and all lead their divisions. And in the NFC, you have the Eagles at 7-1 right now. That NFC South is just a mishmash. 4-4 leads the way. Oh, my gosh, I can't believe you've lost 2 games in that division so far, and they were both winnable. Stop me. Tampa Bay up next. Let's get it done. Let's go at least a split in the NFC South.
That's the frustrating part about it, Mark. We looked at the NFC South, and it was like, we could sweep this division. You know, and had 2 games in there where you actually could be 3-0 against the division right now with Tampa coming to our place.
And what do you make of that, by the way? What do you make of Tampa with Mayfield? Yeah, I mean, they've lost 3 in a row. They're hungry.
Yeah, they're hungry, but I like the fact that we're not going there. We're staying at home, and we very much, at this point, need a home game, and we need a win at home on Sunday. So we need we need Texans fans to show up loud and proud and whatever it is that Lovey used to say, show up and show out and all of that. All of that this weekend to get back on track.
Yeah, got to win at home. And here's the thing. You got 4 out of 5 at home. You got Tampa. You do go to Cincinnati. Now Cincinnati's starting to get hotter, and you don't love that. But they're starting to get hot. You figured they would at some point when Joe Burrow got healthy. You're just hoping you were going to catch him before that. And then you got 3 in a row, which could include a game against the Cardinals and Kyler Murray. So let me tie this all together. Let me hit you with, as Landry and John would say, EA Sports right here. Minnesota Vikings yesterday lost Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
If you're the Vikings, do you call down to Arizona and say, hey, what would it take for Kyler Murray? Or do you not even play that game?
I'm not doing it, Trey.
Ooh. Who's their backup? Who's got to play Sunday for Minnesota?
I will find it for you.
It's just, and I asked that question because it will boil down to how much belief I have in him. Minnesota, there were rumors about Minnesota maybe trading Cousins to New York, to the Jets when Aaron Rodgers went down, and so based on how their season was going, and then all of a sudden they started winning games. So now they feel pretty good about the football team, and weren't going to make a whole lot of moves. If you feel like you're a playoff team and Kyler could play better than the backup that's there currently, and how fast can you get him up to speed, then I think you would make the call and see what it would cost you. That wouldn't, basically cost you anything to just experiment and poke around a little bit.
To poke around.
But
Jaron Hall, by the way.
Where you were before, you won a few games and felt pretty good about the team, then I don't think you make that call. And I don't know that they bring Cousins back even when he's healthy. They may move in a different direction.
Yeah, he's got the Achilles injury.
I don't think I'd do it because I think this class of quarterbacks that's coming from college football is going to be extraordinary.
Even if they're going to win games.
If I'm Cousins, the first call I make is to whoever the doctor was that did the Achilles surgery for Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
The other day. He's throwing already.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 2
Just
months
don't come back.
Throwing already.
Just don't come back December 10th. That's when the Texans will visit the Jets, and the Jets are 4-3.
Flying around too. They're flying around. Those rumors are flying that he'll come back this season before. Season.
And how in the heck did the Jets win the game yesterday?
They just did. Defense. Well, the Giants late in the game, the Giants tried a field goal to force them to need a touchdown.
Right.
But they missed the field goal. Jets drive down the field in minimal time, send it to overtime. The rest is history, shall we say. Drake,
go
ahead.
You know about fantasy ball, but I'm not sure Mark has ever indulged himself. But 30 fantasy points yesterday for the Jets defense, and I have them on the bench. Now, I managed to win the game. But do you know how sick I am when I look at 30 points? I'm sitting on the bench.
They were okay. All right, Coach Ware, they're playing the Giants.
I know, man. I know.
What defense did you play?
San Francisco's.
Oh, well.
Oh, man.
They might have got 1 point.
What, you played San Francisco against Joe Burrow?
And Burrow had 31. Put up 31.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Dre, this weekend, it's going to be the University of Texas taking on Kansas State. Thoughts on that matchup as you still don't have yours in the 48ers?
Is that game in Austin?
It's at Kansas State, I believe. Let's see.
Oh,
that's a place you just hate playing if you're Texas.
Buckle up, Longhorns, because you get ready to get.
Oh, no, it's at Texas. My bad. Okay. At Texas. My bad.
In Manhattan, that's a fight. I actually think the way Texas has played the last few weeks, and I don't know if yours is healthy enough this week or not, but that is a really good football team. That's a damn good football team in Manhattan, Kansas. So when they go to Austin this weekend, it would not surprise me in the slightest, and I've had them this year, that Kansas State goes there and upsets the Longhorns. Would not surprise me.
What about Aggies at Ole Miss?
And if you don't believe me or you always hating on Texas, go turn on the film from the last couple of weeks. You don't have to go far. Just turn on the film and watch them play.
K-State, now that Dre says that, K-State beat TCU and Houston a combined 82-3. 82-3 in 2 games.
Beat them down.
Ouch.
Oh.
Aggies at Ole Miss. Thoughts?
I think they can go there and win. I'm not sure of what type of team is that Lane has at Ole Miss this year. I think the Aggies can go in, and if they're buttoned up and they don't turn it over, I would say that they're the better team. But, when you go on the road and you go to a place like that, it's a crazy place to go play. That is, I'd be interested to see or know what the spread is in that one. But I could see taking the Aggies on the road against Ole Miss this year.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. I just think it's going to be a physical game all game. And A&M somehow finds a way. Now, A&M's going to be playing with house money because Ole Miss will be favored. In fact, what is that game?
They're quietly
Ole Miss
rounding into shape. Yeah, I don't know about that. I may take the Aggies with 4.5. But A&M's quietly rounding into a good football team. By season's end, they're going to be hitting on all cylinders. And they had to get over some injuries. They had to get over losing a quarterback and get adjusted to another one and so on and so forth. But they're quietly rounding into shape. They're fun to watch.
Pretty much unrelated to that point, but this is a rhetorical, basically. Wouldn't this be a great year for the 12-team playoff? This would be a great year.
This would be a really good year. This would be a really good year. I still think everybody's playing uphill, Trey. I still think Georgia might be that team, even without Bowers. They were dominating against Florida.
There's still like 6, maybe a 7th team somewhere, or maybe way down the line that's undefeated. That in and of itself would call for a 12-team playoff.
Yeah,
where you get all those undefeated teams in, a couple of 1-loss, a few, maybe even. One team with a 2-loss, a second loss gets in, but this would be a heck of a year. And you know what? When all 12 are in, a team like Alabama's in there and a team like Georgia's in there, and who they're playing, there's going to be some upsets this year. It would have been, but you get 4 in there, and you can survive based on the matchup you get in that first round.
So Washington is 8-0. And you have the 2 Big Ten teams still 8-0 or still undefeated. Georgia, Florida State. So Florida State rounds out the top 4. Then it's Washington, Oregon,
I think they're the best team in the country. They're the best team in the country.
Who?
Florida State.
Florida State. Okay.
It's the one team I probably don't want to play. Michigan's pretty salty. Michigan's pretty salty. Georgia's good, but Florida State can put up 40 on you.
They've got a quarterback that's just not going to let them. He's not going to let them lose. And he's got weapons around him. Their defense is salty. They're well coached. This is a really, really good football team that has passed a couple of road tests now. They've gone on the road and won some big games. So watch out for them when we get to the playoff.
What do you have this Friday?
Going up to Syracuse, New York, way up to the cold to see Syracuse and Boston College. It's always a really good game when those 2 lock up, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Jack Bicknell versus Dick McPherson. Back in the day.
You're going the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
Freeze option. Yeah,
there.
Nice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Get Flutie and McNabb to the game.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, Trey, thanks a lot. We'll catch up later.
All right, thanks, guys.
Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. Now, let's see how the Texans defense stacks up against some of the best in the NFL and what needs to be done to get this offense fired up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a team that's lost 3 in a row. On Sunday at noon, Kids Day presented by Texas Children's. Let's get into it. It's Texans Monday.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
This is Texans Radio.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
From kickoff to the 2-minute warning, HEB has all you need to make your tailgate a touchdown. For the starting lineup, HEB's freshly made guacamole and salsas are a delicious play. And for meat lovers, HEB Prime 1 steaks and burgers are a sizzling way to get your grill on. Plus, pick up the extras like HEB's Our Finest paper towels, Texas Tough trash bags, and foil. From food to snacks to defensive sacks, tailgating is a win with HEB.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut pizza? You do. Duh. Texans win. You win 50% off Pizza Hut pizza the day after the winning game. Every winning game. Use code Texans on PizzaHut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win. You win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Okay. Texans win. You win. Boom. 50% off. No one out pizzas the Hut. 50% off menu price pizzas. Valid the day after the winning game only. Visit HoustonTexans.com/Pizza Hut for participating locations.
The battle of the top 2 draft picks goes to the Panthers. Not how DeMeco and the guys wanted to come back from their bye week. It's back to the drawing board this week with the Buccaneers up next in H-Town.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Bryce Young gets the snap. He's got time now. He's under pressure. He's sacked back at the 11-yard line. Malik and Denzel get back there to bring him down. 4th sack of the game for the Texans.
Kind of what we've been asking for since this ball has been kicked off was to bring the pressure on Bryce Young.
6 sacks in the game. Grenard, 2.5. He has 6 on the season, and he's having a tremendous campaign in that department. And the defense overall, in the things that really don't mean anything department other than you can take it places and do things with it, because we all saw what happened against Atlanta, final drive. We all saw what happened yesterday, final drive didn't go well for that unit. But overall, you will take the point total at the end of the day, certainly 15. My gosh, every single time out, you'll take that. The Texans in points allowed are 7th in the NFL right now. What? 7th in the NFL in points allowed. Yeah, that's what we're looking at here. I mean, this is – let me get back to this here.
Got to stop on the goal line yesterday for one, saved a touchdown there.
They're actually tied for 6th. So they're listed at 7th, but they're tied for 6th. Do you know with who? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You got
Wait
2
a second.
top
All right,
6
I got to check
defenses.
something out real fast. Hold on.
Yeah.
Week 9. I know the Texans are favored, I think, by 2.5. There's another number I'll be looking for.
Really?
And there it is, 38.5.
The over-under?
Yeah, the over-under's 38.5. Giants Raiders are 38.5. Everything else has got a 4 handle at the beginning. So, yeah, that tells you. Well, no, Vikings Falcons 37.5. Oh, man, did you hear about Grady Jarrett? Torn ACL out for the year. Torn Achilles for Kirk Cousins. So, arguably the 2 best players on each side out of that Vikings-Falcons game. But Yeah, I was thinking about this, Mark, just kind of during a break. And you mentioned it, but it really kind of just resonates as you start looking at each. If you look at each singular result from yesterday, and the Cowboys did the Rams wrong. I mean, the Cowboys just really good. It was 33-9 at half.
Oh yeah, they were good yesterday.
Yeah, but the Vikings
take that away from
the Vikings get another win but lose Cousins. The Titans get 4 touchdowns from Will Levis. The Saints put up 38 on the Colts in Indy. The Patriots lose, which we expected. The Giants had -9 passing yards and should have won the game.
Well, Tyrod Taylor unfortunately got hurt, and we like Tyrod, but you were not going to be able to make the playoffs with him or anything. Daniel Jones could possibly be ready next time out.
Possibly. Jags get a win on the road at the Steelers after the Steelers. Well, it was George Pickens.
Don't the Jags always beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh? They've won 2 playoff games there in their history.
It's bizarre. The Eagles score 38, come up with a new tush-push counterplay, which was awesome. The Chiefs get beat by the Broncos in the snow.
Yeah.
The Cardinals.
Soundly. I mean, that was not an edge.
Yeah.
That was a defeat.
The Cardinals scored 17 in the fourth quarter to get within a score of the Ravens. The Bengals go out to Santa Clara and knock off the 49ers. Not just knock them off. Not like 27-20. 31-17.
Yeah.
And really dominated that game.
And Purdy's not right.
Weird stuff happens throughout the league.
Every weekend.
Every week.
Yeah, and last week I highlighted it because I was given the cautionary tale of what could happen if you go to Carolina and you're not at your best, or at least don't have your B-plus game, and they didn't have it yesterday on offense, and they end up scoring 13 points and losing. But I thought I'd give you that defensive number. Run their 11th, Johnny.
Yep.
Against the run. 11th. This is a bottom 2 team, bottom 3 team last 3 years, and now they're 11th against the run. Their defense can win you games, but you're going to have to score some points here. You're going to have to get the ground game right, maybe throw to run, however they want to organize it. Got to figure it out. We talked about the offensive line in a couple of segments ago, and will they reconfigure things again? They obviously have to solve the center issue because Jared Patterson was carted off the field. So if Juice Scruggs is not ready, it could be Michael Dieter, or maybe they do something we're not even thinking of right now. But they've got to do something to get the ball moving better. A lot of pressure on the rookie quarterback to make things happen. And, we talked about the battle of the rookies yesterday. Bryce Young looked good. He looked pretty good. We talked about how we were told that he's not really the issue with them, and I agree. I think sometimes he holds the ball, and maybe that's because nobody's open, or maybe it's just taking him time to process. He's a rookie, but he made enough plays yesterday to make me say, yeah, he's going to be good. Yeah. But you got to keep him from getting smashed by these guys. They are just sandwiching him and bringing him to the ground constantly, even when he wasn't sacked 6 times yesterday.
He took some wicked
taking
licks,
hits.
Man.
He's not going to be able to last through that. As far as Stroud, he was sacked twice. That pocket doesn't always stay clean, but they just were not able to make the connections. 4 bat downs yesterday. Got to find a way. And Stroud said after the game, yeah, I look for even when I look for the check down sometimes, well, I guess it was twice, it got batted down when he's looking for check downs. That's bad because I was going to bring this up as well. I want to see the backs get the ball thrown to them more than they are. Singletary had 2 catches yesterday. By the way, we might have him on the DeMeco Ryans show today. Devin Singletary, that'd be nice. He had some moments yesterday, no question about it. But I'd like to see them throw to the backs a little bit more, particularly when Robert Woods is unavailable, and it seems like he's going to be unavailable for at least another week or 2. We'll hope that he's back sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about the offense, when it was going well in Jacksonville, and even at times in the game against the Colts, when it really kind of got cranked up, they had explosives, 20-plus yard plays. They didn't have those yesterday at all. In fact, the 120. Well, what should have been a 23-yarder, which would have been big. Yesterday, Texans explosives. They had a 31-yard pass to Noah Brown. Was that the one he got up in? But anyways, he had a 31-yard. They had a 22-yarder to Noah Brown, both of them to Noah Brown. And after that, nothing above 20. And that's just not indicative of this offense. This offense has been getting explosives from everybody, really. I know everybody's, Tank Dell. No, Tank Dell has produced some. Nico has produced a bunch. Dalton Schultz has produced a bunch in the interior passing game. They've been getting explosives from a lot of different players. Even Noah, when he came back last time, a couple weeks ago against the Saints, he had an explosive play on a crossing route that put them in scoring position. they just didn't produce explosives yesterday. The two balls they threw down to Nico, one CJ overthrew with the wind behind him, and the other one he threw in a deep over route by me. It was good coverage. It was good coverage. It was really going to be a tough spot for Nico to even make a catch. But those are plays they've been linking up. Mm-hmm. They've been hooking up on those, and they just weren't able to do that yesterday. But the lack of explosives, I felt like was really the biggest thing, because when you look at the other side, you've seen a few. Like yesterday, the Panthers had 3 plays, 20 yards or over. And that's probably, I think the defense has probably allowed maybe even fewer than that in certain games. They just haven't given up a bunch of explosives. But the one thing the defense didn't do yesterday, that it's almost the first thing DeMeco Ryans will tell you after the mistakes that they made, we didn't get any takeaways.
Yeah, you lost a turnover battle 0-1.
And it directly led to a field goal, and you lost 15-13.
So the one fumble was Andrew Beck. Stroud did not throw a pick. That's beautiful. I mean, he had that pick we all talked about in the Saints game where they got it right back. That's the only interception of the season, and you've played 7 games. Mm-hmm. Look, glass half full here. You've played 7 games, and the world of possibilities is all still in front of you, right? Whether you're 4-3 or 3-4, you've got to win these games coming up. You've got to win more than you lose, clearly. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's silly to say that, obviously, but it's true. You could still have the remarkable season, and this is context applied here, the remarkable season you're looking for, but you got to make it happen. I mean, that was one you let get away from you against a very beatable team, and now you have the Bucs coming in here having lost 3 in a row, and I don't think they're in any mood to lose 4 in a row. I mean, this is a league where, these kinds of losing streaks are relatively rare, especially for a Bucs team that, as a defense, was pointed out, they're tied with the Texans in points surrendered in the top 6 of this league. It is going to be tough to move the ball on Tampa Bay, especially with Vita Vea back.
Yeah, and hopefully he's not, for our sake. But Sean brought this up. I was actually thinking about this last night. Texans are 3-4. Sean put this up as a Pender poll on Twitter. I think it's interesting. In their non-Texans games, the combined record of the 3 teams the Texans have beat, 14-6. So beat the Jags, beat the Steelers, beat the Saints. Combined in games they didn't play Texas, 14-6.
Yeah.
Combined record of the 4 teams they lost to, 10-17.
Yeah, the Colts are under 500. Falcons,
Panthers.
Falcons are a weird team. Now, they last week rallied to defeat Tampa Bay on the road with a last-second field goal or late in the game field
Falcons
goal.
Did,
yeah, the Falcons did. Ritter got benched yesterday, and they had to bring in Heineke because Ritter was just uncompetitive in that outing, and they lost anyway. And then you look at, obviously, Carolina. That really, fattens up that record. They beat you, and fattens up the record in the wrong direction. That these teams are way below 500 overall. But, I don't think there was any shame in losing a Falcons game, but you don't want to lose 2 in a row on the road with walk-off field goals. Now, glass half full there is, hey, you're right in the game. You just got to make one play, and they weren't able to do it. And what were we expecting coming into this season? You have so many young guys. They talked about, after the game, running – well, I was going to go Spencer Tillman running with a full cup of success. But you know what I'm saying here. Dealing with whatever success you do get. You're on the bye week. People are telling you how good you are. Bill Cowher's picking you to win the freaking division. And I don't know, as a young player, how you tune that out, but they're going to have to learn to. And just keep the focus on weekly prep, like the coach says, and coming out on Sunday and being at your best at noon. It was 3 weeks ago, right, Atlanta?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, we came in here, and my big takeaway from that game was, you know what? Everybody's kind of the same in this league, roughly, and it's all about how you come out Sunday at noon. Right. And I guess I have to backtrack because after talking to Andy, Andre, hearing from the head coach, it's all about how you come out on Wednesday, too. On Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, your game prep, your preparation, and then you hit the field on fire Sunday at noon and give it your best shot. Now, I'm not saying they didn't play hard yesterday, but they made too many mistakes. 2 penalties early on in that final Carolina field goal drive. That really hurt, obviously. But they were at their 21-yard line, 1st and 10. You line up offsides, and then you have PI, and all of a sudden they're moving there at the 35, 34, and it's game on. They need 25 yards to get into field goal range at that point. Cannot allow that to happen. Smoking hot players of the game. Do we do this after a loss? Yeah, but we'll pass out some accolades? No, we'll just praise. We'll
Yeah,
pass out
praise.
some praise for a couple of guys who had good games yesterday, because overall defensive performance, 15 points allowed. You'd probably take that every time, except you don't want to give it up at the end. Capiche? All right, it's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Texans Radio can
Thielen.
Just didn't have to invite it, though.
How was the coverage on the pass to Thielen to convert that fourth and short? I mean, if you make that stop, it's game over. Ugh.
I haven't had the heart to go watch that one.
Wait. Is that game over, or is that they kicked the field goal? No. It's fourth down. It's game over.
Mm-hmm. It's game over.
Yeah, they converted that one. Then
I think they had their timeouts left. They could have called timeouts, but they would have been without timeouts on the other side of the field. But
that would have been nice.
I mean, look, this one you chalk it up to a lot of missed opportunities and some physical mistakes that killed you, and some mental mistakes that killed you, and You could say it all day long. In this league, you can't make those. You can't make those mistakes if you're not scoring 25 points a game.
Huge moment there. They convert the fourth down, right?
Yep.
And then they have it at your 44, and then they hit Hubbard on your blitzing, and they just dump it over the top to Hubbard, and he goes for 14 yards. And that was ball game right there.
Yep.
There it is. Because you knew,
just a field goal.
Unless they missed a field goal. But what really bothered me there was you couldn't make the stop on the ensuing set of downs, right?
Yeah, right.
If you're able to do that, at least you get the ball back with time on the clock.
Yep.
So it wasn't really ball game. It was field goal. They're going to take the lead.
Yep.
And then hopefully you stop them within that 10-yard frame, and you're able to, force the field goal, but you have time on the clock, no timeouts. I get it. It's tough, but you have C.J. Stroud on the offense. And look, listening to that promo on the Tampa Bay game during the break, I thought, man, the magic, all that stuff, all that high-flying offense that we saw in previous outings. Didn't see it on the road against Atlanta, really. Saw some moments, right? Saw that, hey, they had a go-ahead touchdown pass in that game to Dalton Schultz and couldn't come up with the stop at the end, so that was cool. This was a little bit different because they had the ball. They had the ball at the Carolina 35-yard line, 2nd and 5 at the Carolina 35 with, I don't know, a bunch of time left, but a chance to really make things difficult for the Panthers.
I think it was like 7:53 left.
Yeah. And you go backwards. Yeah. And you go backwards right there.
You missed the second down. I can't remember what happened on the second down. You had the deep over to DeMeco. You missed that. 3rd and 5, you get the delay. You go back. It's 3rd and 10. And Tank is open NFL standards wise, and CJ makes an NFL throw. It's a tough catch on the sideline, and they just couldn't connect. And now you got to punt, and you got to rely on the defense. And I mean, look, I'm definitely not putting this one on the defense. The defense was outstanding with 6 sacks. I mean, look, against Atlanta, you didn't have 1 sack. You rarely had any pressures against Desmond Ridder. You had 6 sacks. You had beaten Bryce Young up, and you just couldn't come up with the stops when you needed on that final drive.
It's like a basketball game where somebody might hit a shot at the buzzer, and you're analyzing that all day long.
Right.
But throughout the course of the game, you didn't rebound well. You didn't convert enough on your end, and all that stuff.
Exactly.
You just didn't play well enough through the course of the game. All right, flush that. Tampa Bay next. But before we do that, home smokehouse, smoking hot players of the game.
I feel like
obviously Grenard.
Yeah, Ben solves this for us each and every week.
Yeah.
Because as we're about to do this segment, he plays a highlight.
Yeah.
And he essentially gives it to us.
Cameron Johnston, too. He flipped all day long in the 74-yard team record punt.
That ball went 80-plus yards in the air.
It was unbelievable.
He uncorked it from the goal line. And I was worried about that sequence of plays because you've got timeouts. Right before the half, you used them. DeMeco did a great job ensuring 135, 1 timeout, offense. Let's go. They get a sack right away. Now, all of a sudden, the Panthers are calling timeouts. Boy, they're going to get the ball in really good field position. I mean, if from the goal line, he punts it, you get it to the 50 or the 45 on the other side. Smith-Barset gets a decent return. Well, they're going to be setting up for a field goal right before half. He hits a rocket.
Yeah. Johnny, if they win that game, Cameron Johnston is the special teams player of the week.
I was going to ask for him in the locker room.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, he was, even having said everything we said, I felt like that would be a good guest after the game. Why not? He was sort of the MVP of that game for the Texans, along with Grenard.
Yep.
If you have to highlight individual performances in a loss,
yes.
I mean, he made it really difficult on the Panthers to do anything, and they started that game-winning drive at their 9-yard line. All right, stop me. So, Baker Mayfield next, back in your building. Do we all remember when he was a rookie in 2018 and he comes in here and he does throw for some yardage? I got to pull that up, but I think he went 300-plus in that game. It was him against Watson.
He lit us up in the second half. First half, we had some picks on him. But the second half, he got dialed in, and it was like, whoa, he's making us really nervous right now with what he can do. And, he hasn't played exceptionally well with the Bucs, but I don't know that I put that all on him. His offensive line has been struggling. Does this sound familiar?
Running the football has been
NFC South,
tough.
an offensive line that's struggling.
Rashad White has been doing some good things, but it's not
Run
exactly.
game hasn't been great.
Yeah.
So.
And we all know it's going to be tough against that defense. But you're at home in the quiet, comfy confines of NRG Stadium. I say quiet when the team's on offense.
Yep.
On defense, Andre said be loud and proud. Whatever the case may be, bring it. And remember, we need you there at noon, supporting the team. Get to 4-4. Take it from there because the Bengals are up next. Here's the big thing. Now that you lost this one, whether you won or lost this one, if you look at the schedule, are they winnable, are they losable, whatever, you just don't want to get buried here. You don't want to go 2-3 games below 500 and it's wait till next year. You want to make this a real going concern into the month of December and take your shots down the stretch. All right, that's going to do it for this morning's program. We have the DeMeco Ryans show at 5 o'clock today, then Texans All Access at 6 in advance of Monday Night Football. Tomorrow, Players Show, working on Malik Collins for that. We should have Devin Singletary on the Coaches Show today. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thank you, John McClain, Andre Ware, Andy Kalu. Thank you, Johnny. Have a great day. In the Loop is next. They're going to bring it. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's
Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Back to losing. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Texans lose yesterday to the Carolina Panthers 15-13. First time the Carolina Panthers have won a football game. And I'm just going to start right off the top. How bad was that loss? Because I'm seeing a lot of anger. I'm seeing a lot of this is inexcusable. How bad was that loss? You watched the whole game. We watched the game. We'll cuss and discuss it here on Reaction Monday. How bad do you think that loss was?
It was bad because of the winless team. I don't think it was as shocking. I mean, were you shocked that they lost?
No, honestly, I didn't feel like the Texans. I didn't feel like they lost to a worse team. Quite frankly, I mean the gap between these two teams, I don't think it's overwhelmingly significant. There's a small margin for error in the NFL, and the Texans aren't to the point where they can fail to take advantage of those types of things, and they didn't take advantage. Carolina, I thought, if you're watching that game, their quarterback played better than the Texans' quarterback, and I don't even know that they had a better game plan. I don't think that. We'll get into Bobby Slowick in a second.
That's the thing. Go ahead.
We'll get into Bobby Slowick in a second, but I mean, if you're just watching that game, their quarterback outplayed your quarterback, and their offense made plays. Your offense left meat on the bone, and I think the defensive effort overall was such to where the defense deserved a better outcome than they got. The offense deserved what they got.
It was bad. But it wasn't a shock, as I mentioned a second ago. But here's the thing that's frustrating. This is why there's frustration with me over this game. Extremely winnable game.
100%.
Extremely avoidable. And it was stuff. Here, the frustration lies with this. It was things that we thought they could do, and they couldn't do them. And let me explain it just a little bit. This is not a good running team. The Texans are not a good running team.
They're one of the worst in the league.
Way back, week 3 or thereabouts. We'll get to that too. Week 3 or thereabouts. I came to the revelation, and I don't have a lot of revelations, but I came to the revelation. This is a passing team, and what was frustrating to me was they were hard-headed about it. They were completely hard-headed about the run game. They had one really good series. What was it? 90+ yards. For the touchdown.
17 plays, 9 minutes.
Yes. And on that one drive.
The 7-0 lead.
Let me just illustrate it this way. On that one drive, they were a pass-first team. They passed on first down. On the touchdown drive, 5 out of 7 first downs. And then they got away from it. I don't know if they're just hard-headed. I don't know, because then they started running on first down a lot. Then they started running on first and second down a lot. And I don't know if it was just hard-headedness or they're going to try to establish the run hell or high water or what. But they had their best success by being what they really are, and that's a passing team. That's what frustrated me. They went back to their old habits of trying to run the ball hell or high water, and it didn't work. So, yes, it didn't shock me, but, man, it was frustrating to watch that.
On the text line, 713-572-4610, 281 says they played down to their opponent. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I kind of, like, if I'm watching that game and, like, if we want to be honest with each other, I don't feel like Carolina played very well, quite honestly. Like, if we want to sit here and say, well, they played down to their opponent, I don't feel like Carolina played very well.
Yeah.
They dropped a couple of passes. They missed an extra point. They decided to get inside the 5-yard line and hand the ball off 3 times to their running back before going forward on 4th. So I don't feel like Carolina played very well.
Right.
I feel like they actually left some meat on the bone. So there's gonna be a very close margin in the NFL. Chiefs lost to the Broncos yesterday. Like, it can happen, but I do not think that the Texans just went out there and lost to like some significantly inferior team, because the reality of it is this. We talk about this Texans team, and they got Tampa Bay on Sunday, and they're trying to go 500 against one of the worst divisions in football during this NFC South swing that they're on. And you look at the Texans and you say, damn, they could have won these two games. They could have beat Atlanta and they could have beat Carolina. Well, you know what? They also could have lost to the Saints.
Yeah.
Like they also could have lost to the Saints. Like they easily could have lost to the Saints. They missed 2 field goals. So this is a team that does not have a wide margin for error. And when you get delay of games, which some people are saying, including the quarterback, maybe that wasn't a delay of game. When you get delay of games, when you fail to go get points, when you fail to capitalize, when you get 6 sacks and you're unable to take advantage of that, when you stubbornly continue trying to run the ball, you're not going to win too many games. And I think this offense is coming down to earth. I said this last week. Like I think this offense at this point, I think the reality is, yes, Bobby Slowick, and again, we'll get to him in a second. Good God, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
They don't have a top 15, top 20 receiver. They don't have a top 15, top 20 running back. And I think what we saw before this game was maybe as much as you could expect from these skill position guys. I think it's going to kind of level out, and that adds even more to the margin of error that we talk about that the Texans can't have. I thought it was laughable, and we talked about this last week. I mean, to assume that the Texans could overlook anyone is insane.
Well, that wasn't even part of the equation.
Well, I don't think they overlooked Carolina at all. I just think they got beat. And by the way, how much longer do I have to watch Titus Howard play guard? And honestly, I know that we can like simplify it and say it's about tackle and guard, and Titus has already come out and said we'll be better on Tampa Bay or whatever the hell he said on Twitter. Some of the stuff that he's doing at guard, I don't know that translates to tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's literally just pulling and chilling. I mean, I don't know what his mindset is. I don't know if it's just a different thing, but he literally pulls and then he's just chilling watching.
Looking for something, and I don't know what that is.
No, I don't think he's looking for anything. I think it almost feels like he's avoiding contact.
Yeah. He's like Leclerc on the mound, kind of looking in the sky, looking at clouds and everything.
I don't know what that means, but I don't know what he's doing when he pulls. I have no idea what he's doing.
Well, here's the other part of that. This is a bad rush defense that they faced. I think they're 29th in the NFL after facing the Texans. So you can't run the ball against a horrible defensive rush team, and you're still hard-headedly doing it. That's a sign. There needs to be a big come-to-Jesus meeting at the top with the Texans coaching staff today. There really does. I mean, C.J. Stroud threw the ball 24 times. It should have been at least 34. Because they can't run the ball. And I know, hey, you got to run the ball. I get that. But let me go back to that one drive. They ran the ball on that drive, but they threw the ball on 5 out of 7 first downs, and they scored a touchdown because they kept a bad rush defense off balance. It has to be that way. They have to figure things out on that.
I mean, it was a moronic display by Bobby Slowick. Like there's really no sugarcoating. It was a moronic, overthought display. And sometimes people just get too much time to think. And I'm very happy. Like of all the things that I've seen that have taken place from 2 weeks ago to where the Texans are. And Bobby Slowick's a young offensive coordinator, so it's going to happen. Like there's going to be inevitable growing pains with Bobby Slowick, with DeMeco Ryans, with C.J. Stroud. It's going to happen. I think Bobby Slowick had way too much time to think because you mentioned that drive that they had, and it was the best drive of the year to take the 7-0 lead. That was the best drive of the year. It took up 9 minutes, 17 plays. At the end of the first quarter, the time of possession was 11 minutes to 4.
Yeah.
And then they were completely dominating. On that drive, Mike Boone had an 11-yard catch that extended it. And it was a play where he caught it, cut up field, and moved the chains. Mm-hmm. He also had a carry where he had 5 yards. You know how many times he touched the ball after that?
Know.
0.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah. Yeah.
He touched the ball 0 times, Mike Boone. And I think this is a week after he had 1 carry for 11 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you can't run the ball, Bobby. It might be smart to maybe include this guy a little bit more. And I saw it on that drive, and I was thinking, okay.
Yeah.
We wondered what the pie was going to look like. Is there going to be even more of a committee? He keeps talking about committee. We didn't see Mike Boone touch the ball again. We didn't see Mike Boone touch the ball again. And I'll tell you the most disgraceful thing that Bobby Slowick did. I'll talk about this in 10 minutes. You want to talk about some disrespect and completely ignoring what's happened the last couple of months? Bobby Slowick did that. And it was that was one of the most frustrating things that we'll get into. But for Mike Boone to do what he did on that drive and then not touch the ball. That makes no sense to me. And I don't know what Titus Howard's doing. Like he might as well like pass out flyers as soon as he pulls. I'm serious, man. Like I don't know what this guy's doing at guard. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, they can't block.
Quite frankly, I don't know how much better he is at tackle either.
They can't run block.
I'm sure he's. I mean, they paid him like he's really good at it, which is weird because if he's as good at tackle as y'all think he is based on the extension you gave him,
what's he doing?
Then there can't be that much. He can't be that much better at guard than your backup guard, or else you got problems.
Right, exactly.
Because I can find someone off the street to play guard as good as Titus Howard's playing guard right now. Let's just go look at the waiver wire. We can find something there. Put him where you're paying him to be. Put him at right tackle.
If you're paying him as a tackle and you think he's that good as a tackle, worth that money, play him at tackle. But the other thing about the run blocking is, they said, some people say, well, they gained 110 yards rushing. The two biggest.
Who said that?
You just see
That's
it.
Not good.
Yeah, I know.
See it where?
Well, they're averaging 108.
Yeah.
I mean, so how is that good?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I guess
saying that
the 100 yards is ridiculous. But the other part of it is, like, the two best run plays of the day should have been losses for like 4 yards.
Yeah, Devin Singletary made the guy miss, and then he went and then he went to the sidelines, and then Dameon Pierce got hit in the backfield, and he spun off.
So it's don't be taking any bows over the backs doing what they're paid to do and making a guy miss, because those.
I don't think anyone's taking bows over the run game. I don't know who these people are.
What I'm saying is,
keep doing it.
what I'm saying is, like, this whole thing, it's the run blocking. It's the run selection, and that is what frustrated me so much. I'm not shocked by the loss. I'll say it again. This was not going to be a team that could just overwhelm people. This isn't, some big time team losing to a scrub. It was very expected, but you have to be able to do those things. And I say it again, they have to come to a meeting, and either DeMeco or Slowick or whomever needs to say, we can't run the ball on first down. Let's mix it up. We have a piece of evidence, several pieces of evidence, but certainly yesterday, that if they set up the run with the pass, they can be successful.
I'm very intrigued to hear like what the film guys say about Titus Howard at guard, because and some people will say, well, it's not his natural position. I don't know. When you pull and you see a linebacker right there, I just feel like you either hit him or you don't. Or you try to. I don't know. Like I'm an amateur.
He isn't wearing another jersey.
I don't pretend to be a film study guy. You'll never hear me do that. But to my amateur eyes watching this play, it seems like he's running around, and I don't want to say shying away from contact, but he does not look comfortable trying to block when he's running up on linebackers.
And even if it's not where you're supposed to be, it's middle school stuff. If you see somebody in the other jersey, block him. Block him. If you see someone in the other jersey, don't say, well, that's not the guy I was supposed to get. This was a bad, frustrating effort right there. I mean, 100%.
And the defense gave you everything that you needed. Yeah. And the other thing is this, like the other, like the kick coverage was ass. That was awful. Like that was not good kick coverage. But Cam Johnston saved you 3 points at the end of the first half when Carolina used their timeouts. He punted it from his own end zone to inside.
He might be the MVP of that game, man.
Cam Johnston saved you points. You stopped him inside the 5-yard line. The defense was fine. I'm seeing on the text line, this loss is on the defense. Just get one stop, hey, brother. You need to evaluate your life if you think this was on the defense.
Yeah.
This is the other thing. Like if you get 3 more points, like on that in that situation, like of all the times to be conservative, when the Texans were on the 41-yard line after that delay of game, and it's 3rd and 14.
Mm-hmm.
Man, just dump it down. Let's get Kaimi Fairbairn like a 53-yard look or something like that.
Yeah.
Because then you punt. Because if you go up 4 and they have to score, that's the difference. Like that's been the difference in this NFC South thing, is that the New Orleans Saints needed a touchdown. The Falcons and Panthers just needed field goals. So of all the times to check down or maybe like try to run it up the middle and get closer, that was probably it.
Yeah.
But you had to punt from the 41 because of the daily game, but because of the delay of game.
And you started the show, talking about Bryce and CJ, and we do have to give credit there too. That was quite the effort for Bryce Young to get it done in that situation. No matter what you might have thought beforehand, he certainly got it done. Got the win for him. Good for Bryce Young. That That was big time. But if you're going to say why you lost the game, that's why you lost the game. You couldn't run the ball, and you got hard-headed trying to run the ball.
And you got Titus Howard saying he's on to Tampa Bay and he's going to be better next week. I sure as hell hope so. I sure as hell hope so.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. And then Laramie Tunsil said he promises as well. Yeah, and you open a 2.5-point favorite against Tampa Bay. The reality is you're still in the mix. I mean, you're a game back of the final playoff spot, and that might add to the frustration, but that's the reality. Like you're still a game back. You're still in the mix, but games like this, just coming off a bye week, it was a frustrating watch for Texans. And DeMeco Ryans talked about handling success. This is what he had to say about this team needing to learn how to handle success. Here's the head coach of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, we got to learn how to handle success, right? Young team growing as we continue to grow, you got to learn how to handle success, right? How do you work after a win? Can't get too up and too down in this league. We have to remain consistent. We have to continue to put in the same work, that same desperation you have when you've lost a game. You have to have that every single week.
Okay, so, I mean, is he saying that they
I don't even think that's the case.
I mean, I didn't feel like they lost to a dog crap team.
No, and I didn't think they were.
It's not a good team.
Like I never thought the Texans were mailing anything in. They were bad on the offensive line, but I never thought this team was mailing anything in. And here's the last thing on the game yesterday regarding like the run game versus pass game and play calling and all that. What exactly did you self-evaluate in the bye week? Because you looked an awful lot like the team that for the first 6 weeks that was just – I thought that we were going to really see some twists. Now, they did run more committee running back, including Tank Dell being on that committee, which was fine with me.
No, it wasn't.
I thought
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was stupid.
He had a hell of a play. That's
good for him. That was we'll get to that in a second. That was not okay.
I didn't – but I'm saying they're trying different – at least they did try different personnel running the ball.
No. Use the running back that had 11 carries or 11-yard catch and a 5-yard carry. Use that guy. I don't need my 5'8", 140-pounder running sweeps. It's getting old. It really is getting old. And
I didn't mind that so much.
Nah, well, that speaks to you more than
speaks to me
more than anything. Because if you want Tank Dell running sweeps, I don't know what to tell you.
Mixing it
then
in.
I wouldn't criticize the game plan. Mixing it in, he had 3 carries.
Yeah, that's mixing it in.
That's too much. That was
3 carries is too much.
It was a joke. Yeah, 3 carries is too much for Tank Dell at this point. He's a receiver.
Well, I get that.
He's a receiver.
But if they had a good running game, he probably wouldn't be doing that.
It doesn't matter, and he doesn't help the run game. Let's get into this because this.
I don't agree with that.
This was the most frustrating thing about this whole thing. Something that Bobby Slowick did. I thought it was a little bit disrespectful and completely ignoring something that we've watched for the last couple of months. We'll get into that. Reaction Monday continues next.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Bobby Slowick was terrible yesterday. Look, I think he's overachieved. He's a young offensive coordinator. It's inevitable that the struggles are going to happen. But I thought yesterday the way in which he handled Tank Dell was actually disrespectful. I think it was disrespectful to what we've seen, and I think it was counterproductive to what the Texans needed. Tank Dell had 3 carries yesterday for 15 yards. The largest chunk of that was on a play he made in which he basically pressed the circle button on the PlayStation joystick and was able to run for 9 yards. And it was a cool play. It looked cool. But at the end of the day, when you don't have Robert Woods, your leading target guy, second in yards and second in receptions, why don't you use Tank Dell like a receiver? He spent way too much damn time in the backfield yesterday. And I know he had the 3 carries, but there were other times where he was nothing more than a decoy.
Yeah.
You were running him in motion, and he was just a gimmicky-ass decoy. And in a game in which you need wide receiver play because Robert Woods is out, we heard it about Tank Dell coming into the NFL. Oh, this guy's kind of a gadget guy. You know, he's probably someone that you can run reverses. He's a punt returner. He's not a true pure receiver. He's probably a little bit too small. And everything we saw from training camp through the first 5 games of the season in which he played, and he missed the last one, he completely squashed that narrative to where he looked like a guy who can just line up on the outside, play receiver, and ball out. I think he's top 10 in yards after the catch. He's made some of the biggest plays of the season, and he actually lined up the majority of this season on the outside, and he showed you. And he's arguably been the most consistent receiver that they've had from camp to now. You can say him or Nico Collins, but we've seen times where Tank has been the best guy. He showed you that he is not a gimmicky gadget guy that you line up in the backfield, run fake sweeps with, and use as a decorated decoy. He showed you that. So when you don't have Robert Woods, why is it that despite the fact he showed you that, in this situation, do you decide to make him into a gimmicky-ass gadget guy? That's what Bobby Slowick did yesterday. If you are so obsessed with running these sweeps, use Mike Boone. Mike Boone had 1 carry for 5 yards yesterday. That's what Mike Boone had. He had 1 catch for 11 yards. Both of those happened to come on the best drive of the season. Last week against the Saints, Mike Boone had 1 carry for 11 yards. He has 2 carries the last 2 games for 16 yards. If you want to find someone to do this gimmicky, gadget, reverse stuff with, don't do it with the 5'8", 150-pound wide receiver that has shown you that he can be a productive outside wide receiver. What Bobby Slowick did yesterday was, A, I think he had too much time to overthink, and B, he treated Tank Dell like we didn't see a damn thing that he's done the last couple of months. He treated him what draft skeptics thought he was going to be, and a lot of times he wasn't even a factor. He was a decorated decoy. And I don't know if it's because Bobby Slowick was just trying to get too cute. I don't know if he doesn't believe what he's seen from Tank Dell, but it was counterproductive, and I thought that was one of Bobby Slowick's biggest mistakes. Let him line up on the line and make plays at wide receiver. He's not a gimmicky gadget guy.
All right, here's my counterpoint to that, because I don't agree wholeheartedly with that. One thing I do agree with, should have used it more in the passing game. I mean, no question about that. Should have used it more in the passing game. But the reason I didn't mind, as you mentioned, it was 3 touches in the backfield, some decoy. Sometimes he lined up back there.
Yeah, 3 touches, but he was back there way more than he needed to be.
But the reason I don't mind that is you don't have a running game. At least you're trying to get the ball into a bona fide
Give it to Mike Boone.
At least you're
give it to a running back.
At least you're trying to get the ball into the hands of a bona fide
This isn't the American Conference. Like, this is not Dana Holgerson running a reverse with Tank Dell in the American Conference. If there is a hint of a linebacker there, which there typically is, and on the other 2 times that Tank Dell did that, and we saw it last week. We saw the last time we saw Tank Dell doing this. You ran this with Hutchinson. He was able to break some tackles. He's not going to break tackles.
He did. Use a running back. He did break tackles.
No, he did 1 time.
Twice on the same play.
Yeah, who cares? Like that you do that with Mike Boone.
Well, here, let me finish.
It's gimmicky.
At least you're getting the ball in your playmaker's hands. That's the name of the game. That's what you're trying to do. You don't have a running game, at least you're doing that. Secondly, you're trying something different to get the run game going. He's not getting 12 touches with the ball. He's trying to loosen up. Oh, this is the third thing. You're working the edges more when you have Tank Dell doing that. Maybe that opens up the middle of the game. I just feel like while I agree, yes, I would have loved to have seen him catching the ball more and in routes more and integral in the passing game. I really didn't have a problem with it. In fact, I liked the fact that I could see him working, trying to work the edges, getting the ball in a guy that can make people miss. We saw him make people miss, and just trying anything to get the run game going.
Yeah, you're going to get him killed.
Like, well, you can't play scared.
Yeah, you can.
No,
when you
can't.
have a 5'8", 140-pound receiver, you don't hand him the ball and have him run a sweep. That's not playing scared. That's playing dumb. Like this is not like, okay, it was a phenomenal play. Like you're talking about this like he's going to be on SportsCenter top 10. It was 9 yards.
No,
that's how hard he has to work on these types of plays. Like we're talking about, like you sound like Andre Ware talking about Dameon Pierce.
No,
after an
no,
11-yard run. But, did you see him make people miss? Yeah, I saw a 9-yard gain. That's what I saw. Put him on the outside, throw him the ball. That's more than 9 yards.
Well,
he has more value there.
You're missing my point. I said I wanted to see him more in the passing game. But I'm not saying run him 10, 12 times. What I'm saying is those plays like that can help the running game, can get you some yards. I'm not saying the guy's gonna go for 60 yards every time he touches the ball, but he's a playmaker. He moved the sticks, and he's working the edges. Maybe that helps the running game. No,
it's not going to do anything. It didn't help the run game.
Well, it didn't help the run game yesterday.
It hurt the pass game. That's my point. You're saying they need to pass.
You're
saying they need to pass.
Yes.
Well, having your best receiver in the backfield running sweeps at 5'8", a buck, whatever the hell he is, and not being on the outside making plays like he's done all year, that's counterproductive to what you think that they need to do, which is pass the ball.
Well, I'm not saying pass the ball 100% of the time. I'm saying all these things help. All these things help.
But it didn't.
Well, it didn't yesterday. There's no question it didn't, but neither did anything else. I mean, nothing helped yesterday on the offense. I just feel like he was spitballing. He was trying to find something to help the running game. Yeah, he was saying, let's try this. Let's try to loosen them up this way or the other. I do disagree with you on this.
If I never see Tank Dell run another sweep again, my life will be fine. Matter of fact, it'll be better. Run it with Boone. Run it with Hutchinson. I saw Hutchinson get a couple of weeks ago. I don't feel like he's going to die every time he gets hit. Like Tank Dell basically survived on that 9-yard run. Put him on the outside. He's a good receiver. He's not the gimmicky gadget guy. Quit using him like a gimmicky gadget guy. You're using him like Tyler Irvin back in the day or something like that. Like we're trying to find a way to get this guy on the field. You don't have to find a way. You don't have to think too hard to get Tank Dell the ball. Line him up on the outside. Watch him beat the corner's ass in press coverage and let him make plays. Don't have him back there running reverse and fake toss and trying to set this up. Don't overthink it, Bobby. You right now have a running back in Mike Boone that might, and it's pretty sad that we've gotten to the point where we're talking about Mike Boone. Use him a little bit more.
Well, I do
use
agree
him with the
too.
sweeps. Like give him the sweeps.
I agree with using Mike Boone more. I agree with using Tank Dell as a wide receiver so he can do what he does best. But I have no problem with what they did. I really don't. I thought it could have. I saw the value in it. It didn't work out yesterday, but I saw the value in it.
Seeing the good in that. I don't know the value in that. In 3 carries for 15 yards and taking him away from what he does best. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about the offensive play calling and what him and Bobby Slowick need to do to get this right.
Yeah, we have some talks here and there. I mean, I'll sit down with those guys. I always do. So, it's not. I'm not talking about Bobby. I'm not talking about anybody specific. I'm just saying as a whole offense to reward our defense for getting stops, and things like that. We have to be explosive and like make plays. You can't live on third down. And I mean, it's unfortunate that we had to take a L today, but we'll learn from this.
Thanks, CJ. Well, they need to learn.
They need to learn how to throw the ball more. I was upset that they only threw the ball 24 times.
I don't know how, I don't know how capable they are of that either. I mean, CJ missed a wide open Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And I think that was part of the Tank Dell thing. So Bobby Slowick could have people say, "Oh, look at that! He had Tank Dell in the backfield that set up the Nico Collins," and maybe it would have if CJ had made the throw. CJ missed the toss, and that's another thing, I'm happy with CJ. I want to ride and die with CJ. I was a Bryce guy heading into the draft, but I'm good with CJ. I'm riding and dying with CJ. But yesterday, I think it goes without saying, the better quarterback was on the other squad. I think we got to admit that.
No, absolutely, absolutely, that was the case. Just getting back to the Tank thing, and a texter, brought this up, and I guess that's part of what my argument is. You want to get the ball in your best player's hands, obviously, and that's just another way to do it.
No,
that's just another way to do it.
I don't want to give Tank Dell 3 sweeps a game, unless it's Dana Holgerson's coaching and they're playing the American Conference. I do not. It's too much. I don't want to see him in the backfield all the time. How much ever time he spends in the backfield is too much. You're missing one of your best receivers, and you're taking away another one of your best receivers.
I mean, he's on the field.
He's not on the field when
Yes,
he's running these fake ass like.
But you can run pass plays out of that too. Maybe
they're not going to run pass
match
play
him
out
up
of
against.
that.
How do you know that?
It's awful. I can't believe you're defending this.
No, I am. I it's not like I want him to have 10, 12 carries. I said that, but I could see where that has value, and I thought it did have value yesterday.
Coming up, is the playoff chase still alive? Plus, the best rookie debut of the season, C.J. Stroud included, and it took place in familiar gear. Localizing next.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs. We going to talk about the playoffs? Playoffs. Can't even beat the Carolina Panthers. Talking about the playoffs. Playoff race is still very much alive for the Houston Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Now, they do got Tampa Bay this week. They open as a 2.5-point favorite. But if you look at the playoff standings right now, the Houston Texans are one game back of the final spots. One game back in the loss column. In fact, they've already beaten Pittsburgh, who's ahead of them. And they got Cleveland, the Jets, and the Bengals, who are ahead of them in the standings in one game up. So as bad as this loss was and as frustrating as it is, some of the stuff that happened and the fact that you lost to a team that hadn't won a game yet, you still have your realistic goals in front of you. And I don't want to sit here and make up like some weak-ass accomplishment because I know it's kind of an eye roll, but you got to crawl before you walk. And if this team that was expected to be one of the worst teams in the NFL this year, that's been the worst team in the NFL the last three, if they can go 500 against the NFC South, which is worst division in football, improve to 4-4, 8 games into the season, and then have that in front of them in the situation that they're in right now, I think that would be very, very good. Now, if you fall to 3-5, then it gets a little bit interesting. But if you're able to protect your home field against Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Baker Mayfield, probably won't be an easy task, then you should feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah,
Good-ish.
I think Sunday is going to be a pretty crucial sort of tipping point for the remainder of the year. You go 3-5, it gets really, really difficult just to climb back up to 500. Then you're 10 games into the season at minimum. So it's not must win, obviously, but you get to 4-4, all of a sudden those possibilities open up again. You know, that you were thinking about going into this last game. So it's a pretty crucial game, kind of a tipping point type game.
Elsewhere in the division.
Are we ready to say, ready to give props where props are due?
I doubt it.
Y'all ready to eat some mayonnaise?
But let's hear C.J. Stroud talking about the playoff push and his mindset after the Texans took that L to Carolina.
You're not going to the playoffs next week, so we got a lot of football left to play. And we've showed our potential, but we got to stay there. We can't keep going back. And I think maybe the bye week maybe slowed us down, but hopefully we just keep momentum, man. We play really good one week and then we play off the next. We can't do that if we want to be consistent and want to be playoff contenders. So and win the division, we got to come and bring it every week.
All right. Meanwhile, the Texans now have the same record as the Tennessee Titans, who beat the Atlanta Falcons yesterday. And the biggest reason why, the debut of Will Levis. Will Levis, second-round pick, actually selected with the Texans, what was originally the Texans' second-round pick. He debuted. I did not expect this. I'll be honest.
Nobody did.
He had a 130.5 QB rating. He was 19 of 29 passing, 249 total yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 of those to DeAndre Hopkins, 0 interceptions, 8.2 yards per attempt. And this at the podium. This I don't know what to make of this, but Malik Willis, the other quarterback, fumbled a snap and was booed. And Will Levis was feeling himself so much that with those 4 touchdowns in the debut, best rookie debut of the year. By the way, probably one of the best that we've seen in a long time, I would say.
Yeah.
He was telling Tennessee Titans fans to be better. Here's Will Levis.
Yeah, no, I'm just one of 11. There's a lot of guys that did their jobs today that won us that game, 7 being one of them. Malik, really, that left a sour taste in all of our mouths when we were hearing those boos when he was coming on the field. And we got to know that he's going to be a big part of us going forward to win games. So let's just come correct next time as fans and treat him correctly.
Come correct.
Was he giving him like a juice box? Like, you did fine, son.
Come correct.
He was like all of a sudden being the bigger man there, like a veteran or whatever. But you know what? Look,
he should be.
We got to give credit, man. We've got to. It doesn't always feel good. But the one thing that he had going into the draft was that big arm, and boy, he put it on display. And I didn't expect it, especially after what we saw in the preseason.
It definitely gets your attention.
Yeah.
Are y'all a little worried?
I'm not worried. I'm intrigued. I'm a lot more intrigued than I thought I would be.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Like, I mean, when you come out and you throw 4 touchdowns and no interceptions and
3 of them to DeAndre Hopkins, by the way.
yeah,
I guess he did all right with that move over there.
and you do it like that, like I think you gotta make note of it. And they have the same record as the Texans right now, and they're feeling really good about themselves. Like the Tennessee Titans have gone from what the hell is going on? We know they're scrappy. We know they're a scrappy bunch with Mike Vrabel. Now they have the hottest rookie quarterback in the league.
Well, you mentioned
right?
you mentioned the 4 touchdowns. I saw that the only other 2 ever to have 4 touchdowns as a rookie in their debut were Fran Tarkenton and Marcus Mariota. So I don't know what that means, but those are the other 2 guys. Tarkenton's a Hall of Famer, Mariota not so much.
Yeah, I mean the complete vibe in Tennessee right now has to just be a complete snap of the finger.
There's energy.
So I guess they ain't tanking, no.
No, I don't think they were ever going to tank.
I thought they was.
I mean, I thought that maybe they were going to tank unintentionally. I think they were going to keep trying to win.
Yeah.
Although there was talk about them.
There was talk about Derrick
trades
Henry
and all that
trade,
stuff,
and
yeah.
that got quashed as well.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But Will Levis, we definitely got our eye on you. And the Texans still got the Titans 2 times, and the Titans got the same record. Now, as far as the AFC South, the state of the AFC South, it's the Jags division right now.
Yes.
Until further notice, the Jags, since they've lost to the Texans, they've won 5 games. They've won 5 straight ball games, including yesterday to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing because I'm starting to look at the wild card more so than the division for the Texans anyways. But the Jags won. There's a little bit of controversy. Now, some people are a little bit upset about the officiating with the Texans yesterday, which we can get into in a sec. But let's focus on the Jags right now. Deontay Johnson, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Big fine.
I got a feeling,
big fine
sir.
coming
I got
up.
a feeling, sir. You're probably going to have to write a check,
Big
direct
fine.
deposit, whatever. The Jags did get a lot of calls yesterday. There's like a video of Mike Tomlin talking to one of the officials. He's like, "What the f is up with y'all now?"
Yeah, today or something
like that.
Yeah.
And she's like, she looks at him and then he like makes like a real kind of sassy-ish face. Here was Deontay Johnson. Jaguars won 5 games. Deontay Johnson thinks they kind of cheated.
I don't care what nobody says. They cost us the game. But yeah, I got to make plays. Them 2 plays, them catches. The same rest we had at trade care, but at the end of the day, it's not on them. We can't keep complaining about the refs. Like Coach T said, we can't worry about the refs or whatever. But I don't know. I ain't like the refs today. They must have got paid good today or something. But that field goal that hurt us coming into the half. Like we needed that. Like we would have been tied.
You ticked about the roughing the passer calls.
Yes, they was calling some stupid stuff. Like they should get fined for calling back, making worse, terrible calls and stuff like that. Like that's how pissed I am. Like because they cost us the game. I don't care what nobody say. They cost us the game. Like yeah, I got to make plays. Them 2 plays, them catches, whatever. But
one more, guys.
How about them missing the call on Kenny where he hurt his wrist? Like he got brought for
man, they wanted them to win, bro. They was calling. Everything was in their favor. Like they were getting every little call. But it is what it is. I'm moving on.
It's not what it is.
The PR lady back there in the video is basically like she shouldn't have said one more. She said, "All right, thanks."
That's the wrap.
She should have been like, nope, that's it.
The thing is, it was all fine except for they got paid well today.
They got paid well today. They wanted them to win.
Oh, they about to get paid well.
They're gonna, like what he said, complaining about the refs. Sure, maybe get a little fine. But the other thing too, they got paid well today and they wanted them to win. Oh Lord!
Localizing it here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Did you have any issue with the officials with the Texans? I didn't.
Not really. No.
The delay a game. I know CJ brought it up. I don't know whether it was or wasn't delay a game. I don't think it should have gotten that close. Quite honestly, had no issue with that. The Shaq Griffin pass interference could have gone either way. You could have called it uncatchable. You were still inside Texans territory. You're on the other side of the 50. And furthermore, I'll say this. I actually think the Texans got the biggest break of the game with officiating because 9.5 times out of 10, that slide by Bryce Young, and I'm not even saying it's the right call. Like I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they didn't make the right call. 9.5 times out of 10, they throw that personal foul on Denzel Perryman, and they did not.
They said it was a late slide, which I didn't quite get.
I understand, but that's not how they call it. You can't breathe on a quarterback.
Yeah.
So I felt like the Texans got a break there. By the way, good game by Denzel Perryman too. as far as blitzing. DeMeco Ryans is dialing up those blitzes.
Yeah.
Absolute
They got to the
crazy.
quarterback,
He's doing
man.
a good job. Six sacks.
Yeah.
Although Jalen Peach would have been nice to get that one. Bryce Young just kind of spun off and tossed that one to the sidelines.
You're going to hear about another one during Passing Thoughts that I thought was going to be lingering for a long time. But anyway, on the play clock, how many times do you see it at 0 or even maybe a little after on a given game? I mean, they just called that one. Like, it happens all the time where it's like, oh,
they had to get Tank Dell in the backfield and moving around. Like, they had to get that. They had to get Tank Dell in his decoy position instead of lining up at receiver. You know, even though Tank Dell, when he got hurt, it was the first time they converted a third down against the Falcons. He was 20 yards, but let's use him as a gadget gimmick guy. We got to figure that out. By the way, John Mechie for some reason was 3-1 to score a touchdown yesterday. I thought something weird was going on. Did he play?
I saw him on the field, but I never saw anything.
I never heard this name.
Yeah. I mean, I thought maybe Vegas knew something or something was going on because Dalton Schultz was 2-1 to score a touchdown and Mechie was 3-1.
Yeah.
He had 6 catches.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on here? Are they telling us something?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't tell us a damn thing.
No, they thought something. That's for
Goodness
dang
gracious.
sure.
Coming up, John Lopez passing thoughts about Bobby Slowick, thoughts about some players that might not be getting our attention. Plus, a Texans player, he's very active today.
Ooh.
Too bad he wasn't yesterday on the field. That's next.
The Texans take on Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
One of the more disappointing performances yesterday, followed up by a very active Monday. Can't make this stuff up. We'll get into that about 10 minutes. First, though, it's Reaction Monday here on In the Loop. Texans lose to winless Carolina 15-13. C.J. Stroud, guess you could say outplayed by Bryce Young. Bobby Slowick, maybe too much time to think. But it is time for the OG passing thoughts.
It is time for that. First one was early on in the game. A lot of these are kind of in the timeline of the game itself. I kind of had a bad feeling about this game at the very start, and here's why. The Texans actually got a pretty good start. Like they punted, which you don't want to do.
They flipped the field position in the first two possessions.
Yeah.
The first two possessions, they failed to score, but their second possession started at the 50-yard line.
Yeah.
And they had to actually flip the field position.
But they didn't really take advantage of the first two. The Panthers were sloppy on the punt. They got a holding penalty.
You got a sack on the first play by Cash.
Sack. And then Chuba Hubbard had a nice, I think, a 9 or 10-yard run. There was a hold on that. And the Texans ended up not really capitalizing. Kind of gave me a bad feeling that was going to be one of those games. Second passing thought, and this ties in with a lot of what we're going to be talking about today with the offensive lineman, one who has Twitter fingers and how they played yesterday. You may need to at least touch Brian Burns. Like the number of times that the blocking like completely missed maybe the best player on the defense was ridiculous. Like he was like completely untouched at least twice in the first half. That was like you may want to keep an eye on old Brian Burns. That was ridiculous.
I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was. Help me out on this one. Is there a reason C.J. Stroud had so many balls batted down?
I don't know, but if that happened to Bryce Young, I would have to hear his height. I would have to hear height jokes the whole day. I don't know.
Yeah, I
don't know.
quite.
He said that maybe they were looking for short passes and they were trying to take it over. I don't think that had anything to do with it. Sometimes it just be like that. Well, I also think that the offensive line not blocking well has a lot to do with it too.
That's one of the things I put down.
You're not getting underneath them. You're not handling it. This offensive line is very average.
Yeah.
Even at full strength, this offensive line is very average.
And then the other thing I put down is not only is the offensive line very average, but because they were so heavy run first, they were just teeing off on the long passing situations, collapsing the pocket, maybe able to get their hands up a lot easier. So maybe that was it. One that to me is kind of like the story of the game. Bobby Slowick had one drive that was a pass first drive. They scored a touchdown. They went 92 yards. Why did they go away from that?
Well, why did Mike Boone not get another touch? He had 16 yards on that drive, 5 yards on the carry, 11 yards. I guess you got to get Tank Dell sweeps. So, okay, good for you. Get him in motion. Seriously. Terrible.
You're just
awful.
Okay, we know what really grinded your gears.
Oh, it's annoying. I mean, you take a guy who's proven that he's not a gimmicky ass ball player. He's a guy who can line up and play some real ball at wide receiver, and you just take him out of the game by trying to do your little whatever the hell you're doing.
Okay, we'll get back to that, I'm sure. Another passing thought. The one thing that Bobby Slowick said last week that was absolutely true, it was running back by committee. Whatever you think of Tank Dell, fine, but it was Mike Boone, it was Devin Singletary, and it was Dameon Pierce.
Mike Boone for one carry.
I'm just saying, like, he was on the field.
He
for
has
others.
one carry the last 2 weeks. One went for 11, one went for 5.
Yeah, but he was on the field in the committee more.
I know. I'm just saying it's funny that you can't run the ball.
Yeah.
And you have a guy who had one carry 2 games ago for 11 and one carry here for 5.
Yeah.
And he caught a ball for 11 yards.
Yeah.
Let's get Tank Dell in there.
But it was a committee, so he was right about that, and we'll get back to Dameon Pierce versus Devin Singletary. Another passing thought. We may have seen C.J. Stroud's best completion of the year to Nico Collins yesterday.
You're talking about the third down sideline?
Between the defenders?
Oh, okay. I thought the sideline one was nice.
The sideline one was nice, too.
The Noah Brown one was pretty good, too.
But that one with the 2 closing defenders, poof, man.
Noah Brown between 2?
Yeah.
Not the tip.
Oh, it was Noah Brown. Yeah, it was Noah Brown.
Not the tip.
That might have been his best completion of the year. This is the one I was talking about in the last segment. I don't think Kadar Holman is going to get a Christmas card from Will Anderson.
Man, I was so happy for Will Anderson. It sucked because my mom's in town to see the baby. And she likes like these feel good stories. So I showed her like the Bryce Young, CJ Stroud TikTok video that was going around. And Will Anderson sacked him. And I'm telling her like a whole story about how much he wanted to sack him and how good of a guy Will Anderson is and how he hadn't gotten a sack. And then
penalty.
Defensive holding.
Dude.
So the whole story was just ruined.
That had to kill him.
Talk to him about it. He wanted to sack Bryce so bad. Got it taken away.
I was like, oh, no. Well, he'll get one. No.
By the way, how long are we going to do this advanced stat thing with Will? I need to see more than one sack.
Oh, yeah.
Through 7.
Well, we've mentioned
I don't want to turn this into a clowny thing, but I need to see one. I need to see more than one.
I totally
I need
agree.
to see more than one.
We talked about that as well.
I don't expect too much, but I got to see more than one, sir.
Another passing thought. I get what happened in Atlanta, and the secondary was bad. I thought yesterday was the worst pass defense we've seen this year.
You did?
I did. It's arguable, and I'm not going to fight too many people on it.
I mean, Desmond Ridder sliced them.
No, I get it. I get it, but there were some wide open fools yesterday, man. And much as Thomas had a decent game, he did give up several that were ended up being clutch, including one.
He embarrassed himself at the end of that game. I was embarrassed.
We'll get to that as well. Another passing thought. We all like Andrew Beck, but good Lord. I mean,
that fumble?
Why is he
that fumble, that 3 points could have been the end of the game.
Well, not just that, but why all of a sudden is he a red zone go-to?
2 carries.
Yeah.
Come on.
At the goal
scored
line.
A touchdown.
But that could have been Mike Boone.
He scored a touchdown. And they scored after he didn't score.
But I know, but how is he all of a sudden the red zone threat?
I don't know. He scored a touchdown. The fumble is really what bothered me, because that was your chance to respond, and Carolina just taking the lead. That fumble was huge. The defense, by the way, helped you out, though.
Yes.
But yeah, that was pathetic.
Another
fumble.
Another passing thought. Just like Andrew Beck, we all love Frank Ross, but that kick return coverage yesterday was just...
Yeah, that one to midfield.
There was more than one, but yeah, the one to midfield was the worst. It was not a small thing either. I mean,
I always get nervous when I see my kicker trying to make a tackle.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like Tank Dell running sweeps. It's kind of like Tank Dell running sweeps into linebackers.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Into walls.
Man, this is what you call digging in. This is
embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Bobby.
This is what you call digging in.
I'm embarrassed for Bobby.
All right. That said about special teams, Cameron Johnston saved at least 3 points with the punt of the year.
I think he saved 6.
It might have been 6.
He flipped the field position early, too. Did you hear Andre Ware during that punt, by the way?
I don't think so.
Here was the farthest punt in franchise
75
history.
yards in the air.
Yeah, you punting from your own end zone. Carolina just used their timeouts. They're trying to steal 3 points, and you completely just take away the possibility with this boomer. I think Andre Ware liked it.
And here's Cameron Johnston, 2-3 yards deep in the end zone, ready to punt. Needs a beauty here as the Texans try to maintain a 1-point lead going into the locker room. Snap on target. Johnston sails the punt beautifully.
Wow.
Back at the 24-yard line to Amir Marset, trying to get ahead of steam, and he's going to be brought down inside the 20-yard line.
That was awesome. 75.
Wow.
I counted it off.
Wow.
75 in the air. That's pretty good. Another passing thought. And this may not prove, well, it didn't prove to be a factor yesterday, but it will be a factor down the road. DeMeco Ryans knows how to use timeouts. He at the end of the first half.
He did. No, they tried to steal it. Yeah. I mean, it was perfect. He used them. He used them when he should have. Yeah. I thought at the end of the first half, I don't want to ignore in defeat what you wouldn't ignore in victory, like the opposite of Van Gundy. But yeah, the way that he used it, he gave you 90 seconds to try to go steal a play. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that, and Carolina kind of flipped it on you. But I think the clock management was perfect by DeMeco yesterday. And at the end of the game, honestly, I thought he was using it right. They just didn't stop him.
Yeah,
just didn't stop him and get a chance. I wanted CJ to at least have a chance.
Like I said, it wasn't a factor yesterday, but it will be a factor, and that's good. He knows how to use timeouts. Next passing thought. Bryce Young might be every bit the player we thought he was.
Yeah, he's a good ball player, man.
He showed a lot of.
He's a good ball player. I'm fine. Look, I know that anytime CJ has a good game and Bryce has a bad game and wants to be brought up that I was a Bryce guy. I was a Bryce guy, but at this point, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm letting that go. I don't need to have like a lifetime battle. I'll ride and die with CJ.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it.
But Bryce
he was the better quarterback yesterday,
he showed a
and.
lot.
I think he was actually doing stuff despite play calling, too. I think a lot of the stuff he did was just him being him. He was getting roughed up, hit 11 times, 6 sacks. That rollout, Jalen Petrie, just that little dime. And then they get down to the end zone. They run the ball 3 times instead. I think if they would have let him try to make a play 4 times, I think he would have got it done. He was good.
Yeah.
No, he was good, but CJ's good, too.
This could be the start of something really cool between he and CJ. Next passing thought, the Texans' defensive front. I talked last week about that quirk in statistics where they were 11th in pressures but dead last in sacks. They got 6 sacks. They kind of balanced the things there. Why are you rolling your eyes?
No, they did.
Yeah.
Kurt Hinish is starting to look out of place out there, though.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He jumped off sides the one, and then he got kind of juked a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know about Kurt Hinish anymore.
But they got 6. Much like DeMeco in the timeouts, it wasn't a factor. It didn't prove to be a factor yesterday, but it will be a factor if they can continue to.
Jonathan Grenard's having him a season.
Speaking of which, I think we found out how Icky Ekwonu got his nickname. His pass protection is Icky. He was awful.
Yeah, he doesn't quite look like the I mean, it was between him and Stingley, right?
Yeah.
There were some
People wanted him at 3.
Yeah.
He might be a better guard than Titus Howard.
He was bad.
And then from him in a second.
Final passing thought. And
at least he's trying.
Yes, this is true. Staying off of Twitter. At least, final passing thought. Dameon Pierce didn't get a touch from late in the third quarter until the end of the game. He didn't get any.
And honestly, I thought Singletary on that go-ahead drive, I thought he was a big part of it. Along with and Pierce had a big run too. They both had big runs. But
he didn't get the whole fourth quarter.
Andre called you out again, by the way.
No, he didn't. But he didn't.
He didn't?
No, he said in general. We'll hear it.
He didn't?
But how could anyone say, and maybe I'm talking about Andre here or anyone else, how could anyone say that Dameon Pierce is the guy when he doesn't get the touch for more than a quarter?
I don't know. Let's hear it.
You want to hear the one from yesterday or how it all started?
Let's hear how it all started, and then let's hear yesterday. Lopez got a little cheap shot. And I don't really appreciate it, honestly. Here was Andre's original call out. This was on a 10-yard run, keep in mind.
Pierce breaking tackles over right guard down to the 25-yard line. That's vintage Dameon Pierce running for an 11-yard gain and a first down.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well. Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce. Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago, because he's showing you something right now today. Keep doing it.
Yep, just getting started. It's week 4.
It's week 4, and they've already ready to put this guy in a plastic bag and mail him off somewhere. Give me a break.
Since then, the backfield's kind of turned into a committee. That was where Dameon Pierce got all the carries. Yesterday, his long run by far.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the season, maybe.
And it was really credit to him because he made a guy miss. But
here's Andre Ware with the analysis with his middle finger up in the air at John Lopez.
Handoff again to Dameon. Has to spin away from a tackler at the line. Now cracks across the 40, 45, 50 and into Carolina territory. There he goes. Dameon Pierce. Spin move, truck move, first down, 16 yards.
Yeah, don't tell me he has lost a step or he's not the same back.
What if Bobby Slowick tells you? Seriously. And I'm not talking just about Andre. Like, what if Bobby Slowick, with his actions, again, let me reiterate.
More boom, please.
Didn't get a touch. How many featured backs from late in the third quarter all the way to the end of the game don't get a touch in a close game?
I know. Yeah.
0.
Yeah. OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So Titus Howard didn't have a good game yesterday at guard. The run blocking looks awkward. Doesn't look like he's – I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. If you're a film person, go watch it. I'm sure Seth will break it down. He said he's tired of watching him at guard.
Yeah.
I'll take his word for it. But Titus Howard yesterday said on Twitter, we'll be better against Tampa Bay, to which someone on Twitter said Baker Mayfield is about to sauce our defense, unfortunately. Titus Howard replied, said, no chance. Our defense is going to box him out. Someone replied and said, just like we boxed out Desmond Ridder, right? Titus Howard put a SpongeBob gif and said, keep on running your mouth. The guy then replied, and this is where it got really crazy. He said, you suck. Get out of my mentions to Titus Howard. Titus Howard replied to him and said, why is Titus even defending himself this much?
Why are you even responding?
Someone else replied and said, oh, he a tubby, don't worry.
Oh, man, that's kind of cheap.
Titus said, Twitter fingers crazy, dog. The dude said, you won't be remembered when you retire. You're just a regular fat guy.
Oh, my gosh.
Titus Howard said, nobody knows you now. Don't understand your logic, LMAO.
You're just a regular fat guy?
The guy said, you got 14,000 followers as a professional athlete. That should tell you something, bum ass. Titus said, 14K on Twitter, 70K on Instagram. Kind of a weird flex.
Yeah.
By Titus. Then, How is Titus still going?
Why
here?
is he doing this?
Someone said, you've been in the league 5 years and you never made a Pro Bowl. Titus said, how many years you been in the league? You got another man as your profile pic, LOL. That says enough. Ha, ha, ha.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
So you're going to insult everyone who has another man as their profile pic, Titus? Like, what do you think? Like, you think people who have C.J. Stroud and stuff, like, that's bad? I would love to see Titus Howard put as much effort into run blocking as he did this Twitter
This
beef.
is kind of, am I overreacting? That's kind of bothersome.
Then the guy said, you going back and forth with me but can't block for Stroud. Like I said, you're just a regular obese bum.
Well, he called him fat 3 times. He called him fat 3 times.
Like, who won that? Like, the guy clearly won that.
Yeah. Why are you answering?
Then Titus said, I'm done, LOL. I'll stop being a troll like you. I had fun.
Okay.
5 laughing emojis.
Okay. That's a little bit.
That's why you don't go back and forth with people on Twitter, man. They ruthless.
And what does it accomplish?
Nothing.
Doesn't accomplish a damn thing. My goodness. Called that man fat 3 times.
Yeah. Coming up, let's hear from C.J. Stroud. Let's hear from the leader of the Texans. Did he call out the offensive game plan plus the play that could have changed a lot? Should DeMeco Ryans have done something differently? We'll discuss next.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's hear from C.J. Stroud. How's he feeling? Always a pretty positive guy. Let's hear what C.J. had to say about this L, this 15-13 L that the Texans took yesterday from the winless Carolina Panthers.
It's not good enough. I mean, I feel like we did some good things here and there, but we got to just be more consistent all the way around. Got to reward our defense for getting good stops and getting sacks and getting things like that. Plus territory, we got to get points, field goals, or touchdown. So just the one we can learn from, and still early, man, but those are the ones you got to pull out with. But it is what it is, and you got to just go back to the drawing board.
Friend Bryce Young, is it a relief to have it over with, or how special was it?
It's cool. I know it was a normal game for me. I mean, I feel for him too. I mean, we're just playing football. We're friends off the field, and that's a blessing. But I mean, I come to play hard and want to win. So happy for him in his first win. I think that's big for him, and hopefully he catches some momentum. But I mean, I'm a Texan, so my focus is there.
What do you do defensively to maybe make it more difficult to get deeper and to get more?
They didn't really do much other than just taking away the short stuff and not rushing and jumping down, knocking balls down. And we got to be better and taking advantage of that and try to push the ball down the field some more. But I mean, it is what it is for us. I mean, I don't really think that they did anything that stopped us. We kind of stopped ourselves. But, I mean, they made plays when we didn't. So, I mean, more power to them. Respect to those guys.
A lot of football left. You're better than what you showed today. You just talk about like the mentality of the team despite, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of holding your head down? Of course, you're not happy about it, but we're not that type of team that's just going to tuck our shell and not have swag and confidence no more just because we took a L. But I feel like, I mean, we've showed our potential. We're going to keep doing it. I think next week is really big for us. You know, I think we have Tampa Bay, and that's a really good defense and a good challenge for us. And we got to go back to work and practice really good. And I think now we got the bye week jitters out, and now it's time to play some real ball because, I mean, now it's going into division play and things like that, so we got to be a lot better.
You mentioned a lot about the potential that you guys have. What do you think has been the biggest issue in terms of being able to consistently hit that potential?
I mean, you can point the finger everywhere, but I mean, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. And sometimes, I mean, it's just I have to take what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. And even when I do take the check down, and this team was knocking it down, and I thought we could have got some first from that. But I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, I feel like the talent we have, man, we got to use it. And we got to like be explosive like we want to be, and that starts up front running the ball. I think those guys did a good job there, but on top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 10, I mean, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just like got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
Is that something you'll sit down with Bobby this week and talk about? Because they, as an offensive unit, they do take your input and they value your input.
Yeah, we have some talks here and there. I mean, I'll sit down with those guys. I always do. So, and it's not. I'm not talking about Bobby. I'm not talking about anything specific. I'm just saying as a whole offense to reward our defense for getting stops. And things like that, we have to be explosive and like make plays. You can't live on third down. And I mean, it's unfortunate that we had to take a L today, but we'll learn from this.
Thanks, CJ.
All right, there you go. It's CJ Stroud here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, your chance to win a gift from our friends at Texas Star Grill, and a chance to get some a nice little supply of John Lopez OG sauce coming up here in about 6 minutes. Okay, CJ, I got you. I mean, we'll see. I don't know what he's talking about, the the reason for the passes being batted down because they were looking for short. I don't know what that means. But no, wasn't a great performance by CJ. Wasn't a great performance by Bobby, the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick. It happens, man. I mean, it happens. Now, we'll see how they respond. We'll see how they follow it up. But it was just overall, I think we need to at least be aware that this offense, 6 games in, I think it's played. I don't want to say it's played as good as it possibly can, but I do think that it's going to level out. It's going to level out, and that means they're going to have to take advantage of the opportunities they have. That means you can't lose 5 yards and fall out of field goal range to where they only need a field goal instead of a touchdown. That means you can't have, and I know they ended up overcoming it, you can't have ineligible man downfield that negates a 22-yard play. Like, the margin for error is not high.
That was a weird one, too. That was just wandering around out there.
It's not the first time he's done that.
It's not. But here, C.J. Stroud, credit to him. He goes, not going to point the finger, I point the thumb, meaning himself. That's fine. That's what a quarterback, a leader should do. But, Landry, of all the things that we can talk about, like, oh, man, they got to be better, in this. C.J. Stroud is not on the list for me.
No, he's fine.
He's not on the list.
He's fine. I say this about the offense because I feel like the start to C.J. Stroud has been as good as you can possibly expect with what he has around him. I think it's an average offensive line. I think it's okay receiving core, better than we'd expected. Still don't think they have like a top unquestioned number one guy. I think you have some guys that will disappear from week to week, and Nico and Tank Dell for whatever the reason. I don't think they have elite running backs. So I say that to channel expectations. I don't say that to like take anything away from what CJ has done right now.
Yeah, look, I just jotted down as I'm listening to you, like the 3 things that need to change for this offense to take the next step.
Okay.
And it's just off the top of my head, but you touched on 2 of them, coincidentally. Number 1 for me is the play calling philosophy. I just can't get over this. Maybe this is my Tank Dell. You're all about Tank Dell not running in the backfield. That doesn't bother me as much. I'm all about their philosophy in game planning and the hard-headedness of running the ball first. I just can't grasp that. When the other 2 things I wrote down, and here's why I think they need to be pass first. Again, don't abandon the run, but pass first. It's proof yesterday. There's proof that it works. 92 yards, ran on first down. I believe it was 4 out of 6 or 5 out of 7 first downs. You passed. Blocking is my number 2.
Run blocking.
Run blocking. Run blocking is my number 2 on that list of 3 things that need to get fixed and fixed quickly.
I think you got to move Titus Howard from guard if you want to do that.
Yes, and the third thing,
and we'll see what happens at tackle.
Is
just pretend it's a tweet, dude.
Yeah,
just attack the linebacker or the DN like it's a tweet.
Yes,
and I don't know. I don't think he's very good at that either. But
yeah, well, he wasn't on this last go round. And then the third thing is the running backs themselves. Like Dameon Pierce, he might just be a bad fit for this scheme, man. We've hinted at it. We've talked about it. You got to
get the 16-yard run,
but he had to spin away from a tackle 5 yards.
Keep
in the
doing it.
Credit to him on that.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
You cannot just keep feeding the same guy expecting a different result. Devin Singletary was more than fine. Mike Boone had his nice run. Mike Boone seems to be one of those guys that can maybe just has something in a game. Gamer as they say. But you can't. You have to be able to fit the running back with the blocking and vice versa, and it's just not happening. They have to have a philosophical meeting today. They have to say, what are we doing?
Philosophical meeting?
Yes.
It's that serious?
Yes. I mean, it is.
Oh my
players
God.
only meeting.
No. I'm talking about DeMeco and the offensive staff. Why is it not working? And let's talk about what we can do to change it. That includes blocking, that includes the running back committee, and that includes how they're approaching each drive. This to me is kind of the clutch thing to talk about, the most important thing to talk about going into the remainder of the season. They have to change it. People talk about, in that clip from Andre, he goes, it's 4 games. Well, now it's going on in game 8. Now it's going to be 8 games. So you have to change it. And this whole thing about Dameon Pierce, we're going into game 8, right?
Keep doing it.
Okay, listen. He's averaging 3 yards a carry.
That much?
He's averaging 3 yards.
I'm actually impressed.
That is nothing.
No, I thought it would be less. I didn't see the numbers. I'm actually really impressed.
I just updated
it. Damn.
You can't say that's your bell cow.
Wow.
He's averaging.
He's out there with Alfred Blue, right? That's Alfred Blue.
Blue had more.
Alfred Blue had more.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's averaging 46 yards a game.
Yeah.
46.
Yeah.
That has to change. It's a philosophical thing. They have to look at themselves in the mirror and look at each other in the eyes and say, we got to change something here, man, with the blocking scheme and the running game.
Call now for your chance to win a $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill. Caller number 7-713-572-4610. You're going to get a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill. All winners will qualify for a chance to win a Traeger grill. I think I'm about to get me one of them. Plus a case of John Lopez's OG sauce at the end of football season. 713-572-4610. Coming up, some injury news with the Texans. How big are these injuries? Plus, did you watch it? We'll discuss next.
All right.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans opening line versus Tampa Bay, 2.5-point faves. They're 2.5-point favorites against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans coming to town. How you feel about this one?
Well, I'm kind of channeling you. I'm not going to say must win, but I think the remainder of the season kind of hinges on how this goes. Kind of.
Look, do you want the Texans to compete for the playoffs?
That's what I'm talking about.
This is a win. If you can go 500 against the NFC South, then I think that's a big accomplishment. I don't think that's the best division in football, but I don't think you're one of the best teams. So if you can go 500 against the NFC South, it would go a long way. And if you want to compete for the playoffs right now, you're a game out and you play those other squads. You win this game 4-4 through 8. Sign me up for it. Now, if you got 3-5, it's different.
You got to keep winning. You got Tennessee looking like they might be alive. Jacksonville look like they there. So
well,
you got to keep winning.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Figgy and Landry. That's why I'm saying you go 3-5. Let's keep in mind the Bengals all of a sudden look like the Bengals again. Joe Burrow looks healthy, and they're coming after the Buccaneers. You're going to Cincinnati, I mean. And then you got the Cardinals. You should win that one at home. But then you have the Jaguars, and the Jaguars are not the same team, as Figgy said there, that you face. So all of a sudden, you go 3-5 with the Bengals and Jaguars in 2 of the next 3 games. That's a tall task. So it is very, very important to get this one.
Robert Woods going to be out for a while. He's going to be out 2 to 3 weeks, per Adam Schefter. Could this absence be bigger than we thought? I had no idea that Robert Woods was going to get hurt and then Tank Dell was going to get turned into a decoy. So that kind of troubles me. Like, you were not only without Robert Woods, you took a guy who has the potential to be your best receiver and you made him into a backfield decoy and a reverse gadget guy. So I'm more concerned about if Bobby Slowick is going to continue to take Tank Dell off the field basically and just might as well have him sit on the sidelines at this point. I would have rather had Tank Dell not play yesterday than Bobby Slowick. No, I swear. Yeah. I would have rather. No, that's on everything. I would have rather had, if you were going to use Tank Dell that way, like a gimmicky decoy, I would have rather just had him not play to where maybe you can focus and quit trying to be cute. I much rather would have seen that.
And this is one.
I don't care about that one run, that 9-yard run.
This is one where I don't think either one of us are going to kind of budge from our position. I really didn't have a problem with it because I thought you're getting the ball into your, one of your most exciting players' hands. I thought it might have loosened up the run game, which they were having struggles with. But that's neither here nor there. You feel that way, I feel another. But you're talking about
disagree.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
That's what he just said.
I don't want to say that. But you're talking about Robert Woods. You do have to. You do have to figure things out. I was really surprised. I've been consistently surprised by John Mechie not getting more involved. I don't know what it is.
He was 3-1 in Vegas to get a touchdown. He didn't do anything. He did nothing.
Yeah.
John Mechie wasn't a factor. You threw 24 times. Mike Boone has 16 yards on the drive of the year, 11-yard catch, 5-yard carry. And this is the game after he had an 11-yard carry. And, I'm not a genius. I'm not a savant. I didn't study under Kyle Shanahan. My dad didn't coach for the Broncos with Mike Shanahan. I just kind of think that if you're struggling to run the ball and you have a running back who's got 2 carries for 16 yards,
let's give it a shot,
and a big 11-yard catch, maybe letting him run some sweeps out of the backfield might be more productive than using your best receiver and taking him away from that position. I don't know, though. Bobby Slowick knows more than I. Jared Patterson hurt his ankle. He was carted off in the fourth quarter. Don't know what this means. Dieter came in to play center. Juice Scruggs, don't know what the hell's up with him. I know John McClain has kind of mentioned it. But, yeah, Jared Patterson, he's been a pleasant surprise for a day 3 draft pick. Rookie out of Notre Dame. Done a good job filling in for Juice Scruggs. I'm not an offensive genius like Bobby Slowick. I'm not a doctor. That didn't look like something that is going to be a short-term injury, though.
No. To his credit, Dieter was I mean,
he was fine.
Yeah, he was fine. There are some injuries, though, you got to get back. Juice Scruggs, we have to figure out on that, too.
NFL biggest happenings this weekend. The Jags win their fifth straight over the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are in firm control of first place in the AFC South. Biggest injury news of the weekend, Kirk Cousins, he's torn his Achilles. The Vikings have actually improved to 4-4 this year. They started out really rough, but now they're 4-4. But they got to figure out what they want to do at the quarterback position.
And it was a bad day for quarterbacks. It was Cousins, Pickett got injured. Who am I getting here? There was like 3 or 4 quarterbacks that went out in the game. So it was a bad weekend for quarterbacks. But as you mentioned at the top there, Jaguars, I'm with you. Not even really worried about the division anymore. Just try to get into the wild card at some level.
Just get in the wild card mix. And then if you get to a point where that game against Jacksonville has something on the line, then we'll figure it out. But, just compete. World Series, did you watch?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Game 1 on Friday, Adolis Garcia, goodness gracious.
Yeah,
he had a walk-off home run in the 11th inning. Rangers won that one 6-5. Game 2, Arizona, complete beatdown. They won 9-1. Game 3 tonight, Max Scherzer on the mound.
What are you expecting?
For the Rangers? Well, he's got a 9.45 ERA in his 2 starts. We saw him against the Astros. The Rangers are they are so thin in the rotation. It's actually crazy that they've gotten to this point.
It is. I didn't expect it, obviously. But there is no – you know what's interesting about this World Series? There's absolutely no predicting what's one game to the next because of the Rangers. Because what's their pitching going to be? Are they going to score 12 runs? I mean, absolutely no predicting it.
Rockets over the weekend. They lost to San Antonio on Friday night, 126-122 in overtime. Alfred Şengün with a good game, 25-14-7. Wemby, they got their first look at him. Pray for Victor, 21-12. Rough fourth quarter for Jabari Smith.
Yeah.
He got blocked 2 times by Wemby. Then he missed 2 free throws. Then he got bodied by Wemby to where the Spurs tied it up. And then he missed a wide open game winner that would have salvaged it. He's been pretty rough. They lose that one. Then they lose yesterday to Golden State, 106-95. Some accountability, though. Leadership by Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet was asked by Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets about how he felt about his offensive performance. Okay.
How did you just feel about your overall production offensively and kind of the looks that you were getting?
It was bad. And, you give the other team credit. They're a championship contending team. They play good defense. But, you got to be able to adjust. You got to have counters. They obviously were pressing up on me, sending me to the rim. I didn't adjust, didn't shoot the floater like I should have, and didn't get to the line. So, you find yourself searching there a little bit. Definitely they were flying at me on the 3, and just wasn't good enough offensively for me tonight.
I actually think the Rockets have kind of shown some progress the last 2 games. I know they're 0-3. They're in a weird spot. Like they're trying to figure out what pieces they have pre-Udoka that can be like top caliber pieces. I don't mind VanVleet and Dylan Brooks because I think they're guys that can play with anybody.
Yeah.
So like if you get to a point where in a few years you want to move on, I feel like these guys can adjust and play with anybody, but they just don't. I guess you can run the offense through Alfie a little bit. Jalen Green, whatever.
Alfie is the best player on this team.
Yes, he is.
He's the best player on this team.
I guess, yeah.
He is, man.
I just think it's like you have to be – every game comes down to the fourth quarter, just about every game. You have to be able to close out games. They don't have anybody that can close. It's not complicated.
I don't know what Jalen Green does.
They don't have anybody that closes.
Like, I don't know. I think Jalen Green is like a 6-man off the bench, like scorer or something like that. And I don't even know that he has. I don't think that he can be like he can't shoot.
That's
so
what I'm
what's
saying.
he doing? He's playing off the ball. Like, I don't know. Like he's a freakish athlete. Like that's the biggest thing right now is I think they're just learning. Okay, this isn't a franchise player.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it translates.
Which is what it is. It happens.
You look at San Antonio, a lot of that was self-inflicted. Then you look at Golden State. Yesterday, they were down, 17 points, come back, take the lead, still lose. They cannot. It's a trite cliche, but it is very, very true. Can't close, can't win. Simple as that.
College football weekend, Texas A&M beats South Carolina 30-17. Oklahoma knocked off by Kansas 38-33. Texas tops BYU 35-6. They're going to get their ass whooped by K-State if they play this way. Like if
really
right now K-State's +5.
I seen your tweet, man.
If K-State is +5, if they play like they did this week, they will lose by at least 14
what are you talking
points.
about? How did they play?
Trash.
Trash?
It was trash.
Trash.
Don't let that score fool you. That was trash. That was an awful performance.
Wow.
Awful. It was embarrassing.
I usually check in on the Longhorns. I didn't this weekend.
It was bad. It was bad. Really? It was sloppy. It was messy.
What was the score?
It was bad. 35-6. No, I'm serious. It was a bad performance. They were 18-point favorites. Like, it's not like it was a bad performance. Kansas State's going to whoop them if they play like that.
I've got some real mixed emotions about the Aggies this weekend.
Who they play?
At Ole Miss, I'm going to the game.
Oh, have fun.
And I'm like,
just have a good time.
It's going to be a long drive.
Kansas State topped Houston 41-0. Speaking of Kansas State, Dana talking about that Texas coulda, woulda, shoulda. They lose to Kansas State 41-0. He looks kind of lost.
He is lost.
Not all U of H coaches do, though. Ron Huey. I'm not real familiar with Cougar women's hoops, I'll be honest with you. But I like this Ron Huey guy. Not Ron Hughley, who you hear after us, 2 to 6 with Clint Stoerner. Ron Huey. This was before he left. He'd already answered all the questions. He'd shown a lot of fire. This is what Ron Huey had to say about what the message he wanted to get across.
But nothing else about this press conference right here, and you hear the passion in my voice. We eat what we kill, and you'll see that. I'm telling you. And that's no bullshit. Let's go.
Okay.
I love that saying. You've heard me say it a lot.
Damn, you're allowed to have passion as a U of H coach? How about that, man?
I love that saying. Eat
what
you kill.
How about that?
That's awesome.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a fun college football weekend next week. Texans got the Tampa Bay Bucks. We'll take a close look at that. World Series resumes. Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it's a new week. But are the Texans feeling themselves a little bit too much? We'll discuss next. But first,
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Could I interest you in a stat?
Always.
You know how many routes John Mechie ran yesterday?
Oh God, you're just all in on this.
No, I'm.
He was on the field. I know that because
Okay.
I noticed it a few times. Am I wrong?
Do you want to know how many routes?
Like actual? Yes. Go. Tell me.
One.
One?
One.
Yeah, that is confusing to me, man. The whole John Mechie thing.
He was 3-1 in Vegas to score a touchdown. I thought that was interesting. I actually made a video about that locker room on YouTube. Just because that's crazy. Like that's really weird. Like I figured, man, do they know something or what? Like what's going on here? And he ran one route. One route, John Mechie.
That's especially given the circumstances.
Yeah, that is really, really surprising that went down. I thought yesterday was a very bad performance by Bobby Slowick. We've talked about this. I don't need to see Tank Dell in the backfield anymore, and I don't need to see these runs. I need to see him running routes. I think that he used Tank Dell like a lot of people thought that Tank Dell would be used before we watched him arguably be the best receiver in camp, and at least half the time that he's played this year be the best receiver on the Texans. I thought Bobby Slowick significantly overthought it. And I think Mike Boone, it's sad. Like, we're sitting here and I'm saying, let's give Mike Boone more carries.
That's where we are, though.
But Mike Boone in the last 2 weeks has an 11-yard carry, a 5-yard carry, and an 11-yard catch on the biggest drive of the season, arguably, the 9-minute, 17-plus play drive. I might need to see a little bit more of that. But I think Bobby Slowick, he's smart. It seems like he might have kind of overthought himself. I heard Seth say the same thing today. I thought the same thing as well. I think Bobby Slowick just kind of overthought this. Like, you know how when the Texans brought in Bobby Slowick, we kind of rolled our eyes whenever there would be a text message like, oh, damn, Dalton Schultz is going to be the George Kittle.
Yeah.
And, oh, man, who's going to be the Christian McCaffrey? And it's like, okay, they don't have those players. It almost feels like Bobby Slowick thinks that Tank Dell is Deebo Samuel, and he's not Deebo Samuel. You don't have a Deebo Samuel. You have a really good wide receiver, and I think Bobby Slowick overthought it. I think this is going to be a really big game for Bobby Slowick this Sunday. Texans opening as a 2.5-point favorite against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
If you're going to say that about Tank Dell, and I'm not going to try to talk you out of it because we're just on different sides on that, I'll accept that he overthought it with Tank Dell. I think it was fine. I think it was creative trying to get the running game. I think he's an exciting player that they tried to get the ball in his hands. You don't. Let's set that aside because I don't think he overthought the run game. I think they tried too hard with the run game. I think they tried to early on stayed with Dameon Pierce, and then all of a sudden Dameon Pierce doesn't get a touch from late in the third quarter all the way to the end of the game. Then they tried Mike Boone and didn't get enough touches. They tried Tank Dell for what it's worth. Again, we're not on the same side on that. They tried Devin Singletary. They kept trying to run the ball.
Where was Hutchinson?
Hutchinson
had a couple sweeps. Yeah. Like I don't mind you running these sweeps with Hutchinson, maybe Boone or something like that. I don't need. When you run the ball and you stubbornly run the ball, you're taking away from the pass game. When you take one of your best wide receivers and you put him in the backfield as a decoy, or you're trying to run these sweeps, they're going to work in the NFL. It worked once, and it was a 9-yard play for as fantastic as it was. I mean, we're talking about it like it's a Deion Sanders reverse back in the 90s or something like that. Like, he had 9 yards. He did a spin move, and he got 9 yards. Good job. That's awesome, dude. Good job. Put him at wide receiver. You're taking away from one of your pleasant surprises by doing that. And I'm the other thing about it is Bobby Slowick's a young offensive coordinator, so I guess stuff like this is going to happen. I just think the defensive effort yesterday was such to where we shouldn't be talking about a loss right now. We should be talking about a win.
And that's why, my big takeaway from this entire game is things have to change at NRG offensively. Like this is a week where you would have thought it would have happened during the bye week. really start to change. And they did add some guys into the, quote, committee that he talked about, so I'll give him credit for that. But things have to change philosophically offensively. You can't run the ball. You can't run the ball. And worse, you can't block for the run. You can't run block. So what is that telling you? This is game 8. You're getting into game 8. You got to change. You have to look at each other in the eye and say, all right, let's flip the script here. We have to do something we have to try something different. And that something is C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was not the biggest problem last. He was fine yesterday. He threw the ball 24 times.
You thought he was fine?
He was fine. I'm not saying good.
I thought he was bad.
He was fine. C.J. Stroud was bad?
I thought he was bad.
Okay, well.
I mean, based on what we'd seen, I thought he was bad. He had passes batted down. He missed.
Yes.
He missed Nico Collins on the deep pass. I thought there was a time where he ran into a sack where he didn't need to. I thought he was bad. I mean, I know it's like blasphemous to act like
I'm not.
I don't think they have a quarterback issue. As a matter of fact, I think they have a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. But I'm okay. And I know it's like a sin here. I'm okay to say that C.J. Stroud was bad yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think he was bad. I don't think he was great.
You think he was good?
I think he was fine. I said fine. That's what I mean. Because he also made some.
So you just don't want to say he was bad, or
no?
What do you expect from him?
I'm going to tell you honestly, like I always do. I didn't say he was great. I didn't say he was bad. He also made some throws that only he and very few others could
make.
On
that one drive, he was fantastic.
Right.
He had the sideline throw to Nico. He had the throw to Noah.
Yeah.
On that drive, he was fantastic. He had the QB sneak. It's nice that that's in the bag as well. The QB sneak.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying
the
fine.
Second touchdown.
Because C.J. Stroud is not the issue.
I just expect him to be good. Maybe just based on what I've seen. But I understand it's going to happen. But I thought he was bad yesterday. I thought it was one of his worst performances.
All right, but let's get past that, because I think what I'm talking about here is he threw the ball 24 times, and all these people were complaining when he threw the ball 40 times. You know what? That's the recipe. When you can't run the ball and you can't block the run, you're going to have to throw the ball more than 24 times. And that's why I think had he done that yesterday, with the trust that we have and they have in him, with the accuracy he has, with the plays that he made, I think they flipped it the wrong way. They flipped the script the wrong way. And they need to throw the ball first, run the ball. I'll say this one more time for those who weren't listening. This is the most telling thing of all in yesterday's game for me. The best drive he had all day, they ran the ball on first down 4 out of 6 plays. That's the recipe. And then they got back to running the ball first. I didn't understand that.
Well, I mean, that was kind of one of those.
That's Slowick.
Well, I mean, maybe it was more. Maybe he liked the more scripted. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was away from the script. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, Carolina's one of the worst run defenses in the league. Like, if you can't, I do think you're going to have to figure out a way to run the ball.
Well, of course, you're not abandoning it, but throw first. Use your best players. Including maybe Tank Delmore, as you said, but
yeah, as a wide receiver.
But certainly lean on C.J. Stroud more than the running game, because the running game ain't working. It's a philosophical week here. You got to change your philosophy, or else you're going to see more games like yesterday.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Texans fall to the Panthers 15-13. Like, I've heard the word embarrassing. Like, were you embarrassed by that loss? Like, what do we think this team is? Like, do I expect them to go out and beat the Carolina Panthers? Yes. Like, I think this team can easily compete for the playoffs. Yes. But embarrassing? Like, when you're talking embarrassing, like the Chiefs going out there and losing to the Broncos, I know Mahomes had the flu or whatever, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Texans and Carolina Panthers, like, as good as things have been for C.J. Stroud, and as much of a situation, whatever you want to call it, is going on in Carolina, like the Carolina Panthers beating it, like no one was picking the Houston Texans in their survivor pool. Like, I mean, like it's an NFL loss. Like, it's one of those things.
I mean, it kind of sucked losing to a team like that.
Well, yes,
never
it sucked,
won the
but
game.
I wasn't shocked.
It wasn't like I'm staying in the house for the rest of the week because they lost to them.
Was anyone shocked?
I mean, shocked?
I wasn't.
No.
I mean, I wasn't overly shocked, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was frustrated, but more with what I was just talking about, how they ran their offense. But and I was frustrated because it was winnable. It was a very winnable game. But I wasn't shocked that they lost. I don't think they overlooked anyone.
No, I don't think there was any mindset. Now, DeMeco's going to talk about handling success and stuff, and I don't disagree with that line of thinking and trying to get your team to have the right mindset. But I didn't look at that and say, oh, that's embarrassing, man. You can't lose to a team like that. Should you win? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, let's go back to the Saints game. Like the Saints are probably sitting there saying, "How the hell did we lose to that squad?"
Yeah,
we missed 2 field goals, right? So if the Saints make those 2 field goals and then they're going down, like it's not like embarrassing. No,
Yeah.
I don't think the Texans are to the point where they can have embarrassing losses. Like any, should wins be expected? Should they be expected to compete? Yes, but embarrassed? No, I don't think. I didn't watch that game and look that way. And I look around the league and I look at the standings. You're still a game back of the final playoff spot. I just don't. I don't look at it as one of those like embarrassing L's.
No, there is a certain amount of, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? A certain amount of positivity in the fact that people did get upset about this. That means the standards have changed, and that's a good thing that they expected more from the Texans. But I wasn't shocked by this by any stretch.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The 832 says Bobby forgot we had C.J. Stroud. Okay.
Well, I don't know about that. I just think he was committed too much to the run, and they've been committed too much to the run. Way too much.
Does this change the way that we talk about Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud? Like, does one head-to-head game change that?
I think Bryce Young had more to do with that than anyone. He had a good game. You know, he clearly deserved where he was picked. But it's nothing to take away from C.J. All of a sudden, I'm not saying C.J. Stroud is not the guy we want here. Bryce Young is really good. I mean, he's going to be really good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even, I didn't watch I didn't think Carolina had like some sort of good game plan. I thought Bryce Young just was balling out.
Yeah.
Like they got inside the 5 and the dude ran the ball 3 times with Chuba Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
And then decided to throw the ball on 4th down. Like I didn't, and then that spinoff from Jalen Petrie, you didn't coach that.
No, yeah.
Like that was a spinoff and like a dime, and then there were a couple. I mean, there were a couple of passes Bryce Young made where his receivers dropped it.
Yes.
Like if I'm Carolina, I'm not sitting there like if I'm Frank Reich and I'm doing Carolina radio today, I'm not sitting here saying, "Man, we played a perfect game."
No,
we missed an extra point.
Mm-hmm.
We came away with no points inside the 5, which I guess you do have to give the Texans defense credit for. We dropped some passes. I don't even think they played great.
No, they in fact they started slow. Like the Texans, despite having to punt themselves, like they had the advantage early on, and I'm thinking, okay. And then when they didn't take advantage of that, that's when I started thinking, okay, this game might just get a little bit ugly here and be a tough one to win.
Tampa Bay coming to town. I just hope. I think the best gift the Texans could get between now and tomorrow. Let's just get Mike Evans on a new team, please.
That's right. Trade deadline tomorrow.
Yeah, just trade Mike Evans.
Yeah.
And let's just move on from that, where you don't have to worry about him.
It's on the table. I mean, I guess it is. I don't know. They're losing, and he's been a little frustrated there the last couple of years. It's on the table. That'd be wild if Evans gets traded before they come in here. That's just what the doctor ordered.
Give him a trade, please.
Just what the doctor.
By the way, Tampa Bay getting that long rest too. They played Thursday night, so
Yeah.
they're getting a little extra rest.
They are, and I think the way the season doesn't hinge on this game, but boy, it's going to start trending in one direction or the other depending on what the Texans do here.
Where do we go with Dameon Pierce from here? I mean, what are we? I know that we've talked about committee, and it was 13-12, the carries a couple of weeks ago. He had that one 16-yard run, but I mean, the run to me that I thought was, and I'm not taking anything away from his 16-yard run.
Keep doing it.
But outside of that, if you take away that 16-yard run, and I hate doing this, he had 11 carries for 30 yards.
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
Devin Singletary had 10 for 30. It wasn't great, but that one run he had, the 9-yard run, that was what this system is. Like he made the first guy miss, and then he just immediately cuts up field.
Yes.
Mike Boone, I feel like he needs a little bit more of the pie. This time it was 12 carries for Dameon Pierce, 10 for Devin Singletary. What are we doing?
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what they need to do. And here's the thing: it's not a personal shot at anyone to say he's not the right. Hasn't been. Maybe he will be. Hasn't been the right fit for this offense. not a personal shot.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
To say Tavir Thomas didn't have a good game yesterday, because he didn't. And for Dameon Pierce, it ain't personal, but it's not working. He's averaging 3 yards a carry for the season. That is so bad. When you're fancying yourself as a run-first team for your, quote, featured back.
He's not a featured back.
Quote,
we've moved on.
Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
We've moved on. Dameon Pierce is not a featured back.
But I'm saying by their by their own words, their definition, we're going to run the ball. Dameon Pierce was the guy.
But they say committee.
Now they're
their
saying,
own words.
Now they're
committee.
saying committee.
Yeah,
they ain't say that in the offseason.
Yeah,
they did.
But they
DeMeco
tried.
said it.
He was RB1.
Pierce would carry
DeMeco said he was a committee in the offseason for sure.
Yeah, but Dameon Pierce was carrying the load.
He was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
So it's not a personal shot. It's not working. He doesn't seem to be a fit. He's averaging 3 freaking yards a carry, and he's averaging 46 yards a game. That is not what you want in a featured back. And oh, by the way, who sits their featured back for an entire quarter in a game that's what was it, a 2-point game?
It's
at
not
that
a
point?
feature back.
I'm saying, like,
we know this.
If you
keep doing it,
we know that.
If you think he's the guy,
they don't.
He's not.
But they don't.
Keep doing it.
Well, some do.
They clearly don't. I mean, he had 13 carries last 2 weeks ago.
Not,
He's had 25 carries the last 2 weeks.
Love the guy. He's been on here. We've had a lot of fun with him.
I'm starting to wonder if 12 is too much. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
I'm just saying. Like Mike Boone needs a little bit more pie.
Yes.
Like the committee.
Singletary still needs more.
Yeah, the committee needs to be. I know right now. Yesterday there were 25 carries with running backs. I'm not counting Andrew Beck and I'm not counting Tank Dell. Whatever the hell they're trying to do there. You had 23 carries with running backs. Pierce got 12, Singletary got 10, and Mike Boone got 1.
Yeah.
I think Mike Boone needs it's sad. I don't think Mike Boone's like the savior, but I do think Mike Boone needs more carries.
Maybe all three of them need 10 carries each.
Sure.
You know what? Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, let's see what Mike Boone can do. Because for whatever reason, whether it's preseason, whether it's the few times that he's actually touched the ball this year, like it does seem like he does some things.
Mm-hmm. It does.
And it's not like Dameon Pierce is like an awesome pass blocker or anything. Like sometimes you say, well, like
he's on
jackasses
the
like us will sit there and say, oh, he
yeah.
needs to be out there more, and he can't pass block. So and that was the case with Deontay Foreman a few years ago. Like maybe there were some problems there, but in this situation, man, not great. Lunchtime confessions coming up, and we got a hell of a lot to confess. John and Figgy kind of bothered me yesterday during the game.
What?
I kind of think that DeMeco Ryans, when he called out his team, he should have called y'all out too. It's lunchtime confessions next.
A lot of people are obese for you.
Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you know how I feel about the Houston Oilers uniform and Amy Adams trunk, but I was very curious to see how they would hit. Like to see how people in the business, fans, etc., former players would view the Titans in those Oilers uniforms. And it was kind of nice to see they were kind of considered an embarrassment for the Titans. Like, for a lot of people were just like, that's weird. That's the Houston Oilers uniforms. And it obviously it was Amy Adams' Strunk's thing. They looked awesome on the field, but there was a lot of feedback like, yeah, this is just weird, guys, that the Titans were wearing them.
Which brings me to my confession.
Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was annoyed by you and Figgy yesterday during the game.
Why is that?
Because y'all were worried about who cares. I'm done with the Oiler uniforms. The Texans are in a playoff race. They're trying to win a big game, and you guys are sitting there talking about Oiler uniforms.
We're multitasking.
Move on, dude.
It looked cool, man.
You were part of the
We
reason
can't say
that
it
we
looked
still
cool.
got the Astrodome still up, and it's sitting there lingering in there. Like, move on.
Well, we can do more than one thing at one.
First of all, what did we say outside
Lopez trying to swing for the fences. Oh, Amy Adams struck. Move on, man. There's a game going on. C.J. Stroud struggling. They're using Tank Dell as a decoy, and they're losing the game, and you're worried about some damn uniforms.
Yes, I'm multitasking.
Goodness gracious.
It was an embarrassment for them.
Move on, man.
No, I one thing at one
Lord.
time, and I can still hate that she is
Worried about some
motivated
damn uniforms
when doing this. Actually, I have
Hey, they
another.
look cold, man.
team out there losing. We're worried about the damn uniforms.
I actually have another Oilers uniform-related confession.
Jeez.
These are my confessions.
And this one, I'm actually going to kind of defend her in the NFL a little bit. See what went down this morning with the Houston Cougars? The Houston Cougars got a cease and desist letter from the NFL cracking down on the Cougs using the Love You Blue uniforms. And
when's the last time they did that? Didn't they just do it once?
they just did it once, but I'm guessing they just don't want them to do it again. And I'm like, you know what? I actually, as much as I hate what she's doing and her for doing it, I get this. I mean, did the Cougs not get clearance that they could use these uniforms? It's pretty obvious. Like, I'm not going to blame her for the cease and desist letter on this. They just like.
So, do she own the colors?
I don't know. She thinks she does, but the pattern on the uniform was identical. Like, I did the Cougs uniforms. If you look at that picture, and the Oilers, it was identical. And so I'm like, yeah, you probably should have cleared that a little bit more than just like saying, ask for forgiveness, not permission. So I'm actually, in a weird way, going to kind of defend her on this. The Cougs need to kind of clean that up a little bit. What are you doing?
These are my confessions.
Tavier Thomas really kind of annoyed me yesterday at the end of the game. I know there's some fans who are like, yeah, F them, do whatever you can do. I was just, that was just like.
I know what he was trying to do.
I get it, but after a certain point,
yeah.
like I was.
The referee ended up going up in his face and saying, all right, stop this. And he didn't have a good game. And I think that might have compounded the whole matter there. He didn't have a good game either.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was ready. I actually tweeted it. I was ready to bet on the Texans. I was really feeling an Eddie Pinheiro miss on that last field goal. I really was. He looked like he looked.
He's good though. He missed the extra point though. He's good though.
He is good, but he looked terrified on the sideline.
I was embarrassed for him with the way he celebrated.
Well,
hopping on the guy's back and slapping his butt and stuff. I don't know what that was.
He was riding that horse. Riding that horse. Well, it doesn't end there. I would have bet like he was going to miss that field goal, and then Tavier Thomas happened, and so much for that idea that he was going to miss. But this was him after the game, a kicker talking trash about you.
I mean, these guys were just jumping off sides. They didn't want to lose that game. They were trying their absolute best to, I guess, get in my head, but it didn't work out for them. So hopefully they have a safe flight back to Houston.
Damn. Hopefully they have a safe flight back.
The hell does he think he is?
Get on that plane and get the hell out of my town.
Is he serious?
Yes, he was dead serious. A kicker talking trash. Hopefully they have a safe flight back to Houston.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I have a fantasy dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
And I could go completely gutless, less conservative, or I could just let it play out. I'm up 2 points heading into tonight.
Go gutless. Go ahead. Get the dub.
I have two. I'm up 2 points, and I have Jared Goff going. Now, chances are Jared Goff just goes out there and either he has a meh game or he has a good game. But if I bench him, I'm guaranteed to win.
Yeah.
Now, if Jared Goff throws an interception or fumbles and then gets hurt or something, then I could lose. Confession, I'm thinking about benching Jared Goff and just going gutless.
How important is this win? I mean, I know they all are, but like in the standings.
I'm going to win. I need points probably, but.
No, I mean in the standings. Are you in the hunt?
Oh, yeah.
Well, then bench him.
But chances are he's not going to have -2.
Guaranteed dub?
Yeah.
Guaranteed dub.
If it were the playoffs, I'd bench him.
Yeah.
In this situation, I might need points.
Get the win.
Might need points. Help me out, Loophole. 713-572-4610.
Yeah, you might need points.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is going to anger a lot of parents and teachers. I know it. I like Halloween on a Monday or Tuesday a lot more than on the weekend. And the reason is I realized that this weekend. Kids should be thrilled. A lot of times, oh man, Halloween's on a Tuesday this year. That's going to stink. No, let me explain. So this week, you get more candy as a kid. You go to more events. It becomes a 3 or 4 day, party or whatever, as opposed to just one if it's on a Friday night. Halloween is better on a Tuesday, and let me explain it here. So Saturday afternoon, we went to one of those trunk or treat things up at my wife's school.
What is that?
It was pretty cool. There were 500 people.
I've heard people talking about what does that mean.
So it's kind of like a tailgate for candy.
Yeah,
tailgate for kids.
You back up your car or truck, and all the kids gather there, and they kind of go truck to truck, car to car, whatever, getting candy. Dude,
that's the wussification of America.
No, there was.
I will never partake in that.
Oh, yeah, remember you said that. Remember you said that.
No, we're not doing that.
Daddy,
2 years later,
Figgy,
we're going to trunk or treat.
He's gonna be 5 years old.
There's no trunk or treats here.
He's gonna come back on these airways
Daddy.
what? It wasn't too bad of that.
There ain't no trunk or treat. That's the wussification of America.
I wish we could save this for 5 years from now.
Save it.
2 years. Probably 2 years.
Save it, mark it, clip it, do what you want to do.
Daddy, my school's having a trunk or treat.
I'm not participating.
I don't feel safe going to these houses. So the trunk or treat.
That too. So we had.
You got to earn your candy. Go up there and have the guts to ring the doorbell.
Okay.
Yeah, we ain't doing no trunk or treat.
Saturday we had
whack.
Saturday we had trunk or treat. There were more than 500 kids there. It was awesome. It was a big party. So that's part of the Halloween thing when it's on a Tuesday. Yesterday we had our Halloween party every year that we have at my daughter's house. That was awesome. Everybody dressed up. Everybody came over, had a lot of food. And we're going to be trick-or-treating on Tuesday, or, giving out candy on Tuesday. Halloween is better on a weekday than on the weekend. 100%.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This was a random thought I kind of had over the weekend. Some people might even not know what the hell I'm talking about. But in this TikTok era where some goofy stuff goes viral and a lot of these TikTokers are like making money for like goofy ass videos, etc. I kind of feel like Andy Milonakis was ahead of his time, man.
He's the dude
way ahead of his time.
He's the dude with the glasses, right?
He's like the kid that that was probably
the fat chubby kid.
The fat chubby kid freestyle. I feel like Andy Milonakis would be a multi-millionaire these days.
What is he doing now?
Don't know. He's like 50. But Andy Milonakis, I
probably like 22.
I was just sitting there and I was like,
what was his best stuff? I'm trying to. I'm familiar with him.
Stupid.
But
yeah.
Everything just stupid.
Like honestly, I don't know what his show was about.
Yeah, it was just stupid, but it was literally
he had no plot to his show.
But it was basically everything you see now online.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was like Andy Milonakis, and back
but
then
it was on MTV.
Sense. It still might not make sense to you, but it's like the same stuff, and he just did it before everyone else. Andy Milonakis, ahead of his time.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I got one more.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
People are going to make mistakes on broadcasts. We do it just about every day. I know I do. But when you prepare an entire segment in an NFL broadcast about the relationship between DeMeco Ryans and Nick Saban, you got to do better. Like they coming out of halftime, they prepared this whole segment. They showed DeMeco on the sideline. They said, after playing for Nick Saban and sharing these characteristics.
You said playing for Nick Saban?
Hold on. Players saying, who played at Alabama say, I see the similarities and all that. He never played for Nick Saban.
Did she say played for?
Yes, I went back and listened.
Okay.
I went back and listened. I was like, you gotta. I get it. There's going to be mistakes, but you gotta get that part right. I mean, there's a little difference between Mike Shula and Nick Saban, just a slight difference,
just a tad.
I was like, wait a minute, did she say that? I went back. Yep, she said that, and they were in the booth like, the similar. We talk to players. I say they're just like, no, I get he knows Nick Saban. He goes back and all that. You can't get that wrong.
They probably assumed because Nick Saban felt like he'd been there for years and years and years.
And he does have kind of an impact on this squad, obviously, because he coached a lot of guys on it. But that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up. Goodness, what a bad week it was last week. And in the spirit of that, I have a new proposal. I think we need to change something and change it right now.
Right now.
Right now, we need to change this, and we need to develop a mindset that's going to eliminate the way that you may have thought your entire life. That's next.
The Tech. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let me just lay this out for you. I think last week might have been perhaps the worst week that I can remember in Houston sports, man.
That's saying a lot.
I mean, it was pretty bad. let's just go through it. Astros got bounced.
Yep.
Rangers advanced to the World Series. Rockets lost by 30.
Mm-hmm.
The Cougs lost 41-zip after they complained about, rightfully so, complained about the spot against Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, it was just fantastic. It was a bad week. Really bad week. Now, the question I have is, can we count the Texans' loss as last week, or is that this week?
This week. Sunday starts the week.
Well, I don't think it should. I think we need to change our mindsets.
Let's change that.
No, I really do. I think there's a lot of things that can change. Daylight savings time, I feel like we're finally like progressing towards where we realize where there's silliness. I think the week should be Monday through Sunday. I think we should put the Texans' loss as the end of the week, the Rockets' loss as the end of the week, and from now on, the week is Monday through Sunday. Monday through Sunday, and then you get a new week. Like today is a new week.
You're counting Sunday because it's a weekend day and most people are off.
Well, I mean, Monday's when
as
you
the
start.
end of that week.
Yeah, you're wrapping up your week on Sunday. I think the new mindset should be this is a new week. So everything is behind us. We can even count the Texans' losses last week. Texans lost, Astros losses, Cougars losses, Rockets losses, 3 losses last week. And this is a new week. Monday is a new week. It just makes too much sense. We need to start acting like the week begins on Sunday. You begin at
on
nothing.
Monday, you mean?
No. But the Sunday is the first day of the week. It needs to begin on Monday.
That's what I'm saying. You want it to start on Monday.
Needs to.
This is going to shock you.
This is a new week.
This is going to shock you. I actually think that sounds pretty good.
Thank you.
I really do.
Thank you.
I really do.
So we can just sit here and say.
I mean, it's not going to happen.
Okay, I know.
But I think it sounds pretty good.
For me, it is. So I'm going to consider the end of last week, the Texans loss and the Rockets loss.
Yeah.
So last week, from Monday to Sunday, you had the Astros bounced. You had the Texans lose to a winless team. You had the U of H 41-0 beat down of Kansas State after Texas beat them. And now it's just a new week. New start. Let's put that behind us. Let's move on.
Because I can't believe it. I mean, it's been centuries that people say Sunday starts the week. But the reason is, like, Sunday is the weekend. Even if there's no football, you're still doing whatever. You're wrapping up your days off.
You're preparing for a fresh start.
And you start when? Monday.
Yeah, you're preparing for a fresh start.
Maybe that's why they say work week.
Yeah, it should be Monday through Sunday.
Just the week.
Should be the week. That's the week. The week starts on Monday.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
I'm doing this to wipe the slate clean, and I also just think it makes perfect sense.
Again, I agree. The interesting thing on that, though, is a lot of times on Sunday, you're preparing for the Monday and the week, you know? Like I get all my vitamins together and my lunches and all that stuff. But you do too. You probably get your stuff together. You start preparing for the show a little bit here and there, and or your work week if you're not, wherever you might be working. So I get it, but I don't think it's a crazy idea.
Yeah, I refuse to get this week started with that loss. I'm trying to wipe it clean. Astros, all that, and now is a new time. Texans, though, 2.5-point favorites against Tampa Bay. We've seen the Texans have some really good performances. The combined record of the teams that they've beaten is actually really impressive. The combined record of the teams that they've lost to is actually really not impressive. Can we trust the Texans to go out there and take care of business against Tampa Bay?
The answer is no. And this isn't like recency bias at all, I don't feel. Because the reason the answer is no is, are they going to change their ways? Are they going to be able to change their offensive approach? Because if they don't, Tampa Bay ain't great. But if they don't, they could well have a replica of yesterday's game. If they don't, like, if you tell me they're going to make significant changes in how they approach run versus pass versus run, and who's running the ball, I'd feel much better about their chances against Tampa Bay. Can I interest you in a stat?
Always.
This is going to blow your mind. Are you ready for your mind to be blown?
I'm always ready for that.
How bad was the Texans' rushing offense last year?
It was 31st. I think there was one team worse, and it was the Giants with the Giants had Saquon last year.
Yeah.
It was 31st.
They were
I think.
31st.
Yeah, it was 31st.
Yeah,
I forget
31st.
who was worse.
They were awful.
Yeah, they're bad.
This is the rushing game last year.
Yeah.
Last year, they averaged 3.7 yards a carry. Pay attention, class. The horrible, terrible, very bad Texans rushing offense last year that we all agreed on, that they came in to change, that they came in saying, we're going to be a run-first team. Last year, averaged 3.7 yards a carry. This year, 3.3. Last year, yards per game, the terrible, very bad, awful Texans rushing offense averaged 87.8 yards a game. This year, 91. Last year, the long run for the Texans' terrible, horrible running game was 75 yards.
Okay.
This year, 17. Dude, they're worse. Except for yards per game by 4 yards. They're worse. Yards per attempt, 3.7 to 3.3. And I get that's 17 games. This has just been 7. But if this is what we have to judge on right now, if this is what they're looking at, they're worse rushing the ball this year than last year. That has to change. And it changes with the philosophy. Like I said, I've been saying it all day. I've been saying it last week. CJ Stroud is right there, man. I mean, he is right there. He makes good decisions. He's the most accurate passer this city has seen in a long, long time, maybe ever.
Yeah.
You know? Use him. Set up the run. Change the running back rotation. Again, I said this earlier. Damon Pierce, it's not personal. We love you. You ain't getting it done.
Keep criticizing Damian Pierce.
I mean, it's not personal. Landry, that's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
I am shocked that Hutchinson and Mechie were as little of a factor yesterday. Like, you know what yesterday was? And I know this is not something that people want to hear. I apologize for saying this. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just what it is. Yesterday was a Bill O'Brien performance by Bobby Slowick. There's no way to get around it. You didn't use your young guys. You didn't maximize your young guys.
Mm-hmm.
You turned Tank Dell into a gimmicky-ass decoy. You didn't use Hutchinson at all. John Mechie ran one route.
Yeah.
You didn't have Robert Woods, and you ran one route, and you stubbornly tried to run the rock. This was a Bill O'Brien type of performance by Bobby Slowick.
Yeah. It wasn't horse on offense.
Yes, it was. It was. That's what it was. And, again, sometimes we have to be reminded. Like, when things are going as good as you could possibly hope for them to go, sometimes you got to be reminded, hey, you got a rookie quarterback. Hey, your personnel might still have some limitations, and oh, by the way, you also have a young offensive coordinator. Maybe it was just a reminder, but that was a Bill O'Brien type of performance in many ways.
Well, and the reason, I'm not pushing back too hard on that.
You didn't use your young guys.
You didn't use your young guys, and you were stubborn. The stubbornness, wherever it's coming from, is one of my biggest frustrations with this offense right now. You had a great example of how the offense can work at its best when you're relying on C.J. Stroud first, not the running game, and then you went back to relying on the running game first. And that is my biggest source of frustration with this offense right now. That is. I don't even want to use that term because it brings back so many bad memories. But I'll just say this: in terms of yesterday's game, you're not wrong. Because it's right there in front of you. What happened?
No, and it's not there's no absolutes.
Yeah.
It's not. I think I still feel good about Bobby Slowick. Still feel good about C.J. Stroud. But that's just where it is. And this team's not good enough to make some of the mistakes they made.
Yeah.
Can't have a delay game. Can't have missed opportunities where you miss Nico Collins. By the way, Nico Collins, what's he up to?
What do you mean?
And what's he doing? He had 4 catches for 30 yards yesterday.
Yeah, it could have been better, but at least he got those touches.
I mean, that's 6 targets for Nico Collins, 5 for Noah Brown. One of them was kind of a tip pass. There were actually a couple of passes I thought that could have been picks that CJ threw too.
There was.
Like if we're looking at it, I don't think
bouncing back and forth.
I think it's okay to say, and I think people are kind of scared to say it, but just repeat after me.
Well,
you don't have to, because I think you're scared.
It depends.
You're one of the
scared.
scared. Yeah, you're one of the scared ones.
I'm scared.
Yeah, it's okay to say this. Okay, it's going to happen. It happens to everybody.
I feel like you're going to be wrong, and I don't even know what you're going to say.
It happens to everybody, John. It's okay. It's okay to say it.
I just sense that you're going to be wrong.
It's okay to say it. Okay.
Yeah.
Say it after me. Okay. C.J. Stroud was bad yesterday.
I don't think he was bad.
You can say it. It's okay, John.
I would.
We still like
but
him.
I don't.
We're still happy to ride with CJ.
Yeah.
He had a couple of passes that could have been interceptions. Had a couple balls batted. He missed Nico Collins on that would have been a touchdown toss.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't getting out of the huddle as quickly as they were before. Maybe that's a Robert Woods thing.
Maybe it's an officiating thing.
It's okay to say it. CJ Stroud was bad yesterday based on the expectations he set for himself. CJ Stroud has set expectations to where I expect much more from CJ. Now, did Bobby Slowick help him out with the game plan? No. But two things can be true. It's okay to say it.
Two things can be true.
CJ did not play well yesterday.
I don't agree with that. I don't think he was great, but he wasn't bad. I thought he was fine. I thought he had moments just like
you. Fine.
Just like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. He also wasn't used enough. Some of it was not his fault. But just like you said, he had some bad moments, and he had some really, really good moments. Like he
had some good throws on that
really,
drive, some
really,
sideline toss to
really good moments. So he was fine.
Yeah, he was okay. I mean, it wasn't good to me. I thought he was bad.
Yeah.
Maybe I expect too much. You kind of still think him as like a game manager. That's fine.
I've never thought of him as a game.
I think he's.
Where did that come from?
I think he's.
When have I ever said he was a game manager?
16 to 24, 140. That was good. I mean, would they?
It needed to be 34. That's my thing.
16 to 24.
Yeah.
140 yards. QBR 72.2.
Yeah.
John Lopez says, he was good.
He was fine.
He was good.
I said he's fine.
That was awesome.
I said he's fine.
Let's go around the NFL. There were some awesome performances, and there's a lot of stuff going on, including the trade deadline tomorrow. Some reports on the Texans, and we'll take a look at what's going on around the NFL. And there's a hell of a lot of trash talk next.
Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the league here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is Reaction Monday. John Mechie, before the game, Las Vegas had him as 3-1 to catch a touchdown. Put that in perspective. Christian Kirk was like 2.2 to 1. Mm-hmm. Michael Pittman Jr. was 2.2 to 1. John Mechie had 6 catches on the season. Yet for some reason he was 3-1 in Las Vegas. I thought maybe they knew something that we didn't. Dalton Schultz was 2-1. Dalton Schultz has been one of the biggest red zone targets that C.J. Stroud has had. Well, he ran one route.
Yeah, Mechie did.
Mechie ran one route, which isn't good. It's not enough.
Schultz had touchdowns in 3 straight games. In 3 straight games, he had touchdowns.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Texans opening line versus Tampa Bay. 2.5-point favorites. The Texans open against Tampa Bay. You a little bit surprised by this?
Not really. I mean, I think the Texans clearly have had their moments, as we know. Little bit surprised. You should be a little bit surprised. I bet on the Texans on that. I'm worried how this offense is going to change, but not surprised by the line.
Are we done with the John McClain counting of wins? By the way, I don't know. He'd already counted 3 before they got to Jacksonville.
Yeah, he changed real quick, didn't he?
He got to he counted ahead to 3, and now all of a sudden, I heard him this morning on Texans All Access. Or Texans Radio.
Yeah.
What the hell was he doing?
What did he say? I didn't listen to that part.
I mean, he did his summarizing thing.
Oh, God. Like it was an Astros game?
No, I mean, it wasn't even like quote tweeting. It was like he just started, like, they asked him a question, and all of a sudden we got like a summary that I think everyone tuning into the station already knew. Do we have this? All right, let's hear this. Hopefully he's better than this tomorrow at 11. We damn sure won't let this happen, or else we're going to have to cut that visit short. I don't need to know the basics. Go ahead.
What can get the run game going, John?
I don't have any idea. I thought it was going to get going yesterday. I thought with 2 weeks to prepare the coaches and going against the Panthers, run defense second in the NFL, second worst in the NFL. Okay. And they had 110 yards, but their average was 108.5. So they just did about the same thing. Okay. 3 guys carried the ball. Okay. On Damian Pierce's 16-yard run, he was hitting the backfield.
Okay.
Devin Singletary had a 9-yarder where he was hitting the backfield. Okay. That has to do with the run blocking. And now they've lost another player. Jared Patterson was doing really well. Now he's out for I don't know how long, but it's a long time with an ankle injury, maybe the season, I don't know. Hopefully Juice Scruggs can come back. Michael Dieter, a veteran, finished the game, but that's a big loss because when Juice Scruggs was able to come back, and he hadn't even been activated from injured reserve to start his window, and I think Patterson would have stayed at center, and Scruggs would have moved to guard because they wouldn't want to mess up the good relationship on the field that Patterson has with Stroud.
Well, that's enough of that. I mean, my God. John McClain tomorrow at 11. I promise you won't get that. Goodness gracious. My Lord.
What can they do? Well, let me tell you what they did.
NFL trade deadline tomorrow. Jay Glazer had a couple of things past and present when it came to the Texans. He talked about yesterday how the Texans had to deal with the Bears for the top pick, and they would have selected Bryce Young. Said the deal was worked out. Then the terms were exchanged, and Poles didn't get what he thought he would get. Bears bailed, and, of course, they traded the pick to Carolina, who took Young. Commanders defensive end Chase Young. He's something close to a second-rounder plus or a third-rounder plus would be the price for him. Diana Rossini reports, though, that the Texans appear to be standing pat based on conversations around the league. That can always change. Do you think the Texans should be buyers at the deadline?
I think they should be smart buyers. They're certainly not selling anything. But yeah, there are places. Keep in mind, you're on your fourth string center. I mean, there's that. There's the running game. Who knows with the wide receiver with Robert Woods what that injury is going to be. I think just smart. Like try to pick your spots. Chase Young would be my go-to, but that's asking a lot. It'd be a big commitment for him, but we'll see. No more than no more than a second, right?
I think it's a third.
It might be a third even.
Yeah, he's not going back there.
Yeah.
I think it's a third, but who knows? We'll find out tomorrow when the deadline happens. Tom Pelissaro reports that Max Crosby, people have been calling the Raiders about Max Crosby, who's going to be on Monday Night Football tonight. You'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. But Vegas has been turning those teams away. Keep an eye on that. Round the NFL, Texans fall to the Panthers 15-13. The Saints, they topped the Colts yesterday. Gardner Minshew falls. Saints have 4 wins right now. Colts in last place in the AFC South.
Yeah.
But the Saints got 4 wins, so good on them. Jags 20, Steelers 10. However, Deontay Johnson of the Pittsburgh Steelers feels that the Jags, who've won 5 straight, they might have cheated for that 5th.
I don't care what nobody says. They cost us the game. But yeah, I got to make plays. Them 2 plays, them catches. The same rest we had at training camp. But at the end of the day, it's not on them. We can't keep complaining about the refs. Like Coach T said, we can't worry about the refs or whatever. But I don't know. I ain't like the refs today. They must have got paid good today or something. But that field goal, that hurt us coming into the half. Like, we needed that. Like, we would have been tied.
You ticked about the roughing the passer calls?
Yes, they was calling some stupid stuff. Like, they should get fined for calling bad, making worse, terrible calls and stuff like that. Like, that's how pissed I am. Like, because they cost us that. When nobody said they cost us the game. Like, yeah, I got to make plays, them 2 plays, them catches, whatever. But
one more, guys. How about them missing the call on Kenny where he hurt his ribs? Looked like he got brought through.
Man, they wanted them to win. Bro. They was calling. Everything was in their favor. Like, they were getting every little call. Like, but it is what it is. I'm moving on from it. Like, I'm ready for Thursday.
It isn't what it isn't. It isn't what it is.
Expect a hefty fine for that.
Hefty. Just two little sentences are going to be working against them. It's one thing to say, yeah, it hurt us, they cost us the game, but to say they got paid and they wanted them to win.
Did you have any issue with the Texans officiating yesterday?
Not really. I looked at that play again this morning.
Delay a game?
Yeah, okay.
I'm shocked that they didn't throw the flag on the Bryce thing. Not to say that wasn't the right call. I thought it was the right call.
Yeah.
But 9.5 times out of 10, they side with the quarterback there.
Yeah, you're talking about the one, the late slide and comes over the top, which I saw that in another game right after whatever I was watching Red Zone. And I'm like, that's the same call. And it got called. It got called in the other game. So, yeah.
Titans topped the Falcons 28-23. Will Levis, 4 touchdown passes, 3 to DeAndre Hopkins, no interceptions. The Falcons had an interesting situation. Desmond Ridder was taken out. Arthur Smith said it wasn't about his performance. Just didn't think he was right. Taylor Heineke, 12 of 21, 175 yards, a touchdown in the second half. Arthur Smith's become kind of like a blowhard at the podium. I kind of feel like Taylor Heineke's going to be the starting quarterback in Atlanta, and I don't know what excuse they're going to give. But I think that's what's going to happen. It kind of makes it more frustrating, although the Texans were thin in the secondary. The Desmond Ridder looked like an all-pro the 1 week he played the Texans and has looked awful every week since.
I mean,
he
was cleared to come back in the game and did not. So that's a sign. Well, that's a sign right there. By the way, as good as Will Levis was, Mike Vrabel said this morning, we'll see how Ryan Tannehill comes along.
Okay.
And I'm thinking the same thing.
All right.
Same thing. He didn't quite come along the way we thought he would. We didn't think he came along quite the way we wanted him
Malik
to.
Willis got a couple snaps in this game. He actually fumbled a snap. When he came on the field for Levis, the Tennessee Titans fans booed, and Will Levis wants them to get their minds right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just one of 11. I mean, there's a lot of guys that did their jobs today that won us that game, 7 being one of them. Malik, really, that left a sour taste in all of our mouths when we were hearing those boos when he was coming on the field. And we got to know that he's going to be a big part of us going forward to win games. So let's just come correct next time as fans and treat him correctly.
I like that.
Something to come correct.
I like that. Come correct.
Cowboys topped the Rams 43-20. Dak Prescott with 4 touchdown passes. The Vikings topped the Packers 24-10, but a costly dub for the Vikings. Kirk Cousins out with a torn Achilles. Maybe he can go work out with Aaron Rodgers, who was warming up yesterday before the game. Dolphins 31, the Patriots 17. You want to hear something crazy?
I do.
Tua has never lost to Bill Belichick.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
That has never happened.
Yeah.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Jets topped the Giants 13-10. Could I interest you in a stat?
I'm sure it has something to do with the ugliest game we'll see all year. Ugly, I mean, in terms of atmosphere with the rain and the cold, and ugly on the field. Hit me.
You know how many passing yards the Giants had yesterday in this ballgame?
How many?
-9.
You know
they lost by 3.
You know how many punts there were in this game?
They lost by 3 points and had -9 passing yards.
Yard pass. You know how many punts were in this game?
How many?
24. 24 punts. They were 2 off the NFL record, which had to come like in the early 1900s.
How about Sean Mraz? He's become just a complete...
What happened now?
Well, he had the Zach Wilson back and forth.
Yeah.
He was trolling Jets fans the whole time, and now he's kind of he's still kind of trolling. Tiki Barber did a song about Mraz, and there was a Halloween theme to it. Sean Mraz, friend of the show, heavy guy, big fella. Here was Tiki Barber making a song about Sean Mraz. You haven't heard this yet, have you, Fig?
Nope.
Okay, well, here you go.
I was working in the lab late one night when my eyes beheld an eerie sight. When a tubby, high-pitched slob began to rise. And suddenly, to my surprise, it was Marash. He was the Sean Marash. It was Marash. Career done in a flash. It was Marash. His opinions are trash. It was Marash. He says your sister's ass. I hope you like that. Happy Halloween, Tiki. Happy Halloween, Sean. Happy Halloween, Tommy. Evan, go to hell. Bad Tiki, out. Wow.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Eagles topped the Commanders 38-31. Ron Rivera admitted after the game he didn't challenge a play because he didn't see it on the replay screen.
That's not good. That's not ideal.
A better system in place than that? You didn't see it on the replay screen?
That's the second time he did something like that since he's been the coach.
It's kind of stale with him. Jalen Hurts apparently had to go through a lot to be able to play this game. He actually played pretty well, and he was asked a question by an Eagles reporter, and his response was pretty hilarious.
JL, do you feel like that's the best you've played this year?
Must be you asking me.
Must be if you're asking me. Seahawks, they needed a touchdown with under a minute left. That touchdown, the first career one for Jackson Smith and Jigba. They topped the Browns 24-20, do the Texans some favors with Cleveland losing. Texans, of course, have that draft pick. They're one game back of the Browns in the playoff standings. Chiefs, they got thumped by the Broncos 24-9. Sean Payton and the Broncos get the dub. Apparently, Patrick Mahomes had the flu all week.
This was his flu game?
Well, I mean, when I think flu game,
did he put up 45?
No, he didn't.
When I think flu game, I think of MJ. But Chiefs fell to the Broncos.
I was actually happy for the Broncos, not just because, just 16 in a row. Come on, man. They had to enjoy that one.
Ravens top Arizona 31-24. This was a little bit closer than you'd expect, but the Ravens do improve to 6-2. They are a big factor, and they seem to be getting better each week. Baltimore with the dub. Arizona, though, man, they play teams close. They're a scrappy. It's about as ideal as you could have when you have two of the top picks in the upcoming draft.
Yeah.
Playing hard and figuring stuff out. That's a good way to go. Bengals 31, 49ers 17. Joe Burrow 3 touchdowns. Jamar Chase 10 for 100. Brock Purdy was going to sit out. However, he ended up playing. He threw a couple of interceptions, but did throw for 365 yards. 49ers on a losing streak right now after starting out 5-0.
So is Burrow back is going to be the question.
Yes.
It seemed like
he never left. He was hurt.
He was hobbled a little bit. His calf. Took a lot of snaps from shotgun rather than under center. Took a lot under center yesterday. That's a good sign for Cincinnati fans. And they're 4-3, man. I mean, they might be.
They're a game ahead of the Texans, too. And Texans got a shot at them. We'll see how that goes. Goodness gracious. I'm not looking forward to it. Be honest with you. Bears fall to the Chargers 30-13. I can't figure out the Chargers.
This is like, okay.
I mean, that was just like a blob.
They should not be celebrating this win.
Okay. They win. They'll lose next week.
And then, of course, the Bills topped the Bucks on Thursday night, 24-18. Bucks coming to town to face the Texans this Sunday. Monday Night Football tonight, Raiders at Lions. So look for the Max Crosby Love Fest, which typically comes with the Raiders playing.
I think there's going to be a Lions Love Fest.
And there's going to be a Dan Campbell Love Fest.
Yep. Little Amon, little
Jared Goff. I don't really like watching the Lions.
I don't know if I like it or not. I just think they're an intriguing team the way they're playing. And
7-point favorite tonight.
Yeah, they've got some players, man.
Raiders apparently had a meeting, by the way, where they were able to voice their
the players only?
Their displeasure. No, coaches too. They could voice their displeasure to the coach.
The McDaniels thing. Yeah, I saw
so
that.
Josh McDaniels, hey guys, tell me what's wrong. Tell me why I suck.
Yeah, he said hit me with your best shot.
That's always awkward.
And I'm listening.
Like, what are you supposed to say?
Like if your boss comes to you and says, all right.
Didn't y'all have that with Bill O'Brien too?
What?
Then y'all had something like that with Bill O'Brien where y'all got that like an ask him anything.
Yeah, but
and what did you ask him, Lopez? You said why are you a a-hole or something?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I said something like along those lines. Yeah. Why people? I forgot how I'm trying to remember how I worded it, but I said people just think you're an a-hole, and he was fine with the question. By the way. See, when all these people say, "Oh, you say it to his face," well, I might not say it in so many words, but
it happened. He was cool with it.
Yeah, he was good with it.
It's fine.
He was good with it.
Shout out to B.O.B.
Mm-hmm.
BL. I don't think he's still quite the savior that they thought he would be in New England, but
no,
he's doing what he's got to do.
Just like to get together with you, maybe have a beer and.
Yeah, well, we did. We did.
There's talk. McLean tweeted it today, with the Vikings want to trade for Case Keenum, and I just saw the graphic on SportsCenter, which is up on the screen here in the studio. Like, do the Vikings need Case Keenum? Like, is that where they're at?
Well, he's experienced.
And they don't like their backup.
Experienced there and experienced.
Okay, but I mean, it's not the same coach. Like,
no, it's not the same coach. But they're in the hunt.
A long time ago.
He's a veteran. It was a long time ago, but he's been around.
They don't like Jaron Hall. He was 3 for 4 yesterday. And they need someone else?
Man, how about the Giants quarterback situation? Good Lord. It's bad, man.
Well, Daniel Jones apparently got cleared for contact. So.
Yeah.
Dave
Ball said he's going to practice.
Yeah, so you can get
Wednesday.
a little Daniel Jones action.
All right, great. We're back.
I don't know what to think of these Oilers. I mean, Titans, excuse me. They're wearing Oilers uniforms. So I don't.
Somebody said that on the broadcast too. They called them the.
I'm confused.
Well, that's what I've been saying all along. I didn't know I know what my reaction was going to be. I didn't know it was going to be shared by so many other people who were like, "This just doesn't set right," and it didn't. It really didn't. I mean, good for them. Good for Will Levis. Amy Adams Strunk wins this round. She got her deal. Now she's sending cease and desist letters to U of H. Which, by the way, I just found out she also made them take everything down from their website, all the merchandise, everything else.
They didn't sell merchandise.
They had some. They had some stuff available, not the jersey per se, but they also took down all their social media that referenced it. So, like, you can't find it now.
I don't have a problem with it. It's
Well,
hers.
I do.
Let her have the Oilers. I'm good. I'm actually glad she's doing it. It's a good move on for me.
No.
I was very I was trying to focus on the Texans game, and I got you and Figgy sitting there talking about Oilers.
Well,
and
you
stuff.
can do both.
I don't know.
Don't be mad at us because we like the colors and you don't.
I almost felt like I was in a dream. Like maybe I should have had some antenna ears or something like that when I was watching the game with the way that you are talking. Still talking.
You should have been watching the game instead of being on social media then, Mr. Hardo.
I mean, I'm trying.
Why you checking your tweets then? You should be watching the game.
I'm trying to
you
follow.
Should be breaking down the tape.
Follow along Texan stuff, and y'all are sitting there
you
watching.
being a hard
Oilers.
ass.
Y'all are sitting there watching, talking about the Oilers. I'm trying to watch.
You weren't watching no game. You watching our tweets.
I'm trying to follow along, and I'm seeing all this hey, Amy Adams Strunk. Lopez wrote a letter to Amy Adams. Amy Adams, hey, Ames. Blah, blah, blah.
I did. I called her
Move
Ames.
on, man.
Yeah. I mean, don't blame me for being. Don't blame me for
Mister
being.
want to tear down the Astrodome. Move on.
Don't blame me for
Get over
being,
this Oilers thing.
Don't blame me for being able to do more than one thing.
Goodness gracious. My God.
was not alone, by
Weren't
the
even
way.
paying damn attention to the Texans.
He absolutely was. It wasn't just me and Figgy. It was a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah, and all those people need to move on too.
So we're all
Texans
wrong,
need
and
to
you're
start
right.
their own thing. Yes. Focus on the game.
Did you get that, Iggy? We're all wrong. And
Get over this Oilers thing.
Yeah. Just because you don't like the colors.
They took
we
them.
got it.
They're theirs. There's no battle to it. She has it. She can send lawsuits. She can do whatever she wants. That's what she does. It's the end, man.
Move
on.
It's not right that
it's
she's
not even a battle that's even like realistic. What are you doing? Like there's nothing that you can do.
No.
Nothing.
No, that's wrong. There was a battle you could win with the color, and then she stepped up her game and tried to cause a big ruckus through the NFL office, and that's what really got me. Like just why didn't she let it go? Just let somebody have their own color, which H-Town blue has been in Houston before the Oilers were even here. Like you go into my neighborhood in the first ward, like that old brick tile, entrance is in H-Town blue. That was their.
Yeah, they didn't invent the color.
That was there.
She got it.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't invent the colors. Why is she trying to own it now? It's been here since before Amy Adams.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of symbolic that the Astrodome is still up there collecting rats and cats.
Yeah.
And the Texans are trying to compete for the division title, and you and Figgy are sitting there talking about
Yes,
the
we
damn
can't
Oilers.
tweet about the Houston Oilers colors there.
Talking about the Oilers the whole
We
time.
might make laundry mad.
Can't even move on. It's embarrassing. I was embarrassed for y'all. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Tillman Fertitta and Jim Crane. They had a conversation yesterday. What would that conversation sound like? I'm going to ask Lopez about that. Plus, a Texans player. He was MIA yesterday on the football field. Damn sure wasn't on social media this morning, and he's still at it.
Still at it?
Yes.
The Texans. Action Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so Titus Howard, he got in a little Twitter beef today. Wish he would have wanted some run game beef yesterday. That would have been nice, since touching the guy when you're pulling that guard. That would have been cool.
That would have been nice.
Maybe they would have ran better. But Titus Howard tweeted out the following quote: "We will be better next week. On to the Buccaneers." Someone replied to that tweet and said, "Baker Mayfield gonna cook y'all," to which Titus Howard said this, quote, "Nah, our defense gonna box him in." I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I just don't want to give Baker Mayfield any bulletin board material. I'm not saying that Baker Mayfield, it just kind of feels like he thrives on that.
Yeah.
So saying the defense is going to box him in, a little bit interesting by Titus Howard. Someone quote tweeted him and said, "Just like we boxed Desmond Ridder," which I think is a good response.
Yeah.
Titus Howard replied with the SpongeBob gif and said, "Keep running your mouth." The guy replied, "You suck. Get out of my mentions." Then he said, "You going back and forth with me, but you can't block for Stroud. Like I said, you're just a regular obese dude." Titus Howard replied to somebody, said, "Dude is a nobody, LOL. That's what's so funny. I wonder what he looks like in real life." Someone replied to that, I guess co-signing the guy, and said, "Oh, he a tubby. Don't worry." Talking about Titus Howard. Titus Howard replied and said, "Twitter fingers crazy, dog." 2 laughing emojis. The guy replied, "You won't be remembered when you retire. You just a regular fat boy." Titus replied, "Nobody knows you now, LOL. I just don't understand your logic. LMA 4Os. The guy replied, "You got 14,000 followers as a professional athlete. That should tell you something, bum ass." Titus replied, 14,000 on Twitter, 70,000 on Instagram.
Okay.
The guy replied, "You've been in the league 5 years and never made a Pro Bowl." Titus replied, "How many years you been in the league? You got another man, all caps man, as your profile pic. That says enough." The guy has a Tank Dell profile pic. The guy said, "You going back and forth with me, but you can't block for Stroud. Like I said, you're just an obese dude." Titus said, "I'm done, LOL. I'll stop being a troll like you. I had fun." Then someone randomly.
So that wasn't that?
That was right there. Then someone tweeted, I think it was Noah, who's always tweeting about the Texans. He said, "Man, what is this? You don't ever see Chiefs, Patriots, or Eagles fans arguing with fans on Twitter. Why are Texans players doing it?" Titus Howard replied, without being mentioned, "You call that arguing, LOL." The guy then replied, and this is why Titus gets a lot of love online, because he interacts with the people when they feel special. He said, "Let's run a game of Madden instead of going back and forth with trolls." He said, "You not ready, I'm him," Titus Howard. The guy said, Noah said, "Bro was getting disrespectful towards you. Got to keep that energy away for you." Titus said, "Bro, I can't mad bro for his opinion. At the end of the day, this is the internet and it's meant for entertainment, LOL." Someone jumped in. Titus has opened the floodgate. Someone jumped in and said, "Yes, it is an argument. How could you lose to Carolina when you're supposed to win games like that? You can't get into the Super Bowl playing like that, Mr. Super Tackle." He said, "You want some attention too. I told y'all I'm done trolling today."
Well, you weren't.
Try again tomorrow and go Texans.
Man, he had time today.
And then someone else said, "LMFAO, man, our fans are getting soft. I love that bleep." He said, "I was simply trolling like he was." He commented on my post, LOL.
We got to be real, too, man. People saying, using the term, "Oh, I was just trolling." That's a cop-out, man.
That is a cop-out. And Figgy, that's exactly what
That's not trolling.
What a complete waste of time that was for Titus.
Especially with how he played yesterday.
Just a complete waste of time on his part.
But my biggest issue is why I wouldn't speak on Baker Mayfield. And I'm not sitting here saying Baker Mayfield's going to put that in his locker, but we know how Baker Mayfield functions. Why
you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, why even put that out there? And the other thing is, when you say someone had time, I typically think, well, that dude, when Steven Nelson went at Crumpy, I was like, damn, he kind of lit my man up there. Titus Howard looked kind of silly. I actually think I actually think he kind of got cooked by that dude.
Yeah, and he got called fat 4 times. I thought it was 3. I added him up there. He got called fat 4 times. Said it, and you're right, Figgy. He says, "Yeah, I was just trolling like he was." Oh man,
a lot of celebrities do this. By the way,
you were just trying.
When
to
they get cooked
yourself.
on the internet, then they say, "Oh no, I was me replying. I was just trolling."
When he goes, "Oh, y'all thought that was fighting or arguing or whatever?"
You had Titus during the. Watson thing and during the Lonnie Johnson thing, and sometimes it was just like, man, you're making this a lot worse than it needs to be.
Yes, and yes.
I feel like he got cooked.
It's even whether you feel that way or not. I agree with you, but whether you feel that way or not, from the first time he started responding to these cats to the last one, I bet you it was several hours. It was several hours of him just kind of doing that. What a complete waste of time on that.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, this is going nuts right now, and I need y'all's help on this, you and Figgy. So TxDOT said that I-69 and 610 West Loop lanes are now open. Is that right? Is the loop?
One right here?
Yeah.
By the gallery?
Is it now open?
We'll see.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm actually really pumped.
It looked like it wasn't even close to being
I'm
done.
skeptical because a lot of times they'll say, well, these lanes are open, but it's like one lane or something. But TxDOT tweeted, good news, all main lanes, I-69 South, maybe the loopholes can help us here, all I-69 Southwest, southbound at 610 are open.
All right, we'll see.
I have doubts.
What did they do?
They were closed for what, 18 months?
They didn't look close to me.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see.
Yeah, it ain't look close.
So you go home that way, right, Figgy?
Yeah, I used to just
You
stay
give it a glimpse
16
today?
south.
Oh, you kidding me?
I tried.
I'm excited right now. I feel like I'm about to go.
I'm gonna be pissed because I usually take the street.
I feel like this is a little bit of a bait and
we'll
switch.
see. Yeah,
like they open some, but then others are worse.
All right, we'll peep the scene.
713-572-4610.
Anything being open over there is a plus.
That would be the best Christmas gift you give me.
It's been the worst, and I only use that like once a week.
No, right there, it's
they
one
got
lane.
one lane.
Yeah, you got one lane. You're going towards Westheimer and all that.
Yeah,
it's awful.
And that lane always congested.
And it's a simple fix.
Open other lanes.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tillman Fertitta and Jim Crane, they interacted yesterday at Toyota Center. They were sitting on the in the front row chatting. You know both these guys.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with both of them?
Mm-hmm.
What does this conversation sound like?
So how do you do it? What's the secret? Can I put some of my restaurants in your place?
I got the internet going nuts.
That's the first thing that I thought of when I saw that. All right, so we've all seen bad national anthem renditions. We've all seen it.
Yeah, we don't have to play this whole thing.
No, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
The singing of the Star Spangled.
Hold on. I really wanted to point and laugh at this one. I thought it was going to be awful, and we're all going to have another, kind of point and laugh moment or whatever. And it was bad. Don't get me wrong. It was bad. But after I heard it, I was like, I got to give Flavor Flav some credit. I mean, he knew every word. He hit some high notes. It was bad, but he was energetic. You know what? This is the epitome of owning it.
Grammy Award nominated rapper and artist Flavor Flav.
Go, Flavor.
Oh, say, can you see?
I don't know how much more I want to hear.
By the dark.
Okay.
You can see that on the internet.
You can see it on the internet.
He did fine.
He did fine.
I kind of think it's weird that Milwaukee let him do it.
Yeah.
But I thought he did fine. He put everything he had into it.
It was not good.
He was better than Carl Lewis.
He was better than Carl Lewis, and it was not good. But give him points for the effort, the words, he sold it. I mean, I was like, all right, I'm gonna give him credit.
I mean, he was gonna get cooked no matter what. I didn't think it was as bad.
I don't want to cook him.
I got the internet going nuts.
R.I.P. Matthew Perry, Chandler from Friends, passed away in his hot tub. Now they said that they didn't suspect there was foul play. He has a history with addiction, like a real strong history. His last Instagram post was his hot tub. It was a picture of his hot tub.
Oh man!
And this was a week ago, and he drowned in his hot tub. Had already written a book, had been making the rounds, tell all. Solid legacy. Phoebe, by the way, Rachel Kudrow.
Yes.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Lisa Kudrow.
Lisa yeah.
Kudrow. She is adopting his dog.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I did not see that part. What I did see was just this month, he was tweeting about all the ups and downs he's had in his life and how he can help addicts even though sometimes he can't help himself. He created the Perry House, which is a sober living facility for men. He wrote the book. This to me is like extra sad, not just because, a guy that was an iconic figure on television for a long time, but it's extra sad because it seemed like he was really fun. And this happens a lot. It's so sad.
Yeah, he had like a long 1 hour interview with
and they're finally getting their stuff together, and you're like, all right. And then they die.
I mean, he went out. His legacy's clear. Like it's.
Yes, there
I've
is
seen
that.
people go out worse.
Yes, there is. But he was getting it together. Had it
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
It was really, really.
Who knows? That was wild, though.
Really
That was real
sad.
wild. That had the internet going nuts for sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so I don't know what is going on. I always hear Figgy say, Taylor Swift fans are crazy, and his eyes get real big. And I kind of knew what he was saying, but I didn't really know what he was saying until yesterday. I did a little bit of digging. So Travis Kelce's publicist, her name's like Pia Malihi, I think is how you say it.
Oh, I saw this.
Apparently she reposted a story with a clown emoji on Taylor Swift's face recently. Now, I don't know the backstory on this, but I know it was dug up by @Gaylor Updates, which is LGBTQ Taylor Swift fans that are, if you go scroll through their feed, it's some of the most obsessive fans I've ever seen in my life, like borderline
So you're buying
psychotic.
into the whole.
John, one of Taylor's ex-boyfriends went to an event and he donated $500 and had like a check or something. Out of spite, they raised $3,500 on behalf of Gaylor Taylor Swift fans just to spite him. They are going in on this girl. And they're also like going in on Travis Kelce, and they're hesitant about what he is and all this type of stuff. Like, I don't know if he knows what he got himself into, man.
Well, that's what Figgy has been
publicist,
saying.
what are you doing?
Yeah. This is, I don't know if he knows what he got into either because of all that. Did you see what happened at the end of the Broncos-Chiefs game?
Oh, they put the stats of Travis Kelce without Taylor Swift there?
No. Well, no, I'm talking about at the stadium.
They played their song.
They started blaring Shake It Off, and everybody was dancing and having a good time with it. It's a different world, man. It's a different world with the Swifties.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Dylan Brooks, I'm with you. I think there's value with Dylan Brooks. But if you're going to talk about, Wembanyama, all he is tall, and LeBron James, he's got to put 40 up on me before I respect him. Don't get crossed over 3 times on the same play by Steph Curry on a big three-pointer. All 3 times you practically fall on the floor to the point that Steph Curry does the Home Alone hands on the side of his face because he cooked him so
That was
bad.
his only bucket on Dylan Brooks, though.
Boy, he got cooked.
But it got him going a little
3
bit.
times just had him stumbling all over the floor.
It happens. It happens.
Stephen Curry ain't have a good game either up until the last couple minutes.
Yeah.
I actually like how the Rockets are playing this. It's just, they're in a tough spot right now.
I got the internet going nuts.
So 46% of couples admit to cheating. 46% of couples admit to cheating on their significant other when it comes to taping shows. 46% of people
Taping
polled,
shows.
they admit to watching the show without their significant other.
I don't do that.
During a show that they promised
Because
they'll
I couldn't
watch
pull it
together.
off. I don't do that. I know a lot of people do, and I've been tempted. I don't think I could pull it off because I knowing what's coming and all that. Do you do it? Come on.
Not anymore, but I have.
I did it a few times.
I
I had to double back and watch it like I watched it for the first
I
time.
acted surprised. Whoa.
Yeah, see, but I couldn't pull that off.
Oh, wait, oh my gosh. Are they really going to do that?
Oh, I'll bet.
But you got to make sure you go to the front and start it at the front.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Resume?
Yeah.
That could be a
if
killer.
It's at the end, you're screwed. But
Yeah.
you gotta
If
go
you
back
see
to
it,
the
somebody
start.
watched this already.
Oh, really? I wonder. It might have been Leah.
Oh, must actually click something.
Yeah. No, I can't do that, man. And I know a lot of people have. I would give it away. I know I would.
All right, let's get it out. Let's get out our frustration about yesterday's game. 713-572-4610 if you want to get your frustration out. And then let's move on to Tampa Bay. Are we confident that the Texans can handle their business against the Bucs? That's next.
All right, DNM.
WEEKDAY, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Texans right now, as we sit, they're one game back of the playoff race. As much as it sucks to lose to a team that hadn't won a game, they're one game back.
Yes, they are.
Of the playoff race. I'm going to ask you this. We'll get into what frustrated us about that game yesterday with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. But the Giants just made a trade that landed them a second and a fifth-round pick. Their defense definitely got worse. They got a second and fifth-round pick for Leonard Williams. It's pretty damn good by them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it leads you to wonder, like, are the Giants selling? Have they accepted the fact that they're really not going anywhere? And are the Giants selling? And Boomer Esiason has gone far enough to say, I think that Saquon Barkley should ask for a trade. That's what Boomer Esiason has said.
Yeah.
If you're the Texans, would you trade for Saquon Barkley?
100%.
Okay.
Before you even finish.
Yes. Okay.
Before you even.
So why it might even make more sense than we believe, because last year, and I know a lot of people might have forgotten this. Hell, I'd forgotten it. Before the before the San Francisco 49ers traded for Christian McCaffrey, and Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans were a part of that team, you know what their record was? Do you know what San Francisco's record was when they traded for Christian McCaffrey?
I do not.
Do you, Figgy?
Nope.
They were 1-5.
It was that bad?
They were 1-5.
Doesn't even sound right. I mean, I believe
San Francisco 49ers, they lost to Cleveland. They lost to the Giants. They beat the Saints. They lost to the Cardinals. They lost to the 49ers. No, they were not 1-5. I'm completely wrong with this. Christian McCaffrey's previous squad was 1-5.
Oh, I was like, man, I don't remember that.
The 49ers were 2-3. Excuse me, they were 2-3.
Okay.
They were 2-3, and then they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They won 10 of the 11 games.
They haven't lost a game until that playoff.
Well, until
they lost to the Chiefs, but Christian McCaffrey didn't start. But they won all 10 of Christian McCaffrey's starts.
Right.
And Christian McCaffrey was why the San Francisco 49ers, in large part, he was a big reason why the San Francisco 49ers went on that hot stretch.
He was the reason. I mean, I get Purdy and all that.
Bobby Slowick was there, as was DeMeco Ryans. If the Texans could do like a lower level version of that, where you bring in Saquon Barkley and he make that kind of impact, I think it would go a long way, and it would eliminate this running back by committee thing. If you can get Saquon Barkley for, you're not going to have to give up a first and second because the positional value is already there and the Giants are getting picks.
Yeah.
If you could trade for Saquon Barkley, I heard Clint Stoerner, he was the first one that I heard throw this out there, then I think you got to do it.
I couldn't agree more. And what would the draft pick even be? A third?
Yeah, the Niners are 3-3. Yes.
A third?
Maybe.
It might be less than that. That's a one-year deal, too.
It might be even less than that. The Giants are sellers. And you say, are they sellers? Well, their actions are telling you what they are, right? With Leonard Williams. So, yes, they're sellers. And there's Saquon, who was already frustrated with the Giants, has been, in a heartbeat. I mean, everything is still in play for you. Maybe not the division, but in terms of the postseason, everything is still in play for you. Your biggest issue is the running game. How much second thought do you even have to give here?
Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah.
I would absolutely do it.
Yeah.
Biggest takeaways from yesterday. Now that we're going to put this to bed, but your biggest takeaways, biggest areas of frustration with the Texans' loss.
Yeah, it comes down to three things for me, and it all goes back to Bobby Slowick. Still have the confidence in him. Still think he's a savant. I think he's going to be a great play caller. But you got to try something new. You've got to try something new with the running game, whether it's blocking, personnel, whatever it may be. You just have to. I think they've been hard-headed. I don't know what the gist of it is, where it comes from, but they're just banging their head against the wall right now. I mean, they're just absolutely this offensive line can't block for the run game. The run game, Dameon Pierce is not a fit. It's pretty clear. I'll say this again. He's averaging 3 yards a carry for the year. That ain't going to cut it. The Texans' running game right now is averaging almost half a yard less than they did last year, which is the most remarkable stat of the day to me. They played 7 games. They're averaging 3.3 yards a carry. Last year, they were the worst in the NFL and averaged 3.7.
Yeah, my frustration. I'm gonna get rid of this. I won't mention this anymore because I've kind of harped on it. I don't like turning Tank Dell into what people said he was heading into the draft, which was a gimmicky gadget player. I thought Bobby Slowick did that yesterday. I'd put Tank Dell at receiver, and let's not ignore what he's already shown you in his short time in the NFL. I thought they treated him like a gimmicky ass gadget decoy yesterday, and I don't need that. I'd give Mike Boone some sweeps. He had the 11-yard catch and the 5-yard run on that awesome drive, and then we didn't see his ass again. He didn't touch the ball.
Yeah.
So figure that out. And John Mechie, Vegas thought, I guess, obviously wrongfully, that Mechie had a chance to get in the end zone. He was 3-1 yesterday. Mm-hmm. He ran one damn route yesterday.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
One route for John Mechie yesterday. So that's the thing with me with Bobby Slowick. Let Tank Dell be a receiver. Don't minimize him into some sort of fake reverse decoy type of guy.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it, but I feel as if they really need to not necessarily go back to the drawing board, but have a come to Jesus meeting about exactly what they're doing in the run game. You're 7 games in, man.
The other thing is this: we've talked a lot about the Kevin Porter Jr. experiment, and I thought it was kind of funny when they tried to turn him into a starting point guard. He's more of a starting point guard than Titus is a starting guard. He needs to get his ass back to tackle. I don't know what's going on that. I'm not a film guy. Clint, you're here. I don't pretend to be a film guy, but when he pulls at guard, I don't know if he just doesn't want to try to run block or what. I don't put him at tackle, please. Let's just put him at tackle and let you paid him like an elite tackle. Put whoever's the backup guard in there. I'm not a fan of watching Titus at guard anymore.
Yeah, fellas, we can talk about running backs. We can talk about moving guys around the offensive line. The reality of it is you can watch the first quarter of that football game,
mm-hmm.
and you got everybody with the exception of Shaq Mason and Jarrett. You had left guard, left tackle, right tackle, both tight ends. Like, what the hell you doing moments?
Yeah.
You just hadn't got to Shaq yet.
Maybe I didn't see it. I'm just TV copy, but it's just they are just. I've said this from jump, guys. They are bad up front.
Yeah.
They are. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Bad up front. I mean, we saw it. They are like the reason Titus looked so bad in that pool. He didn't know
where to go.
He was either late getting his eyes around, or he didn't know who he had.
May want to get a head on that Brian Burns fella.
Yeah, maybe.
He's pretty good.
And then look, it
was every time.
It's a couple plays later on one of Tank Dell's carries where him and Laramie are confused and nobody blocks 52 on play side. Right, you're running the ball outside and 52 stand up on the line of scrimmage, and nobody blocks him.
But Ron, that's why no matter what you think the biggest problem is, they got to have a meeting, man. They've got to come to some sort of decision like. We've been doing it wrong. We're entering week 8, week 9, whatever it is, but game 8, they have to change something.
Yeah, see, that's what I think I get what you're talking about with Tank Landry. I guess I don't see it as gadgety. I see it as, hey, let's try to get the ball in Tank's hands different ways.
Yeah.
I just think the execution is so bad. It just looks awful.
Mm-hmm.
Like for me, I don't like if you identify as Tank is one of the guys you want to get the ball in his hands certain different ways. I don't mind that. If you say, hey, I'm gonna get him in the run game a little bit, passing game, punt returns. I just want to get the ball in his hands. I get that. But you can't get the ball in his hands and then have an outside linebacker or a defensive end standing right up where you're going to run it and just say, hey, take on 165.
Do your best.
Like that's the part that
My breath is being held every time that I see him. I mean, I'm glad he spun. I think he might be over there at the hospital eating Jell-O right now if he hadn't, because I don't like my 5'8", 140-pound receivers running sweeps that much.
And you dropped him 20 pounds.
That's right.
It almost feels like they think he's Deebo Samuel, and I think he's proven that he's a damn good receiver on the outside. There's a reason that the majority he was on the outside, and all of a sudden he's a gadget guy. I don't get it. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and
I also blame Tyler.
The Milner curse. We set the stage up for it Friday.
It is real.
We set the stage up for it Thursday. The people can vote. 713-572-4610. Is the Milner curse real? He got his ass up last Monday and said, hey, wifey, because she's in on it too, because she sat right there next to him in every one of those events. Hey, wife, how about we go to the game tonight? It's game 7. Let's go. Where you want to sit? 5 rows back. Let's do it. Went up in there. It was 3-0 before he even took a first sip of his Crown and Diet. 3-0. End up losing 11-4. Then he was like, let's fly out to Charlotte. Actually, let's go see Tennessee a little bit. Let's have some fun with some Bears. Let's have a good-ass time. And then let's float to Charlotte in a game that you're supposed to win. The only winless team. And now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from the 70s are popping champagne because the Houston Texans allowed the Carolina Panthers, check that, the Detroit Lions, they did it. The Detroit Lions are popping champagne as they are still the last team to go winless in a season because the Texans couldn't get it done. And who was there? How far were you back? What, you about 20 rows back?
I was club level in the north end zone, about 8 rows up.
Okay, all right. There you go. Club level. Sounds expensive.
It was.
But Tyler's there as he's front and center watching the Texans take an L because they couldn't muster 15 points in the game.
Oh.
I just
Hell of a week for you, T. Hell of a week.
Yes,
Yeah,
and now he gets to drown his sorrows tonight with John Mayer. So
I just hope his guitar doesn't catch on fire or something.
Tyler Milner, who is not tired. He ain't tired yet.
No!
He ain't tired yet, folks. Listen, I just put it out there. You let me know, 713-572-4610. Is the Milner curse alive and well? Yeah, it is. But let's put a pin in that real quick. Because
I don't know how well it is, Ron, but it's alive. I don't know how we categorize its health right now, but it's alive. There is no doubt about it. It is here. It is real.
I'm just
damn it.
Someone text in the T-Mill curse is real, the Milner curse. Because it isn't just him, it's Megan
Ron,
too.
On a bad
both
run.
of them.
We come in this studio right here, post game, right? And we let Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware do their thing, and they wrap up and they kick that joker straight to us. So we come in here with about 30 seconds to spare, and Sean's already got that text line pulled up, and he sits down right here, and I sit down over where you're at, and he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the top 5 texts are Milner's curse.
Oh my God!
On Houston Sports, man. So yeah, it's
Come on, Sean.
Tyler, whether you want it or not, brother, it's here.
No, I know this is one of the worst runs I've ever experienced in my life. I'm not a fan of it myself.
I just hope you're going to be able to show your face in the city over the next week or so. John Mayer may be rough for you tonight.
Listen, if John Mayer comes up with an injury or something,
that's what I'm
John
saying.
John Mayer has a bad. Like, seriously.
If he gets sick on stage, passes out, cancels the show due to something.
Voice cracks, he breaks some strings or something.
Yeah, you're talking about one of the best voices and one of the best guitar players out there, ain't you? And John Mayer pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
He shreds. Yeah, if that happens, I'm going to start checking our ratings to see if things just start to plummet.
Boy, don't do that.
We know that's not going to happen.
I hope not.
Top ranked show in the city.
It is. The last we saw, it was. Till Tyler gets a hold of it. He's on the show every day. So
damn it.
The Milner curse is alive and well. Hey, don't bring me into this. The Milner curse is alive and dead and hell and well and whatever it is. But, all right, listen, this was DeMeco, and I know you heard it on the post game yesterday. This was him talking about where he was with his team after the game, after they lose this disappointing game to the Carolina Panthers. Here's the head coach. By the way, this head coach you will hear coming up here in the next 20, 25 minutes. We'll have his press conference carried live right here on Sports Radio 610. But this was DeMeco Ryans last night after the game.
Yeah, we got to learn how to handle success, right? Young team growing as we continue to grow, continue to learn. You got to learn how to handle success, right? How do you work after a win, right? You can't get too up and too down in this league. We have to remain consistent. We have to continue to put in the same work, right? That same desperation you have when you've lost a game. You have to have that every single week.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans, and it seems like his thought process, they didn't handle success very well. Through the bye week, 3-3. Everybody was talking great about the Texans, as they deserve to be talked about great. And you had a chance here, and I think there were some people who may have penciled this as a win against the only winless team in the league that struggles offensively and defensively. Would inexcusable loss, would that be too strong of a statement even with this young of a team?
Not one bit. Not especially following the head coach's remarks after the game. When you go out there and you lay an egg, as a fan, you can watch. They lacked energy. Obviously, didn't execute well. The physicality wasn't there, and I'm talking about mostly on the offensive side of the football. And so you can point to multiple different things, and then when the head coach piles on after the game and says, "Hey man, these guys just didn't handle success well. We had 2 weeks to prepare." And again, I'm paraphrasing, but it ain't hard. You just heard it. He clearly wasn't happy with the way that his squad approached the bye week and the prep week for Carolina. And you throw that on top of what you just watched, it's inexcusable, no question about it.
Yeah, I just
the question, Ron, is how do you fix it? Right? In today's world, 2023 football, how do you fix your team not knowing how to handle success? How do you fix your team not being as physical up front and being able to run the football the way that you hoped you would be able to run it? How do you fix those things in the 2023 world, NFL world? It's going to be a beast, man. It's inexcusable to your point, though, no doubt.
Yeah, and when I say inexcusable, now as you said, how did you fix it? And also, now how do you view this team?
Yeah, what does it mean?
After and I think we all went around and talked about this. I remember I was excited. And listen, I haven't given up hope on the season. It's not over. I think there are different things when you get new evidence that you shift on. After they beat the Steelers soundly here at NRG and they got to 2-2, and then you started to look at their schedule, you started to look at the rest of the AFC, it was, hey, you got to shift your thinking. This is a team that has a shot to get to the playoffs. We need to now look at this team like that. And listen, I'm not saying that is dead, but after this game and now you're 3-4 and the Jags go and win on the road in Pittsburgh and they get to 6-2 and now they're tied for the best record in the conference with the Chiefs and the Ravens, and you look at this and you're like, for me personally, now I've got to take a bit of a step back now with the division talk, with this team's going to make the playoffs. And they got 9-10 teams ahead of them now at this point. Now all of a sudden, now we look up, you got the same amount of wins as the Denver Broncos. So I think now for me, before and until, they start to show more things, and we'll see what they do in the upcoming weeks. I think now we got to maybe shift. For me, I got to shift back how I view them, because I remember last week I thought, man, they're at the top of the third tier. I had the tiers last week. You had them in the bottom of the second tier. I think you got to kind of look at that differently after you go and, as you said, lay an egg against a team that you got no business losing to, a team that scored 15 points and you got no business at all losing to.
You are spot on, my man. I mean, it was a huge missed opportunity. I mean, I think this organization was at a spot where one of two things was going to happen. You wasn't going to stay the same. Obviously, one of two things was going to happen, right? You were either going to keep pace with Jacksonville, and you were going to put the whole rebuild, building a foundation and trying to learn how to win, put all that crap behind you, and become one of the organizations in this league that are going to go out there and at the very least beat the teams you're supposed to beat and keep pace with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the division. Or you were going to lose that football game, and against a team that hadn't won a ball game, it was probably not going to be a pretty loss. You were going to lose that football team, and all of a sudden all those thoughts of rebuilding and, man, maybe they're not as good as we thought they were. Maybe this isn't a playoff. All that stuff was going to be drummed back up. And what'd they do? They went out there and they lost the ball game and they backslid a bit. And again, this is not an overreaction. You just heard DeMeco Ryans, talking about this football team. Teams that don't know how to handle success, right? Don't belong in the top couple of tiers, right? They're down in the bottom couple of tiers, and they're trying to figure out who they are, and they're trying to figure out how to be consistent over 17 weeks, and that's just where the Texans are right now. It was a huge missed opportunity.
Clint, real talk, they just did things in the game as a as players, as a coaching staff. They just did things in the game to beat themselves in a way that teams in the tiers we're talking about don't do consistently,
or have the ability to overcome it. I agree.
Now, the penalties, the delay of game, and inopportune times, penalties when you get on the ground and sacks, get a sack and you can get off the field. Different things and situations where you're like, God, that reminds you of teams that consistently are in the level the Texans are trying to get out of.
Yeah.
They did so that was some things. It wasn't just the loss, the way they lost, and some of the things that crept up that you're like, damn, I think you're saying, damn, I thought we'd pass that.
Yeah. Well, you just thought the floor. You thought the floor had risen, I guess, beyond what we watched yesterday versus an 0-6 football team. Versus an 0-6 football team, you went out there and did things that we haven't seen you do in a couple of weeks, did things that we thought you were ahead of. I mean, game management, DeMeco Ryans, Bobby Slowick not calling the timeout and allowing the delay of game to kick you out of field goal range in a very tight ball game. C.J. Stroud going out there in a 2-minute, first play of 2 minute, takes a huge sack. You just mentioned the Will Anderson sack and a defensive holding takes it away. They drive down the field. And I can't remember if they scored on that one or if that was when we stopped them on the goal line. I mean, there's just the offensive line play is not good. I don't know. I just rewatched the first quarter and a half, quarter, three, like almost a halftime. The offensive line play is just, and the most frustrating part is it's multiple guys, and
high-paying guys.
It's highly paid guys, and it's guys that appear to not know what the hell they're doing. And every play, it's somebody. And so there's just a lot that went on yesterday that a young, inexperienced team typically does, and maybe we put the cart before the horse and had the Texans a little overrated.
No, yeah, someone just texted in and said, Ron, please don't you tell us any more about this being a playoff team. They're far from it. That's what I said. I said I've got to adjust with new evidence. I can't look at you the same way if you go and lose to an 0-6 team. 0-6
I'm
team.
not out on that.
I don't think they're out of the playoffs. I'm just saying I've got to take a step back to where I was before. To where I was before of thinking, hey man, they are close to getting to up there with the Jags. Like they're close to getting up to that tier. I'm going to take a little bit of a step back on that. I'm not saying the door is closed to the playoffs. They just got to do some things to kind of show us. Yeah. Show us again.
I mean, here's who the Texans are right now, guys. The Texans are a football team with a high enough ceiling that they're when everything goes right, when the plan's good, when CJ's seeing things right, when you're managing the game right, you're gonna beat football teams you probably aren't better than. You're gonna beat football teams that you probably have no business beating ultimately, right? And that's a testament to DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud, and everything they're doing. They're doing a lot of good over there. On the flip side of it, you're going to go out there, and when everything's not perfect, you don't have the horses to overcome not managing the game in critical moments. Your quarterback not making the most of an opportunity at the end of the first half and taking a sack. It's just the penalties. Like you don't have the horses. You don't have the ability to do all of that. And then
against
still
Carolina, though?
Against anybody, apparently.
God, man.
Against anybody,
Carolina?
apparently, right? So that's just
15 points.
That's just who they are right now. Look, that's who they are right now, Ron.
This make you feel different about them, Tyler? You were there in attendance, ruining it for fans here. Does this make you feel any different about the?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, not too much, because I've told y'all from the beginning that I have cautious optimism and had fans wanting to jump down my throat for it. Well, friends, you just lost to a team who hadn't won until Sunday. So maybe let's look forward to the future. And I'm happy as anyone we have C.J. Stroud and hopefully a franchise quarterback. Let's maybe just slow it down a bit.
Did he just turn this into an I told you so?
I think he did. He's got to fight back. He's got to fight back. Mm-hmm. He's like, I don't blame you, man. Fight back. He's on the mat. He's on the mat right now.
You got me in an arm bar. I'm doing something.
As we said, DeMeco Ryans coming up here in just a bit, right here live. We'll carry the press conference. He said something there, Clint, And I'll throw this out to the people as well, 713-572-4610. Are y'all surprised that Bryce Young clearly outplayed C.J. Stroud?
Yes.
I didn't see that one coming.
Well, I'm to answer that question. Just
I was.
I mean, I'm surprised. Like, if just generally speaking, I'm surprised. But watching the game, like C.J. didn't play good. This offense didn't play good. So it didn't take a whole hell of a lot for C.J. for Bryce to outplay C.J. But to your point, I never thought it would happen, and it clearly he played better yesterday, clearly. And so I guess I'm surprised, but the context that I need is like, man, C.J. really just laid it out there for him to. For you,
it was more it's how bad C.J. played as opposed to Bryce.
Yeah, Bryce didn't do anything that just blew my skirt up. I mean, I thought he played well, but it wasn't like, damn, I don't know what got into that guy.
I was actually really impressed from Bryce just because seeing what he's working with compared to what CJ like you're talking about the offensive line and how bad it is with the Texans, and we'll get into that. But I mean, they got to be saying this. They got to be saying even worse in Carolina. Hell, they gave up 6 sacks, and Hubbard had 28 yards rushing. Yeah. They couldn't do anything. The receivers, they got guys running the wrong routes, dropping the ball out there. I mean, Adam Thielen is the best thing he's got shaking out there, and he was under duress, getting hit the whole way. I was especially seeing and I guess I hadn't watched just a full game of Bryce, but just kind of seeing in and out of what you've seen of him. It was like, boy, he is struggling. And I mean, I know he don't have a lot of help, but he's rough too. Watching that, it was like, no, man, this kid's gonna be all right. This kid's gonna be all right. And I think both the Texans and the Panthers probably are very happy with what they got, as long as they get some parts around him that's better. But boy, I was shocked. I thought we would see CJ picking up things the way he has, and I was caught off guard by that performance. Yeah,
if CJ would have just played, and when I say CJ, it's Bobby Slowick, it's the O-line, it's the whole offense. Like if the quarterback play would have been better, I think it'd have been very easy for CJ Stroud to have outplayed Bryce, given what we watched. But it just didn't happen, and it was the difference in the game.
Yeah, it was. So that one caught me off guard. All right, as we said here, DeMeco Ryans, he is scheduled to have a presser coming up here in the next segment. We will go right to that as soon as we get there, as soon as we hear that. So stay tuned for that. DeMeco Ryans coming up next right here on The Drive.
Monday Night Football is on. This week with the Buccaneers up next in H-Town.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a little Reaction Monday as the Texans, they go down and they lose to the Carolina Panthers, the winless Carolina Panthers on the road. As someone texted in, Ron keeps saying it's Carolina like it's not the NFL. The Chiefs lost to the Broncos. Anyone can lose any week. I agree. We should have one, but come on. I don't think that's what you mean.
We sucked.
Yeah, I mean, you can compare it, and the Chiefs ought to be ashamed of themselves the way they played yesterday, turning the ball over 5 times, but they've got a bit of a track record. And they've got a bit of a track record they're trying to get out of, and they are, with that loss, still the number 1 team in the AFC in terms of record. They're tied with the Ravens. They're tied with the Jags.
I like that one right there.
The Texans lost and fell to 3-4 and fell like deeper down in the playoff hunt, in the AFC. And they've fallen way behind now Jacksonville, even with a win over Jacksonville in the AFC South. So, and they don't have a track record. Like this is a game. I said it to you last Friday. The Texans, and now this Denver game may be something crazy, but the Texans, to me, had 3 games on their schedule. To me, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to get to the playoffs. You got to win at winless Carolina. You got to win at home against Denver, and you got to win at home against the Arizona Cardinals. Those are 3 of the worst teams in football, and I'm not saying it's over. I do look at them differently now, but this is a team that's got to get these W's because the other games on their schedule are kind of flip the coin.
Here's the deal: the Texans haven't earned the benefit of the doubt yet, and so the conversations around the franchise and around the team are gonna change week to week.
Yeah,
and that's just the reality. When you go out and you don't play, you don't play up to, forget my expectations or Ron's or Tyler's or anybody. When you go out and play a football game and you lose, and your head coach comes to the podium and says, my guys got to learn how to handle success. We got to prepare the same way after we win a couple of ball games we do when we lose a ball game. I mean, you can't be that team, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. This football team, everybody nationally here, locally, we're all still learning who are the Texans. They've got a higher ceiling than we expected at this point in time, but the floor is low as well because you got so many youngsters playing, and you got so many first timers calling plays, managing games, quarterbacking, playing receiver, playing running back. I mean, it's inconsistent, and week to week, the conversations around the organization are going to change.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think the big part you said is they haven't earned the fact to just say, man, it's just the NFL, man. Yep. You can lose to the Panthers and think they'll just bounce it right back and rattle off. They may. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they go in and win this game to a team that is reeling in the Tampa Bay Bucks when they come to town coming up on Sunday, and they get back on track and they get back to 500. But this is the second time this year they've been at 500 with a chance to go above 500, and they've taken an L to a team that you think they probably should beat. I think walking in, like they should have beaten the Atlanta Falcons. I think walking in yesterday, clearly, the thought is they should have beaten the Carolina Panthers. DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, he will be at the podium, and we will carry that live. So stay right here on The Drive here on Sports Radio 610. I got to say, I don't know where he is. There are people all over the great city of Cleveland that are rolling around in their graves with the attire that Figgy has on today.
What's wrong with Figgy's attire?
Now, me, I couldn't wait to pull out the scarf. I saw
a scarf guy.
I saw that before it come through. Is that first digit for the temperature? I said, oh, baby, pulling them out.
Yeah.
I got
Scarf season.
I walked in here to Figgy, and I thought Figgy was going to a high school football game that is played outdoors right now. Figgy has on, and it's a clean ass Oiler. The Oilers, it looks like the Oilers starter jacket pullover.
Yep.
And then he has what's the full ski mask.
Yeah.
Like that covers it all, where it's just you just open up right here, and he's indoors. He's from Cleveland.
I kept looking at that YouTube stream of In the Loop, and I was like, man, my man's got to take that off soon.
Maybe he just went out. Maybe he just what he looked like is, damn, I got to go out here and smoke. And this is what I'm going. This is what I'm gonna wear to go.
Picnic tables on the top of the parking deck, man. It gets cold out there.
I'm like, oh, he's from Cleveland.
You know what? I looked out there and I saw Figgy a while ago.
Did you see him?
The first time I've ever seen Figgy without all of his hair, obviously. Like he doesn't very rarely, if ever, wear hats that I recall. I never realized he looks like Melvin Gordon in the face.
Oh my gosh, he does.
He walked by here and I was like, man, he looks like, because right now all that's showing is his chin to right above his eye.
That's really good.
That's a good eye.
I mean, is he in there with you right now?
No, I don't know where he is. I hope he's listening somewhere. I just couldn't believe. I said, this man is like I'm as a Midwesterner, I'm embarrassed. It's 48.
Well, maybe he's fixing to go do a little something outside in the parking lot.
He was in here for 4 hours, Clint.
Oh, he had that hood. He had that.
Yes,
he did the whole show.
The entire show. He's walking around here like, hey, man,
cold-blooded.
Up come the hill, like he got up. He said 48.
Like my man didn't live in Cleveland where they have blizzards.
Like he ain't off the lake. Hell, 60 feels like 48 in Cleveland. But I mean, I wish his family could see him right now. Look at your cousin.
Somebody post a picture of Figgy
out here. Look at your cousin.
He's really embraced this Texas lifestyle.
It is, man. I'm over here. I'm sweating, but I'm carrying it out for fashion.
You look good.
Maybe he's doing it for fashion. I don't know what it is. I could not believe that.
The ski mask.
Well, I mean, I guess it's one of those deals where once you go, like leave the house like that, I mean, it's just like I got to ride this thing out, man. I mean, you can't get here and yank the starter jacket off and yank the mask and everything off.
He looked like I got to come out this scarf right now because
it is a little warm in here.
He looked comfortable. Like he looked like he said, "This is."
I'm cozy.
If I took the jacket, I'm all right with. Like Tyler just whipped out his flannel jacket, but boy, when he came and I said, "Oh, you're going to continue to roll with that ski mask."
That's what I couldn't get past.
And maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's going to hold up the 18th floor or something. I don't know what he's going to do, but I'm like, damn.
I hope not.
I don't think Figgy is a joke. I don't think Figgy's going to do
the bank's on the first floor anyway.
Tyler done went and spent a couple nights in the Smoky Mountains and decides he's going to come back in flannel and lumberjack.
Well, the hell
Tyler
of it
came back here with a tan.
Yeah, that was the hell of it is. It was supposed to be cooler, obviously, up there in Tennessee and North Carolina. They had record highs while we're there. I'm sweating my ass off. We get off the plane this morning, and I'm like, damn. It is frigid up in here.
Yeah. From the text line, it's freaking cold, guys. Listen, I can understand for people who have lived in Houston their whole lives,
not in this office,
and would think it's cold, and it is not cold in the office. But for someone from Cleveland, it's got to be a badge of honor that 48 doesn't get you to pull out. Like he looks like he's going to go shovel snow, and it's dead ass cold. That used to be my shovel snow get up. I mean, I wouldn't be like, I want to know right now, Figgy, if you're listening, do you have on long johns?
Underneath it all?
Do you have on long johns underneath?
There ain't no way. He'd have been smoked himself up out of his studio.
I'm telling you, I'm toasty in here right now, and I'm wearing short sleeves.
Someone texted in. All right, so what are we gonna do about this Milner curse? Like I think we need to have
it's fake. There's nothing to do with it.
Oh, so you're not agreeing with it? You're not going to roll. I think there should be some sort of a sounder or something. I mean, this was, and I will say this because Curse is completely alive and very, very fair. That's a rough week for you, dog. I think it's tough for many people sitting here who just watched them on television from their homes. That had to be. I mean, you paid money. And good money.
A lot of money.
I mean, as I said to you, Clint, last week, I know Tyler don't sit high, so I'm sure these tickets ain't in the nosebleeds. He ain't fly to Carolina to go sit in the nosebleed.
No, they were beautiful seats to watch.
But damn, you paid good money for them losses. Oh.
You care to give us a rough estimate?
That's because Clint's got to.
You want it all together or just Sunday?
No. Put the Astros decision and the Astros loss and the Texans loss together for you.
Texans and Astros loss, tickets and airfare. Looking at about somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000.
Just that one?
No, all together.
Astros. I had 5. I put 5 G's.
It's closer to 5, I think.
And that now add on to it the bets that you made that clearly you haven't tweeted about, so I'm assuming they lost.
They did. Lost numerous bets. I didn't factor in the rental car. Thankfully, it wasn't destroyed, though, so that helped.
Did you factor in the dinners and alcohol y'all drank?
Nope. Dinner and alcohol, that is a pretty penny.
God. I mean, so we're definitely over 5 stacks.
Way that game, and just think about the way those games were going for the Astros and Texans. I think Tyler had to march up there and grab some more drinks.
Okay.
Fair point.
At stadium price drink. I know he did it at Minute Maid. I'm not quite sure what he did at what is that, Bank of America field? I don't know what Bank of America Stadium.
I would not. Not that I'm a good fan anyway, but I would not be a good fan in those moments.
I'd be smoking hot.
Like I would be okay with losing. I'm talking about with spending my money. I'd still be, as a fan, I'd be disappointed, obviously. But I'd be okay with losing if you went and at least you enjoyed a good football game. You know, at least you got to go up see C.J. Stroud throw for 250 and a couple touchdowns. And, hey, if you lost by a field goal,
it would have been nice, him and Bryce going back and forth, and it's a 30-30.
You go to the Astros game 7 ALCS, hey, man, 7-7 ball game. They hit a bomb late to win it, or however.
If it was like game 5,
cool.
Yeah,
whatever. No, I could get away. I mean, it took that. It stole that joy from you too.
It's not good. As a fan, and I've always been a fan of nothing but Houston sports. As a fan of these teams in our city, I haven't had a run quite like this before, and it doesn't feel very good.
Sorry, man.
I really, the pocketbook stuff that we just talked about, my bank account, that sucks, obviously. But man, I was so hopeful yesterday. I went in confident, like probably too confident, obviously. But I was like, this is a win. Ain't gonna be no damn curse.
Yeah, I know it. I know you did.
And then that kick went through the uprights.
Man, just
and it went through it again.
And then we'll just put on those Oiler uniforms and just go crazy as well. I think maybe you should just hold off going to these games here. Just the year.
Look, I mean, you might for your own well-being, you might want to just stay at the house for a couple of weeks till this thing calms down a little bit.
Just the rest of the year.
I've been racking my brain since this morning, to the airport, in the plane, on the way here. How can I argue against this? Well, no, I can go to games. This is I can't.
Can't, man.
There's nothing I can say right now.
Friday we brought up some other evidence.
Oh.
That time you bought us all those tickets to that Mariners game, and it was 7-0. Hunter Brown blew it. By the time you bought all those tickets, we sat there
before we got to our seats.
Before we got to our seats, it was 7-0.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit out for a bit. I can't not. I would be calling for it if I were the people.
I think you should go down and tailgate for the Tampa game this week. Just see what kind of response you get.
Tailgate, but don't go inside.
No, just may have to get you a couple security guards, but you got that maroon money.
Not much of it's left, man.
There you go.
I heard. I'd say you go down there and just tailgate.
I think you should go stroll through the tailgates deal with a Milner curse written on your shirt.
See if anyone beats you up.
The curse dies today.
See who's all listening.
When you talk about somebody standing there, they see him. Hold on, hey Mike.
Is that who I think it is?
Is that? Look at it. Hold on. Get it here. Get from behind.
Yeah.
If that's his ass. I know his ass anyway.
Yell Tyler, see if he turns around.
Let's do that tiny ass first. Let's check the ass
Wait,
first.
that guy don't have an ass. That's got to be Tyler.
How big is his head? It's a small ass and big head?
Those are designated features of
Get
my
them.
own.
Hold on. Hey, T-Mill. That son of a... What the hell are you doing? So I've been walking up.
Get the hell out of here. Boo. Oh, we're screwed.
I think it's, while we're joking around, I think it's a possibility.
Somebody texted, I agree.
I mean, for crying out loud, y'all remember when that guy tried to come at me at the Astros broadcast?
Oh, what? Hold on, what?
Remember that time?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember.
Was Ron here?
Oh, yeah,
No,
he was there.
No, he wasn't. I don't think he was. I think it was when I was rotating.
What happened?
When his girlfriend was filming, and he was mouthing off, and he was mad at me, said I was lying to the city of Houston about something.
He was mouthing, and so then I'm trying to keep him calm because we're in the middle of a segment. He starts coming at me.
He's drunk, and his girlfriend's videoing, trying to just because we had Tyler was there, and then somebody else was there, Matt.
Yeah,
and then something.
I had my bat.
There were several people there that were like, "Hey, man, chill out a little bit, man. We're
coming
back. We're coming back. We're going on air." And he's trying to yell at me, and I'm like, "Hey, I'll talk to you, man. Just let me finish this segment. We're going on air. He was heated. So if somebody's going to be heated like that about me, hell, T-Mill, you might want to get you a security guard.
I might have to.
Old boy was heated. Old boy was like fighting mad when that happened.
Sounded like he was going through a lot though, and his girl's just sitting there recording.
I think they were trying to get a paycheck.
Yeah,
kind of payday is what they were doing.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna sit the games out for a bit.
Now you maybe
save that money as well.
All right, we're waiting on DeMeco Ryans as the press conference should be coming up at any moment here. We will go right to DeMeco. As you said, man, was this? And I'll throw this about CJ because I know a lot of people want to hear your thoughts about CJ. Clint, was this? Would you say this was the worst you've seen CJ in this game on Sunday? And then this is the seventh game of the year for him. They had the Ravens game, his first game out.
We hadn't really seen him bad.
I know that's what I'm saying.
We hadn't really seen him bad. I think it was very comparable to the Baltimore game, and it just seemed like the things around him, the plan. There was a lot of kind of interesting things going on around him. Whether you're talking about the inability to run the ball or like just weird scheme protection mistakes and just the inability to get things going, I think I would compare it to the Baltimore game, I guess.
Yeah.
Is where I'd go with it, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't turn it over, which, kind of gave your team a chance there, but it did feel like he missed some throws. There was did you feel like he was confused? There was something, because there were some things where, like, I know he had a couple of throws from behind on him, on receivers, thing like that. He just didn't seem like he had his pinpoint accuracy.
Here's the deal: if they were clearly in suffocate mode, because even if you look at the first touchdown drive that the Texans had, I mean, there's the throw to Noah Brown to his right where it's an out route and he somehow catches it like the back tip of the ball on the sideline. He throws the ball over to the left sideline to Nico Collins where Nico catches it above his head and does the toe tap on the sideline. There was the RPO, I think, where he drilled it into Noah Brown over the middle between two linebackers that they kept replaying it.
Yep.
There was those plays where it was like, man, it's hard, right? Everything in the underneath and the mid-range pass game was just tight. They were smothering it big time, and so, it was more about everything. Just appeared to be really, really difficult. Difficult throws and fitting in tight windows and, very little opportunity, more so than he played bad.
Yeah. It didn't seem like the CJ we've been seeing the last couple of weeks. And I don't think that was just all him, but it didn't seem like the CJ we've seen a couple of weeks. All right. We'll see what's going on with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Let's take a,
coaches and the guys getting their depth in the routes, and so it's a whole team thing. But man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we're if not a top 5 defense, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
I know what I heard.
Yeah,
I'm curious, Clint, what you heard as a former player that's been. It sounds like he's calling something out.
Yeah, no, I heard frustration. I heard frustration. I think there's a different tone in his voice than I think what we've heard in the past, which I chalk up to frustration. We've talked about it, Ron. We've got a big enough sample size where things that you and I talked about over the last 6-8 weeks. Some of them we were dead wrong on, but a lot of them, boy, they are coming to fruition. We talked about it a long time ago, man. Stretching the field, the conservative, just taking all the high percentage stuff over the middle, and the quarterback aiming to not throw interceptions and to complete 70% of his balls and be okay with whatever statistics that generates and whatever points that generates. Like that's not going to last. And I think you look at the Atlanta game, and then you look at this football game. I think that these are 2 football games where there was an extremely conservative approach. Whether it was trying to establish the run because it was the first run defense, or maybe it was the first time that a defensive coordinator had prepared in Atlanta, had prepared for CJ that way. Any way you slice it, I hear a frustrated quarterback that played a ball game, tried to check the football down, tried to throw all the underneath routes. Half of them got batted down. The ones that he was able to complete were such tight windows that they were big boy throws. They had to be throwing the button just to be complete. And then you do all that and you score 12 points. And or was it 12 or 13?
They got 13.
13 points, and you're frustrated with it. And so I think it's a frustrated quarterback that expects to have more explosive plays dialed up in the future.
Yeah, I don't think he's doing it because there are some guys you hear kind of speak like this, and you're like, man, that dude he is passing the buck. He's pushing.
Yeah.
He's pushing because it's hard not to, when you hear what he says, like we need to use more explosives. We need to get the ball down the field. We need to use the talent that we have. Because the first thought is, well, you have the ball.
Yeah.
If you want to do it, then that would mean to me that somebody or something is stopping you from doing it. And I don't think he's doing it in a malicious way of, hey, it ain't me, it's Bobby. Or whatever, it's them stopping us from doing it. I think I don't think CJ is that type of guy. But I do think to me it feels like CJ is saying, guys, please just cut me loose.
Yeah.
Let me take the gloves off. I don't need whatever diapers or whatever. Just let me go.
Yeah.
Now Bobby might say, well, why don't you hit that deep shot that I set up for you for Nico and give him a chance? But I feel like that's what I felt it was from CJ was like, just cut me loose, just let me go.
I think that's fair. I think it's more that than point and blame. I mean, I think. Yeah, I will say this: if you listen to the entire audio, he does say, "Hey, I got to be better. We got to run the football better." He includes everybody in the got to be better aspect of it. But I agree with that. I agree with that assessment, Ron. I think it is a cut me loose and let's go. You got to trust me and cut me loose and let me throw the ball vertical. And see if we can't back these safeties up and back some of these corners up that are sitting on everything and driving all the different routes that we're trying to throw. Definitely. Here I'll say this: you got to be like you can't just, if you were just a normal rookie quarterback that hadn't necessarily played well, you were doing typical rookie things and it was just kind of an up and down year kind of deal. And you didn't show the leadership that you've shown and have I think a good firm hold on this locker room, then you had no business even saying what CJ said. But I love it, absolutely love it, coming from CJ, knowing what we know about him. I absolutely love it. I mean, be transparent. Be willing to show your frustrations, if you will. Now you got to be professional, and I thought he was very professional. But it was refreshing to see that, and I think most importantly, I think he has the ability, based on his leadership right now and his role in this organization with Bobby, DeMeco, and the locker room. I think he just has the ability to do those kinds of things.
You think it's time to cut him loose? You think that?
Oh, I don't think they have a choice. And that's my number. Other than just the huge opportunity that they missed, my second takeaway from this ball game in general was, what's this offense going to look like moving forward?
And that guy, and he's. I mean, if you look what he's done thus far, he's earned to be given more.
Oh yeah,
he's earned to be. I would say to be trusted more with things, and to open things up. But it sounded like to him like, yo, I'm ready. You can take these training wheels off, whatever things you got left. Give me the playbook. Give me the ability to do more, and we'll see things. So C.J. Stroud, as you said, frustrated after that game, and wants to see more. All right, we'll come back as there is some news on a player. The injuries continue.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. It is a Reaction Monday, and we are reacting to the Houston Texans. Going into yesterday's game, they're 3-3, coming off the bye week, Clint, and they fall 13-15 as they lose in Carolina. The Carolina Panthers were 0-6 going into that game, and they got their first win over. Oh my God. Over the Houston Texans. Clint, how surprised of you overall of the performance from the Texans coming off of a bye week, having multiple weeks to prepare? How surprised were you from what we saw yesterday from the Texans?
Very surprised. Very surprised. I mean, you're talking about an 0-6 football team that has plenty of holes in what they're trying to accomplish. That you should be able to go in there and handle your business. And instead, offensively, you go in there with all of the reason in the world to think you can run the football and turn your run game around. And you. What'd they do? Would they end up averaging about 3.5 yards a carry versus it was the 31st ranked run defense in the game. And then on the flip side of that, I was very surprised that when I did see them clearly bow their neck and stop the run, and the Texans' run game wasn't going to be what they had hoped it was going to be. The inability for Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud to turn around and then throw the football well enough to win when all you got to do is score more than 15 points. Those things I was very, very, very surprised to see.
Yeah, I thought I expected, I'm not going to lie to you, I expected we may see the best offensive performance of the year.
Yeah, I agree.
When you talk about the opponent and then the amount of time they had to prepare for this. We saw a pretty good performance against Jacksonville, really good performance against Pittsburgh. I thought we may see a big-time performance from the offense, and they are the reason they lost this game. As you put up, you give up 15 points in an NFL game on the road, you got to win that ball game.
That's right.
And you got to win that ball game, especially when you just give up 15 points and you're giving it up and going against a team who is second to last in rushing and also not great against the pass either. This is one of the worst defenses in football, and they couldn't get it done. And it's all around. It goes all around. They couldn't run the football on the team. They should have been able to run the football. They couldn't get enough explosive plays. They couldn't sustain drives long enough. It just didn't seem like anything they did was working. And boy, they've got to go back to the drawing board and figure out something, because this defensive team they're going to play Sunday is even better.
Well, the game plan of 2 weeks going into the ball game was no good, and then in game the adjustments just didn't hit, and we just have come to expect more and better than that from Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. And look, this is the first time we've seen as many batted passes as we've seen, in a game with C.J. Stroud.
Did we see any from Bryce? Because that's the one you'd have thought that's the guy who gets the passes batted down.
I don't remember, but it was clear. Look, it was part of their plan. Was if you don't win immediately, then get your eyes on the quarterback and do your damnedest to bat the ball down. And they got a couple of guys up front that were successful doing that, and it makes it hard to keep a drive going, because a couple of them happen right there at the beginning of the game, right in the first few drives, and it's hard to get going offensively when that's the case. So, the all-22 hadn't popped yet, but there's no doubt about it. When I watch it, I think there's going to be two safeties on the roof, and they're going to be low, and they're going to present the opportunity for you to get the underneath throws and the check downs pre-snap, and then once the ball snapped, they're going to sit on routes, and they're going to make it difficult for the quarterback, and they're going to make you call shots if you're going to get shots. And Bobby Slowick just didn't get that done.
Is the offensive line, because that's what it seemed to me coming out of the game, the offensive line to me was the most disappointing thing that I saw yesterday. Just that they could not, this was one of the games we've seen CJ pressure the most, and obviously, in the run game. They could, I mean, even the good runs were done all by the running back having to avoid and just a flat, unblocked defender and having to spin. I think Damian Pierce got a 16-yard run where Brian Burns was just completely whiffed upon by Titus Howard and came in unblocked. And then Motor had to do the same thing to a safety that came in completely unblocked. For me, the offensive line, with everything you sacrifice, this isn't Austin Deculus. This isn't, and I know Dieter came in later, but this isn't Kendrick Green or Kenyon Green. This is Titus.
Yeah.
This is Laramie. This is Shaq. These are the three guys you put big money in. This is George Fant, who you said we feel so good about him playing right tackle that we feel we want to keep. Titus Howard at left guard. That, to me, was the most disappointing thing, that they just couldn't. I mean, they weren't good at anything yesterday up front, and that's stopping pressure or being any way effective in the run game.
Well, I said this in our crosstalk, Ron. I don't. There's conversations to be had about every position on the offense when you go out there and score 13 points. But when it's all said and done, like I'm through talking about Devin Singletary. 2 weeks ago, boy, Devin Singletary was the answer. Yep, got to get more run. Got to get more run. Then all of a sudden, Devin Singletary gets 10 carries for 30 yards, right? And that noise quiets down. And now it's all the running backs and it's Bobby Slowick and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This offensive line, and look, when I say offensive line, I don't want to just limit it to them, but because it's the two tight ends as well, Tegan Quatoriano and Andrew Beck, and Dalton Schultz. It's all of them, man. I mean, it's not, and it's not just one guy over and over and over and over and over getting his ass whooped. I mean, it's every single play. There's somebody play side right there in the running back's face that it's just inexcusable. I mean, there were 2 or 3 times where play side, Brian Burns, and I can't remember who 52 was on the opposite side of it. I mean, completely unblocked, right where you're trying to run the football. And it just...
Not backside.
Yeah.
Right where you're going.
And then you get the same problems with guys patty caking on double teams. And then you got, guys getting to the second level and getting their hands on a linebacker, and that linebacker just wanting it more than you and undercutting you or getting over the top, and you ultimately you end up completely whiffing. I mean, it's every single play. It appears to be a different guy where what it appears to me, I'll be honest with you, it appears to me when you're watching, guys don't know who they have.
Yep.
Because they're stuttering, they're checking,
slow.
they're not. But I look at Titus Howard, and he pulls and he pulls and has to kick out Brian Burns. And he just lazy getting his eyes out there.
I mean,
Brian Burns is standing up on the end of the line of scrimmage. Yeah, no, I get it. That's what I'm saying. It's like it don't matter what running back you put back there. It don't matter if you put Tank Dell back there. It don't matter if you put the Boone kid back there. I'm telling you, as I've been telling you from the jump, the problem is up front. And it's not a lack of skill, right? I mean, these guys, like Titus Howard is one of the more athletic offensive linemen. Is he better at tackle? Sure. But I mean, at guard, like you pull and you don't even see the guy you're supposed to block until he's 5 yards up the field. And it's not just Titus; it's multiple guys. Laramie Tunsil, let a guy cross face on him, and he gets right in the hole. When it's just hard to explain. The run game problems. It's hard for me to get beyond what I see week in, week out with the offensive line. I mean, until those guys get better, and I'm not even talking about being the more physical, one of the more physical offensive lines in the group. I'm just talking about cutting guys off and keeping them out of the hole. And if we got an outside run and you get up to the second level, like you got to at least get your hands on the backer. Like the backer just can't completely run right through you. Yeah. I mean, those kind of things just can't happen. Like Brian Burns on Tegan Quatoriano, that's a mismatch.
Hell, he got caught against Devin Singletary on a pass
rush, right? Right. Which Devin hung on for dear life right there. But like Tegan on the backside of a run, I mean, you just got to get in the dude's way, and he literally jukes. He jukes Tegan Quatoriano the way that Tank juked whoever that DB was when he ran on the left side. It's just like you never even slowed down. Guy never even broke stride. Like that can't happen. It can't happen, and it happens damn near every play.
Yeah, that O-line. Yeah, that they got a lot of work to do.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Well, Clint, the work seemed to have gotten even more difficult here with the offensive line potentially, and we'll see what they do moving forward. But sources telling Aaron Wilson this earlier, the Texans starting center, Jarrett Patterson, has suffered a broken ankle, ending his season, likely to end his season, and that was earlier as we saw him carted off yesterday. DeMeco did speak to the media today in which he said this about Patterson, about the Patterson injury. It's a lower leg injury. He'll be out for some time. Hopefully we can get him back. It is difficult losing your center. Very pleased with what he was able to do. Smart player, tough player. Will do some more shuffling around. So they're going to be without Jarrett Patterson. He said at least for some time, but it's reports out that he could be out for the year. And then if you're wondering about, all right, Juice Scruggs, who has not played yet, he spoke about Juice Scruggs. He said Juice Scruggs' status still being determined this week. According to DeMeco Ryans, we'll see. We're not there yet. Scruggs remains on IR and has a hamstring injury. He has a week or two away. He's a week or two away, according to a league source. So there it is with Juice Scruggs. It does not appear that he is going to be ready to play Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I'm guessing we're going to see maybe Michael Dieter in there at center, as we saw at the end of the game. They're going to have to do some more shuffling at that center position. But this is Quisenberry. This is
Juice Scruggs.
This is now Patterson, and now they're going to go
down
to
your
their
fourth center. Yeah,
their fourth center.
Be interesting to see who they move around. I wonder if Shaq Mason's ever played any center. He's an interior offensive lineman, so he possibly could have played some center. The kid that they got from, I believe, Buffalo, the Ole Miss. I think it was the Ole Miss interior lineman guard, Brocker kid, I believe, something along those lines. I would imagine he's played some center. He may have a shot.
They may be looking around in the trade deadline coming around. Maybe.
Michael Dieters, who went in, the game immediately, so he's been working with the offensive line, and I didn't see anything from Dieter, in the preseason that tells me, boy, this guy just has no chance of playing. I mean, I think he's.
When he played left guard in the game against the Saints in the preseason game, I thought. Oh man, they found something in house.
Yeah, look, I hadn't watched a Dieter film or anything like that, but I just don't remember the run that he got where it was very easy to see big boy.
He was better than Kenyon Green.
Yes,
like I remember, like that stuck out, and I'm not saying that's a lot, but that stuck out from that particular game because that was the last time we saw him. But I think what this does too is we'll see what they do because obviously they're without Kendrick Green. There are people. I know I am one of them. Have been one of them from the beginning. Seth Payne has said that. We've heard the In the Loop guys say you want to get Titus Howard back out to right tackle, but I mean this is a situation that potentially halts that.
Yeah.
Because I mean if there's no Juice Scruggs who's ready, and Michael Dieter, who you would think be the guy. All right, well, if we're going to kick him out to right tackle, that would be the right or the left guard situation. But hell, he may have to play center. So.
Well, look, if like I said earlier, if you're not going to get any better play from, and we're making a lot about the Titus pull and not getting to Brian Burns because it was blatantly obvious, but the double team of him and Laramie Tunsil on another run play on that same buzz. If you're not going to get better communication and you're not going to get better play out of that guy, then you might as well put him back at the position that you pay him a boatload of money to play. My whole mindset is always. Don't create another problem.
Yeah.
Trying to solve the one that you have, right? I mean that's the biggest thing. But now, like we talked about, I mean, I really don't know what you risk. I mean, I think he's better pass protection wise in there than anybody else you have. But I don't know what you risk by moving him back to tackle, other than George Fant is one of your top 5 offensive linemen right now. You would have to. Adjust the guard position, but I don't know.
I guess you could put Jones there. I guess because he is healthy. I guess to go now.
Right.
Josh Jones would be the thought. We'll see what they do there, but losing the starting center shuffles that might halt that.
See how quick Juice gets healthy.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be ready to go this week.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the World Series Game 3 gets going again tonight as the Rangers and the Diamondbacks are tied at 1. This so easily could be 2-0 Arizona. in this series. They carried a 5-3 lead into the ninth inning on Friday night and let Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia happen to him as Corey Seager hits a 2-run bomb. There's not a lot of soon as it hits your bat, no doubt. I mean, as soon as he hit his bat, he knew it. They all knew it. He went, and I mean, as soon as it was a no-doubter. And then, Garcia continues his crazy postseason as he goes deep to win that game to walk it off. But then the Arizona Diamondbacks, resilient comeback, and they put it on them, and they win going away in Game 2. We'll see tonight. When you watch these two teams, it's been a little bit more. First off, I've watched more of it than I thought I would. The first two games, but Garcia is he's kind of entertaining to me to watch, and the Diamondbacks are kind of a sparky team there. So it's they might have my attention tonight, especially going against the damn Lions and the Raiders.
Yeah, I flipped through it. I hadn't watched all of either game, but I flipped through them.
Oh, they got me the. I got there the 8th inning. Kind of Dateline slid off on me.
You got there at the right time.
I got there in the 8th inning and then watched that whole ninth inning come together and then watched the rest of the game. So, Game 3 tonight is hopefully. I know many of people in Houston, except for Clint, as I'm looking at Tyler. Hopefully, the Rangers can take an L tonight. That would I just.
I don't know how folks live with all that hate in their heart, man.
Tyler needs it, man. He needs one. South Carolina almost came back and won in that second half. He needs one. Good God. Somebody help this young man. All right, coming up, text in 713-572-4610. We do it every week. Who is your player of the game? I think there are pretty good candidates in this game. Who was player of the game coming out of that Texans-Panthers game? We'll get to that coming up next here on The Drive.
Doctor. Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, baby, had to pull out the jeans today. Tyler, when's the last time you wore jeans?
Oh, years. I haven't owned a pair in a few years.
Years?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not kidding.
I'm not a fan of blue jeans, man. I've never found them comfortable.
He hasn't worn jeans in years.
I don't like them.
I thought you was going to say a few months.
He's a chino guy.
Yeah, he is. But everybody got a pair of jeans. You don't rock a nice little pair of jeans with a nice little jacket or something? Maybe you got a pair of jeans. You got one pair, don't you? Like, you ain't got a pair in the closet right now you can go to.
I don't have a single pair anymore. Nope.
Why not?
I don't like them. I've never thought they were comfortable. I don't like the way they feel.
Is that unusual?
Probably.
Okay, I
don't know. I'd go back and think of all my chino wearing guy friends and think whether they wear jeans or not. Usually they're pretty committed to chinos.
Yeah. I mean, I got chinos too, but
not most guys aren't as well rounded as you. From a fashion
perspective. Man. Listen, I'm not 100% happy with my weight right now, but you ain't got to call me well-rounded and stuff.
Well, I wasn't talking about the shape.
I know. Next is 713-572-4610. Is Tyler unusual? Are you someone who doesn't have a pair of jeans to go to?
Yeah, the last pair I got, actually, Megan bought for me whenever we were dating. And I did like those a little bit, and I wore them for a year or two, but I haven't owned jeans in a while.
What would you do if we had a country concert to go to this evening?
Chinos.
I'd put chinos and my boots on and my pearl snap.
See, that don't seem like that looks right.
You'd put chinos on with your boots?
With your boots? That doesn't seem
not chinos. I normally roll with the khakis.
Oh.
Just a nice solid pair of khakis, huh?
Yeah, khaki pants, pearl snap.
Someone texted
my Tony Amas.
What the hell are chinos?
They're like
you know what chinos are, man.
Stylish pants for men.
Pants.
They're pants.
They're more like pants than they are jeans.
Yeah.
They're not slacks. They're not nice dress slacks. They're not jeans. They're lightweight, usually flat front. Multiple colors.
Yeah.
In Tyler's case, flat front and flat back. Just kind of.
Text line here: everybody that doesn't like jeans is because they have no ass.
Oh, I'm not sure that's the reason why I don't, but I mean, you're right. I don't have an ass. No problem admitting that, friend. Never have.
I'll be honest.
You'd look pretty funny if you was walking around with like, say, Will Anderson's ass or something. You'd look right.
Someone just texted in. I just realized I only have jeans because of social pressures. Tyler is an inspiration.
You're welcome, friend. See, that's what we're here to break down barriers.
Wait, you only have what? Say it again.
I just realized I only have jeans because of social pressures. Tyler is an inspiration. I'm not gonna lie to you, Tyler. This is.
I didn't expect that.
I am I knew you didn't wear jeans. I didn't know you just didn't have any.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know you didn't have. Like you just. I thought maybe you wore them a few times a year. I know. So
I need to meet with that individual talking about social pressure.
So Tyler, you don't wear jeans or shorts.
I don't wear shorts too often. I mean, if it's summertime and I'm going to be doing an outdoor event or something, I try to.
You? Because it'd be summertime and you be in straight pants.
No, he's self-conscious of them damn twigs he's got.
No, I ain't self-conscious. I do have skinny-ass legs, but honestly,
you should be the poster child for that.
Somebody texted, do you
fungo legs?
Do you swim in pants? Someone texted.
No,
you have swim shorts. You do.
I do wear pants literally every day to this job, even in summer. But that's something that my gramps instilled in me when I was at a young age. He said, "You always wore pants to church. You always wore pants to work." I know that's kind of silly,
I think you got to find you some comfortable jeans. I just think it's a comfort thing. I think you got to find you some comfortable.
Well, if you hadn't tried jeans in a while, they do make them a little different.
They do, man. I'm telling you, they got the ones where I love them now. I got all my jeans, a little stretchy kinds. I can get in there and just get a catcher stand.
Yep.
And just hold it. Just stretch all I want to in them puppies.
Be careful now.
Maybe I'll do some shopping here soon.
I'm going to get a catcher stand right here.
Be careful now. You're going to
do it. I bet you can't.
I can.
That old elastic's gonna give out on you.
Nah, I'm good here, baby.
There it is.
Be careful.
Ooh.
I'm in there clean, baby.
Yeah, my knees won't let me do that.
Only the people on Twitch and YouTube are able to see that. Stay tuned for that one. All right, let's do it. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game, 713-572-4610. Text in yours. I see some people saying Malik Collins jumping in there. I'm going to kick it off. John Grenard, 2.5 sacks, and there was no confusion of his impact on this game. Jonathan Grenard, to me, was the best player for the Texans on the field, and the Carolina Panthers couldn't do anything about it. The Carolina Panthers started to shade backs towards his side. The Carolina Panthers started to chip tight ends towards his side, and he was still wrecking Doc over there. 52, has 6 sacks on the season, 2.5 yesterday. Hell, even the play where he drugged Bryce for a 15-yard penalty for a face mask. You can't even be that mad at him because he just whooped Aquanu's ass one more good time and then got back there and drug him down. So Jonathan Grenard, to me, I think has been the best player across the front this year and showed out yesterday. He was big time.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Ron. He was absolute big time, flashing like crazy. I mean, this is a monster year for Jonathan Grenard, and boy, if he can stay healthy, it could be a monster financial year for Jonathan Grenard. I'm going to go with Malik Collins. Malik Collins is my Man Eye Institute player of the game. Again, 2 sacks, a tackle for a loss, and a guy that had a big hand, played a big hand in allowing Carolina to rush for a whopping 44 yards, 1.8 yard average on the day for the Carolina Panthers. And when you talk about the Texans holding Carolina to 15 points, big goal line stand at one point. I mean, Malik Collins was right in the middle of it, and on top of all that, he was able to get 2 sacks. So I got to ride with the big fella in the middle, man, Malik Collins.
Yeah, that D-line, man, they were humming. What, the Texans had 6 sacks yesterday.
Yep.
And as someone texted in, I feel like you're taking shots at Will. I mean, I'm not taking shots at Will. I'm just saying there was no confusion on the impact that Jonathan Grenard had. Like, you didn't have to – like, I don't have to get up and look at some sort of metric to tell me that Jonathan Grenard was impactful. He got back there and just ruined whatever plays they had put together, because when Bryce hit whatever step it was, he was back there on him, and he came up with huge plays. So I'm not – listen, Will has been a good player thus far. But you saw yesterday, if I tell you who was the most impactful defensive player on the field yesterday, one, it was that 49 gentleman for the damn Panthers. He was everywhere. And then it was Jonathan Grenard. Tyler, you need one. You were there. You were up close. You were watching the game. Who was your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
And I'm going with this guy because of something I saw him do in person. It was pretty impressive, actually. I'm going with Cam Johnston, punter of the Houston Texans.
Just saw that come up 2 times on the text line just now.
Yeah, set a franchise record, longest punt ever for a Houston Texan. It was a boomer, and it really was impressive, man. I looked to the guy next to me, and I was like, because we were sitting in the end zone, and he was kicking from the south end zone, and he damn near got it to our end zone. And I looked at him and I said, holy hell. But, yeah, I'm going to go with the Aussie.
Tyler, that was a big punt, too, because that was right after the 2-minute drive where DeMeco called the timeout, saved the time. I mean, right there, if you don't get a booming punt, there's a good chance you give up points. You give up at least a field goal right there. So that was a huge play in the game, not just a record, man. So
no doubt.
The other guy, Ron, I think worth mentioning, and you mentioned him kind of in passing there, is the leading tackler for the Texans, and that's Denzel Perryman. He had half a sack, but he had a couple. He had 1 tackle for a loss, but he played the run really well yesterday.
He reads it.
Yes, indeed.
Also, man, Blake Cashman.
Yeah.
He deserves conversation, too. Led off the first series with a sack. And, man, hey, what I love about him, man, I try to get my kids. I wish I could teach my kids and watch some Blake Cashman. He arrives with authority.
No question.
He arrives. And he is hitting you. Like he's gonna cause, and he's gonna cause fumbles because he comes and ain't just trying to usher you down to the ground. He is letting you know he is there. So That is our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, this is simple. And 713-572-4610, you can jump in on this. What position should Titus Howard play? Right now, we've seen it. He's been back since IR. What position should Titus Howard play? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't know what position Titus Howard should play, but I know wherever he plays, I'm going to be sitting in front of the TV.
presented by our good people and friends at John Deere Shoppers. Shoppers John Deere. I said this on the tees, and I'm curious and I'm serious because I feel like at least at this point it is a question, and I think a lot has to go into it. What's best for the team? I guess at the start, maybe what's best for him, what's best for the player, but right now as we sit here, and I said I'd like for the people, you can jump in 713-572-4610. Where should Titus Howard play? Since he has come back off of IR with the broken hand, he has been playing at left guard. And I think Sunday was probably the most obvious situation in seeing struggles there, as he was just, it was hard to miss with him pulling and the issues that happened there. And then we're seeing the Texans' run game isn't great. They even struggled at times to protect yesterday, and it's not just him, it's all players. But taking everything into account, where is it best for Titus Howard to play right now?
Well, look, I mean, my answer doesn't change. I think left guard's the best spot for him because of, and it's less about him and more about, the next guy up. The next guy up at tackle, if you play Titus Howard at guard, is George Fant, and George Fant is an NFL tackle. He's played well. If you play him at right tackle, the next guy up is a tackle that you're playing at guard, and Josh Jones, who I think is capable, but I don't know, nor do I want to find out whether he can play guard as well as George Fant can play tackle. So right now, I think Titus Howard and George Fant are in your top 5 offensive linemen, and the injury at center is not helping that because you're dedicating so many resources to center. They're 4 centers deep now, so you don't have any interior offensive linemen to really compete for a job if you did push Titus Howard out to tackle. So I would leave him where it's at, Ron. I know we've talked about it today. I've seen enough offensively where Titus Howard plays on this offensive line as it pertains to them getting better is down the list, right? I mean, it's just they're just not good across the board. And is Titus struggling? Sure, but there's nothing that I see in Titus's game that tell me, boy, if you put him at tackle, all of a sudden, what you ask him to do, he's gonna do at a higher clip. I don't. They're all struggling, if you ask me.
So you don't.
No, and I'm talking about the run game. In the pass game, I feel even stronger about leaving him inside because I think George Fant's doing a good job. And I think inside, as I've said before, the quickest way to the quarterback is for your center guard to be leaky, and then you're sitting there and now you've got a left guard that can't pass protect. I think Titus can pass protect fine. The concern for me across the board becomes the run game.
So for you, from what you watch, your thought isn't if he moves out to right tackle, he'll play better. He'll play better. Because my thought is he looks uncomfortable at times. He looks uncomfortable and unsure at times.
Well, he's not going to be asked to pull and kick defensive ends out from the interior offensive line, which is what is right now is on everybody's radar, and he struggled on. He's not going to be asked to do that precisely at the tackle position. So I guess you could eliminate that. But I still think, when you're talking about executing double teams and playing with a certain level of physicality that's going to allow this team to run the football better, let's be honest, just flat out knowing who you got, when and where, and on what play, who you got, and going and getting them, and being physical, they're just struggling with that up front across the board, and I don't think going to tackle helps Titus Howard with that. For me, that's just where I'm at.
I just at least get him to a place where he's comfortable. Like that to me, that's what stuck out to me yesterday is I don't believe he's soft. And as you said, man, one of the things about Titus is he's athletic and can move for a big man at his size. And he just looks unsure and confused and like he's thinking a lot. Now, maybe he'd be doing that at right tackle too. I don't know. My thought would be that he's probably more comfortable at that position that he has played in the league and everything like that. And that if because we see George Fant have to jump and kick out to go get out. I feel like he'd be much more comfortable and ready to go and do that. Like It's like one time you missed the Brian Burns thing. Okay, maybe got out slow. We talked about it on the sideline when that happened. Hell, he did it 2 or 3 times where he was like, am I supposed to get him? Am I supposed to get him?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to pass off here? And I just get it to a spot that's more comfortable. Now, as you said, the Jarrett Patterson injury does not help the situation of putting, because somebody's going to have to play there. If Dieter was a guy you would think that could play left tackle, maybe it's Josh Jones, or left guard, excuse me. Maybe it's Josh Jones. You're like, God, he's more of a tackle. We wouldn't want to do that. Sure. Not sure. But he just doesn't look like he's confident.
Yeah.
He looks like a player that is thinking so much. And that's why, in my mind, I'm thinking he'd be potentially at least better doing that. At least better out there to where, God, you pull, I'll be honest with you. I'm confused on what he's confused about, especially on those plays. There ain't nobody else out there for you to go get.
But that's Ron. We talked a couple weeks ago. It's if you're Titus Howard and you're running that play, and before you ever get down in your stance, it ain't like Brian Burns and the defense is moving around and all of a sudden it surprised him. You look up, man, he's in a 2-point stance. You can see his head the whole time.
That's got to be you. That's who you got to be.
He ain't got his hand in the dirt and he disappears when you get in the stance and he gets in the stance because he's on the other end of the line. He's standing up, and so it's just I really question. And I'm gonna be honest, and I know a lot of people give me hell for this. I really question what they're being coached to do, because I don't think
he did that 3 times. It's fair.
Well, and it ain't just him. There is just no physicality. And again, I know that I'm comparing them to the great offensive lines, but if you look at what Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans want to do is be physical up front at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. What I see them do on multiple occasions throughout a game is the exact opposite. And yeah, a lot of it is their thinking, but there's never hey, I'm going to pull and I'm going to absolutely murder the opposite color jersey. The first thing that shows, good luck. I'm going to plant you in this ground. Right? Even when it's one-on-one and they're blocking and just get physical and moves, you just never see it. You never see it. Yeah. And it's just hard to it's got to be more of I know I've talked to Smitty in the past, it's probably been a couple of years now, about how kind of the offensive line position is changing, and it's a lot with a lot of schemes they're teaching. It's more shielding than it is blocking and moving guys. Bro. But man, and I can damn sure understand that because it looks like that's what a lot of guys are trying to do in the league. But it just the lack of even if you get pushed back, just the lack of fight. It seems like a lot of patty caking.
Yeah. Positional. Moving, positional.
And my point in saying all that is I don't think moving Titus Howard to tackle is going to all of a sudden eliminate that. Now, he may play better because it's his more natural position. It's what he's paid to do. But it's just, I think it has to do with what they're being coached to do. And then the inability to communicate it and execute it on Sundays is got to get better.
Yeah. We'll see what they do Sunday. I would assume the Titus Howard thing is at least a conversation this week as and Vita Vea coming to town. That'll be interesting to see. He's one of the best in the middle there. By the way, as we hear on this Reaction Monday, a great weekend in college football.
Was it a great one?
A great weekend in none of our teams lost.
Mine didn't play.
None of our teams lost. Right? All right, we were. I think all of our teams were coming off of losses last week. 7-3 to whoever.
Mississippi State.
Mississippi State.
Oof.
Defense played great that game. 7-3 loss. Who did A&M?
Well, we had a bye last week, but the week before that, the Aggies lost to the Vols.
Yeah, that's right, to Tennessee, and then my Jayhawks lost to Oklahoma State, game they should have won, and then they came back and beat Oklahoma.
Nice.
They beat the one that mattered, Bump. Get you a top 5 dub, man. Congrats.
Yeah.
Who says Kansas is a basketball school?
I do. This feels.
They're coming though.
It's a little. It's really it's really frustrating. I know that's a weird thing to say. It's really frustrating because, look, like Kansas is not even in the position of either one of your schools, like A&M or Arkansas or Baylor or, God, I'm not even talking about Texas or anything like that. They're not in that situation, TCU, to where, hey, man, yeah, they might have a chance. Like Arkansas, you could say Arkansas could find themselves into competing for the SEC championship. I think you've been there. You've been there, but you've been there. You've played in the SEC championship game. A&M as well. They've got the parts. And Kansas don't often have that opportunity come around. And their special player has been injured. And this season, which is special right now, they're 6-2. Got a chance to have a double-digit win season, which is insane. But this could be a special, special season if their quarterback, Jalen Daniels, didn't get hurt. And to the tune of if you're like, who is that? Who is that? I think you could have a real argument that if he played in the SEC right now, that he is at worst a top 3 quarterback, if not an argument that he could be the number 1 quarterback in the conference. Like he's that good of a player that they have been playing without for weeks, and they go and beat Oklahoma and without him. And I think they beat Oklahoma comfortably if he plays. I think they beat Oklahoma State, and I think they give Texas more than what they gave them in that game. They should at least be 7-1 right now. Special season. I'm not trying to be too.
Well, should ain't never done a damn thing.
I know.
What are they sitting at right now?
They're 6-2.
6-2. That's a hell of a year, man.
That's right now, I'm telling you, man. All I was hoping is give me one more. They won 6 last year. Give me one more. Damn, they beat Oklahoma.
Well, you positioned yourself. Texas needs 2. Never mind. Have both of your losses been conference?
Yeah.
Oklahoma State and Texas?
Yep.
So
you got to have Oklahoma lose another one.
No, you got to have Texas lose 2 more.
Well, they did.
Because you lost the head-to-head to Texas.
Yeah, but we got the head-to-head against Oklahoma. If Oklahoma loses another, Kansas wins out. They both have 2 losses.
Right, but Texas is still – just to get into the – I got you.
If you get in the Big 12 championship
you should be in the top 2, yeah.
Kansas can win out with their schedule. They got all the it's a little easier.
I hope for your sake OU loses one, bub.
I don't know who that would be to, but –
I don't know who they got left.
Well, so, too. Maybe K-State can jump in there. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Man, DeMeco Ryans, he spoke. DeMeco Ryans spoke and talked about the struggles of yesterday, talked about trying to create some more explosives and what the key to that may be for this offense. Talked about several things, but I'm going to bring them to right there. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, before we get there, guys, if you're looking to sell your car quite like I am,
player access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, the Houston Texans lose 15-13 at Carolina. The first win. Yeah. I know it was a tough pill to swallow. It was a tough game to watch, no doubt about it. The Carolina Panthers' first win of the season comes versus the Houston Texans. This was a huge opportunity missed for the Houston Texans, no doubt about it. They had a chance to separate themselves from the lower tier in the league, to establish themselves as a team to look out for, to keep pace with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the division, really to continue to show people that you belong in the conversation with the middle of the road teams, the fringe playoff teams, and maybe even some of the teams based on who you've beaten to date, maybe even a tier above that. But when you lose to an 0-6 football team that had issues on both sides of the football, their head coach who'd been calling the plays offensively handed play calling over to his OC. A lot of issues in Carolina, which led to them having not won a game on the season. They go get the game 15-13, kick a field goal in the last few seconds to win the ball game. Several questions after this game, but I think most of them are on the offensive side of the football. This is a game where the offense mustered up 229 total yards. You couldn't run the football. It doesn't matter who you put back there. You couldn't run the football. You couldn't throw the football with C.J. Stroud. And this was a game that to me, it was the worst game of the season for the Texans because where it lies. It was the seventh ball game after a bye week, and we just expected more out of the Houston Texans in a big way, where I think when the season first started, you really didn't know what you were getting. Now you felt like you knew what you were going to get, and the offense went out there and ultimately laid an egg.
They had expectations. They started to get to a point where we believed they had expectations, and I think we had got to a point where the expectation is that people out there that are fans of the Texans that go out to NRG, the Larrys, the Tonys, the everybody who is out there that are huge fans, Troy's and out there, that they beat the 0-6 Carolina Panthers, and that they could muster more than 13 damn points. If 16 points was going to be able to do it, they could muster doing that over the 0-6 Carolina Panthers. And that is beyond disappointing.
Yeah, it was a bad look for the Texans, no doubt about it. But here's the deal, and this is what I think DeMeco and company, what they're tasked with right now, and what ultimately matters moving forward is, and really it's what they're struggling with on the offensive side of the football. What is your identity? Like, what? I know you want to run the football. I know you want to be a smash-mouth football team and be really physical up front. You just don't have the dudes to do it. And the thing is you've paid a bunch of these guys, so you're not at this point in time, you're not going to be that smash mouth football team. You're not going to be the offensive line and tight ends and fullback and tailback that go out there and punish people week in, week out. So the idea, to me, that's what's up in the air right now is DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. You've had half a season. You had a bye week to prepare for the worst run defense in the league, 31st, not the worst, but 31st. And you went out there and you could not establish your identity against that football team. So now, what are you going to do? Here's DeMeco Ryans. The head coach spoke today. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about the efforts that go into establishing an offensive identity.
Right, that's the key when you are trying to establish that identity, right? And trying to put our guys in position to make plays. You can't be too simplistic to where teams can just tee off on what you're doing. So there's a fine balance there of keeping it, complex for the defense, but offensively for us, keeping it as simple as possible so our guys can play fast and execute.
Ron, that speaks volumes to me in what the struggle actually is, right? Is not putting too much on the plates of really the plate of C.J. Stroud, if you will, not being too complex to where you're thinking too much, where you can't play fast, but at the same time, you can't be just super vanilla because in the defense has the advantage. So really what I take away from DeMeco even answering that question is that this is a real struggle. We're not making this up. This isn't we're too quick to point out that they can't run the football and point out the struggles. It's an early season. Let this thing play out. No, I think they really are at a crossroads where the head coach, the quarterback, the play caller, everybody's trying to figure out what the hell the identity is going to be for this football team moving forward. And quite frankly, with C.J. Stroud as a quarterback, I don't know that you can just go out there and go, we're just going to open this playbook up wide ass open and we're going to throw everything at the kid and see how he handles that. I mean, it is an issue, is my point right now with the Texans, is offensively they've got to find and establish what their identity is.
And they just have to, they have to improve on a lot of things. Like I don't think you could just throw away the run game either, because I think, to me, if you're going to say, all right, man, CJ's going to throw this thing 40 times a ball game, and do it in a space where his running game is not effective at all either, I think this is where you start to potentially see the mistakes. Because yesterday, it wasn't just the offensive line struggles in the run game. We saw a lot of pressure given up as well in terms of whether it was blitzes or just flat misses, bad matchups where you're getting the other team's best pass rusher matched up against tight ends or matched up against backup running backs. It was more than just, they couldn't run the ball. So to me also, I don't know, Clint, if you could just say, all right, man, hey, they don't run the ball well, we got to pass the ball, because I also don't think CJ throwing as much as impressive as he's been and how he has been able to not make any mistakes with just one interception thus far, I still don't think, hey, man, he's going to drop back and throw the thing 40 times. We've seen multiple fumbles when that's happened. So they've got to improve that running game to at least give them something. I can get saying, hey, let's put the ball in CJ's hand some more, but I don't think it's best for the team and the offense and for CJ to put it in his hand and say, hey, man, we're going to come out here and we're going to just throw this thing 40 times a game.
Yeah, and I look, here's my deal with that. I think this is we'll talk about this as the week goes on of what this offense looks like, because I think it does change. And Ron, I think you and I are going to disagree a little bit here. I think you've got to become a pass-first football team. Now, to your point, I don't think you throw it 45 times in order to do it, but I think you've got to become a pass-first football team, and you've definitely got to take the kid gloves off of C.J. Stroud at this point in time. There is no doubt about it. They're struggling to find an identity, Ron. And I'll be honest with you, I just don't think that running the football is an option. I think they'd like for it to be an option, but I just don't think it's an option moving forward. If you're going to win football games, I think you got to do it behind C.J. Stroud, throwing it more than you would like for him to throw it. Here's C.J. Stroud. This is interesting right here, Ron. Here's C.J. Stroud after the game yesterday, basically talking about, hey, man, let's take these. Look, I'll tell you what, I'll let you hear it.
We got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And, I mean, that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in the routes. And so it's a whole team thing. But, man, definitely think we have the talent to be explosive. And I think we've shown, man, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just, got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I mean, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, I mean, we start being a little more explosive.
What he got shook up there on was too much dinking and dunking.
Too much dinkling?
I think he was wanting to say dink and dunk.
Dinkling.
Too much dink and dunk. Dinkling, that could be.
I did too much of that when I was a teenager.
Yes, you probably did too much of that in Carolina this weekend, if being honest. Or the Smoky Mountains, wherever the hell you were.
I kind of like dinkling.
Dinkling's a good time.
But it sounds like to me, Ron, the young quarterback wants more responsibility, wants in establishing that offensive identity, wants more responsibility and wants to take more shots and wants the offense to be more explosive.
Hey, CJ comfortable as hell, ain't he?
Super comfortable.
I mean, he ain't laying down for nobody.
Hey, he's so comfortable. You almost like, hey, boss, you're a little tad, you're a tad, a little too comfortable. Just a tad, baby.
You ain't laying
7
down for
games out,
nobody.
you come out, you throw a 140. I don't mind it because one reason why I don't mind it is I don't think it comes from a place of like, hey man, y'all killing me.
Yeah,
like I think he's putting it on himself too. But I also think, like, listen, I think he is somebody who watches and studies the game.
Yeah.
We heard them repeatedly. That was going to be one of the things they talked about, that he was not a gym rat, but a film rat. They said that repeatedly on the game telecast yesterday. And I think that is the case. And when you are a person that watches film that much, like guys, and I'll just use guys that we know historically. I'm not saying he is this person, but guys like Payton, guys that really watch a lot of film, when they come and talk to the media and when they talk about things, like he's from his perspective thinking, this is killing us. This is a difference between him and Davis Mills, the quarterback jersey that Tyler has in his closet. The difference is Davis is rolling with what the play is. Now CJ's rolling with what the play is for now, but he's also looking and saying, like, this is hurting us.
Right.
This is hurting us. So I don't think he's meaning from. Although you could, if I'm Bob Slowick, I could get to a space where my man is telling people like, hey, it ain't me who don't want to throw the ball down the field. It ain't me who don't want to get the ball to our explosive players. It ain't me who don't want to be explosive. But I don't think it's coming that way from him. I think he is. I think it's more of, I'm watching it and I'm seeing it and I'm telling you this is what we have to do for us to get better.
Well, I love it coming from C.J. Stroud. I would not like it coming from guys, a lesser player that's not as much of a leader, that doesn't have control of the locker room and control of really the entire offense as C.J. Stroud does right now. So it matters who's saying it. I'm cool with C.J. Stroud saying it. I think we're at a point. We saw in the Atlanta game. In the Atlanta game, it was the bend don't break, keep everything in front of us, and what the Texans did was to a fault, decided they were just going dink and dunk all the way down the field until, I mean, you can ask Sean Pendergast, there was 3 quarters worth. I'm sitting here going, hey man, these safeties, they're starting high, but they're horny now. You can get behind them. You can be creative and get throws over the top now. And you waited until it was the 4th quarter to do it, and the game was too close. They went right down and won it. Well, yesterday you never got that opportunity, right? Yesterday you never got the opportunity to take those shots. I mean, not enough. He missed the one to DeMeco, right? I mean, the one to DeMeco he should have hit. That's a low percentage throw. I say should have hit. That's a low percentage throw. All you can do is throw it up and hope the guy runs underneath it. And you would like to see him hit those. He certainly
was upset with himself.
But yeah. But you got to get more than one. Like that can't be the end all be all. Like you got to get more than one. And I think when the all 22 comes out and after they've watched the film today, I think they sit down and watch the film. I think it's going to be very similar to what Atlanta did. Was that these guys? Yes, they played 2 on the roof. They gave you a 2 high and basically tricked you into taking checkdowns the entire football game, and ultimately were able to outscore you when it all came.
They're going to take that comfortable slant from Nico away. They're going to take that little where he got one in and then of course broke some tackles. But they're going to take all of those comfort things away. And it's got to be some stretching of the field.
Well, I said this, I think it was last night talking with Sean, is like, one, it's not a drastic change, but you can't always predict when it's going to be available, right? This thing can't be about Bobby Slowick having a good gut feeling that, boy, they're fixing to close the middle of the field and I can get this shot, right? One of 2 things has to happen. There has to be something in this offense where when C.J. Stroud is at the line of scrimmage before he snaps the football and he looks up and he knows, hey, they're fixing to roll middle of the field close and they're going to single up my outside receivers. I got Tank to one side and I got Nico to the other. He's got to, in that moment, be able to go to some kind of shot play. Right? I mean, get the football to those guys in one-on-one coverage, and he's got to be able to do that in the moment. It can't. Every shot can't rely on Bobby Slowick's timing and him having a good gut feeling. You got to be able to respond. Boom, them safeties roll down. If I don't have a shot built in, let me signal out there and get my play call that I want and get my shot dialed up. Number one. Number two, Bobby Slowick has to, I know he's got him, Bobby Slowick has to be willing to consistently dial up shots versus two high safeties. There are shots you can take to put a two high safety in a bind. There's shots you can take to really attack a corner and a safety in quarters coverage. You can.
Man, they're daring you.
But you've got to dial those things. It can't be just, oh, okay, we're 2 quarters in and they've taken everything away from us, so let me take the shot now.
Dang it, Bobby.
You know what I mean? Like it's got to be part of what you do. And with a defensive-minded head coach and a first-time play caller, Bobby Slowick trying to design things and create things and call a game with the mindset of, hey, man, run the football, work the clock, don't turn the football over, stay ahead of your chains, all the defensive-minded head coach thing. It's a give and take, and it's a very it's a difficult situation to be in, but they've got to do one of those two things. Either give CJ a trigger to where he can change it and pull it, or they've got to start designing and calling more often shots that'll attack a two high safety. They're out there. You just got to be willing to do it.
CJ saying, take these training wheels off.
Yes, that's what it sounds.
That's exactly what
it sounds like.
Want.
Cut me loose. Cut me loose. I'm ready. Cut me loose. And what he's done thus far, you could see why he would feel that way. All right, because he probably watching Will Levis just cut that thing loose down the field all game long. And he like.
That's a great point, man.
Hell, let me guide. Will Levis comes in one game.
And that Houston uniform, too.
You know who's dialing those up?
Timmy Kelly.
Tim Kelly, ran him off. DeAndre Hopkins, ran him off.
I was all right with running off Tim Kelly. All right, coming up.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying you weren't. It's painful to watch.
Yeah.
Will Levis, you passed on him, and then they go down there and he throws 4 touchdowns. He's dropping bombs.
See, now you made me think about Will coming to NRG soon.
No,
I'm just saying, don't let Will do that.
He won't. I won't be there.
If you go to that, Will.
I'm not going.
Yes,
I'm not.
The Milner curse lives, as we've established that today. All right, let's hear from you, 713-572-4610. We'll let some of the people talk, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Were you surprised? Now, you were. How surprised were you that Bryce clearly outplayed C.J. Stroud yesterday? We'll get into that discussion.
presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this Reaction Monday. We want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. You can jump in with your thoughts. There was a lot of things that caught me off guard yesterday that I was surprised to shocked. How the Texans offensively, led by Bobby Slowick, what they gave us out of the bye week, that surprised me. That 15 points wasn't enough. 15 points to hold a team like the Panthers wasn't enough to win the game. There were several things that shocked me.
Can I be honest with you? The most shocking is their inability to run the football.
Their inability to against that team? Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, they were awful.
I mean, because you got a rookie quarterback. Things aren't going to go according to plan as well as we've seen it to date with the rookie quarterback in the pass game. Bobby Slowick's a rookie play caller, man. It's been really, really good to date. Their willingness to adjust has been really good, and there's going to be some struggles throughout the year. The one thing that is just really hard to wrap your head around is the one thing that's been preached from jump about what DeMeco Ryans wants to do is run the football. The one thing that's preached about in every locker room, regardless of what your identity is, you got to run the football. You got to control the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, they just went out there and just couldn't get it done against one of the worst in the entire league.
Yeah. All those surprise. I'll tell you what, probably the number one thing that surprised me was that Bryce clearly was the best quarterback on the field yesterday. That surprised me. I did not – that was not anything that I would think. And I think it surprised – I'd say based off of what DeMeco was potentially going to do, and he did well, he confused them, but what DeMeco was going to be able to do with what Bryce has around him, and it may be even worse than what I thought before after watching the entire game. And then what CJ has been able to do thus far, who has never, not very many times this year, looked like a rookie quarterback. That one surprised me the most, that it was clear that Bryce was the better quarterback yesterday, and I think was working with less yesterday. And that I did not see coming. I mean, I was shocked that Desmond Ridder was, but I mean, at least Desmond Ritter's played last year in Arthur Smith, and he knew the offense pretty well. And there are some parts you could look at and say Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson and Drake London, and if he could get the ball to these cats, they got something. And these dudes out here got Adam Thielen, man, the ghost. I mean, and Adam Thielen
to have his best year.
I mean, I'm telling you, and guys dropping balls and running wrong routes, not just running wrong routes. I'm talking on 4th and 2 when the game's on the line. You got Miles Sanders who the hell was he doing? Running a route right to bringing a defender right there, and I mean getting through it. So to me, Clint, that I was really surprised. And it made me think a little bit more highly of Bryce now being able to watch him a full game and feel a little bit more comfortable on what he'll be moving forward or the success he potentially can have moving forward. But that surprised me. I did not think that the Texans would lose the quarterback battle yesterday.
Yeah, CJ and the offense, the passing game struggled enough to where it wasn't going to take a whole hell of a lot from Bryce to win that matchup. So, I mean, just an average day from C.J. Stroud, and I think he outplays Bryce. But it didn't happen that way, and I agree with you. Bryce won the matchup.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Larry, I know a lot of things surprised you because I know you counted that W. What was the biggest thing that surprised you yesterday?
That they came out of the bye week and had no clue how to beat one of the worst defenses in football. Let me say this, man, about the offensive line. Your question is, what should you do with Titus Howard? You move his big ass back to right tackle, which is where you're paying him, and you put Josh Jones in at left guard, and you figure out when the hell Juicy is going to be ready to play center, and you go ahead. Because here's the thing. You're not going to have 5 all-pro offensive linemen, but you got enough offensive linemen over there that you should not be struggling to run the football. And here's why the offensive line is a problem. because we got a big-ass, soft-ass left tackle. You got to have somebody that has a mean streak on the offensive line. And that should come from the dude that you is paying the most money, which is Laremy Tunsil. But Laremy Tunsil is a passive-aggressive left tackle, and we've been watching this act for ever since he got here from Miami, and he doesn't have the desire to be a road grader as an offensive lineman, which permeates through Titus Howard. These dudes are getting paid bukus a lot of money to be able to go out there and facilitate that offensive line, and they both look like they don't have the interest in doing it, which takes me to my next point. Go get Dalvin Cook. Go trade for Saquon Barkley. Go do something, because if you're going to try to run this running game, you better have some dudes that can do it. I am convinced that Damon Pierce looks good coming out of Florida, and everybody was excited about it and everything else, but you don't have to be nothing special to run the football in Lovie Smith's offense, because there wasn't nothing else over there. Your ass better go out there and get somebody that can play football at running back, because I'm going to tell you something. One of the dumbest things that I've ever seen Bobby Slowick do is try to run the football with Tank Dell when your ass can't run it with the dudes that's supposed to run it. Tank Dell is supposed to be somebody that stretches the field for that offense, and this dude is having him do end arounds at 160 pounds, and luckily his ass didn't get another concussion or get blown up. This is a DeMeco Ryans and a Bobby Slowick problem that they better get fixed, because like Clint has said, like everybody has said, the expectations are not to be a below-average team at this point. Your ass got a legitimate chance to go out there and go to the playoffs if you just do simple things. And Bobby Slowick has to quit trying to force this thing, man, and realize that keeping the ball in his best player's hand and let him go out there and make plays is C.J. Stroud instead of trying to figure out how to get Damon Pierce and Mike Singletary going. And I'll holler.
I hope it wasn't Mike Singletary that he was trying to get involved. Hall of Fame linebacker and former coach in Pee Wee.
Can't win with him.
Of Kirk Cousins.
Can't do it.
Shout out to Kirk Cousins. Listen, I didn't agree with some of the things Larry said. One thing he did say is, and I think this is for years, when Laremy Tunsil is the leader of your offensive line room, as opposed to in San Francisco, Trent Williams is the leader of your offensive line room, and as opposed of more physical guys as a leader of your offensive line room, you could potentially see that kind of trickle down, and that the physicality potentially, and we've said this for years, that the physicality part may not be as much. So I agree with that part of it. What I will not agree with is the Tank Dell stuff. Is you just said it. You want to get the ball into the hands of some of your best players, and Tank Dell is one of your best players. Now you got to execute things, and you got to block. Listen. I'm sorry. I know Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick didn't all of a sudden just get dumber. All right, I don't think that Bobby Slowick is just leaving defensive ends, play side, to be untouched in the blocking scheme and the ball handed right to Tank Dell. We could see when the ball gets in his hands, there's a chance that he can make a big play. And that may come from a screen, that may come from a stretch in the field, that may come from a handoff. So I don't have a problem with them putting the ball in his hands, because you wouldn't say nothing if he ran for 20 yards. And that's what they think in their minds. But they're not executing, and they're not doing anything up front with it. So they got to do more up front. Like I'm all right with getting the ball in the hands of your playmakers.
Yeah, there's a couple things in response to your comments, Ron. Like I agree wholeheartedly with you on the Tank Dell. The problem with the Tank Dell stuff is that's replacing him, getting him touches in the receiving game, in the passing game. That to me, that's the problem. Is he needs to be made a priority in the pass game. Keep doing the little funky stuff out of the backfield. I'm cool with that. I think it's a luxury that you have.
This was a game where
with
he
him, right? But all of a sudden, he got he had as many carries as he did catches.
Yeah.
And I just it's
Nico had too.
Yeah, that's the problem for me there. And the problem that I think that I have now, and I think Larry has with Bobby Slowick at this point in time, is okay. We've seen enough. Like it's Bobby's fault if we just keep on expecting these guys that aren't aren't going to dominate the line of scrimmage in the run game to dominate the line of scrimmage in the run game. Like at some point, it's just like, hey, it's not there. I mean, these guys don't have the ability to get it done in a run game, so you've got to adjust. And the adjustment can't be, well, we don't have 2 weeks to prepare, and we're just going to keep running the football. I'm fine with it to this point, Ron. Like to right now, I understand why you did that against Carolina because the full expectations were I would have expected for y'all to go out there and run for 150 and control the line of scrimmage and dominate the clock. I expected that. And if I were a coach, I would have expected that. But now, hey, man, we 8 weeks into this thing. We're 8 weeks into this thing, and you've messed the bed against one of the worst run teams in the league. There's got to be some big-time adjustments made.
Yeah, I mean.
That's just where you know what I mean? That's where I'm at.
The crazy thing is how bad they are is they were 40 yards short of the 150 yards rushing. That's how bad Carolina's rushing defense is they still rush for 110 yards.
Right.
As bad as the Texans looked yesterday. So there's a lot going on with this thing up front. I'm not going to fault him for getting the ball in this player's hands. But yes, to the point you're saying, it should nobody. Hell, Dalton got one catch. I mean, Dalton and Nico and him probably combined for 5 catches. Those are your 3 best guys. So that is something I disagree with. All right, coming up, we got a little injury news, and this could potentially shake up things again for the Texans. The latest on one of their starters as DeMeco Ryans gives an update on that. We'll discuss all of that coming up next. But guys out there, you've heard me discuss this several times, and it is something I love discussing because I love sharing something that has changed my life, and that is total weight loss. 122 pounds lost in 11 months. 11 months, 122 pounds lost. I spoke with a certified nutritionist each and every month when I'm off the program. While I was on it and out of maintenance, it was once a week, and they helped me.
Stuff he knows just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, Reaction Monday. Remember, it is Monday, and that means you get to hear from the coach. And this will be one that you really want to listen to, of the Texans Coaches Show coming up with DeMeco Ryans. They get things going. We hand it right off to them at 5 o'clock. So make sure you stay tuned to hear from the coach. And I'm seeing it on the text line. Hey guys, it's okay.
What happened?
CJ he can be outplayed in a game.
Oh, what happened? Somebody didn't like you saying that.
It's not somebody, multiple of them. It's
somebody's.
Yeah, it's hey, Bryce didn't play better. The Panthers threw the ball more. Okay. Well, no, he just played better. It's okay. CJ outplayed Trevor Lawrence, flat out. CJ outplayed Kenny Pickett, right? While he was in the game, Anthony Richardson outplayed C.J. Stroud. It's all right. It's gonna happen. Russell Wilson severely outplayed Patrick Mahomes yesterday, and he barely threw for 100 yards. If he did, it happens. It's okay. It's all right. And someone who told me to put the crack pipe down about the offensive line, I said that the Panthers, he's working with less guys. Listen, the Texans' offensive line is very deserving of the criticism they're getting. However, they didn't give up 6 sacks yesterday. However, their runners didn't come up. They're running back at 28 yards rushing,
44 yards rushing and 6 sacks, and won the ball game 15-13.
He's working with less, and it was impressive. Others can be impressive. C.J. Stroud is still the best rookie quarterback. He's the best and has played at a high level beyond rookie. He's not even in the same category for the entirety of the season. But yesterday, Bryce was better. It was. It's not because they threw the ball 6 more times. It's not that. He was better. And it's going to happen. And next week, he'll probably outplay Baker. And we'll see what happens, but it's not the end of the world. You don't have to make up things in your head. He was better, and Bryce is potentially a really good potential player. I do want to give an update here, as we'll potentially hear if DeMeco talks about this, because you tell me how big this is to you, Clint. This is initially coming from Aaron Wilson, saying that Texans starting center Jarrett Patterson has suffered a broken ankle, ending his season, and that seems like a big blow. But DeMeco Ryans, who did speak to the media earlier today, he spoke about the situation with Jarrett Patterson and said that Jarrett Patterson suffered a lower leg injury and he'll be out for some time. He said, hopefully we can get him back. It's difficult losing your center. So he didn't make it seem as bleak as what Aaron Wilson had reported earlier, but he is going to miss some time. And then on top of that, DeMeco spoke as well about Juice Scruggs and said, we'll see. We're not there yet. Scruggs remains on IR and has a hamstring injury. He is a week or 2 away, per league sources. So that is DeMeco Ryans talking about Juice Scruggs. So how big is it to you that they're going to at least be without Patterson for some time? Other reports saying for the year, but DeMeco said for some time. How big is that to you that, hell, their 4th center is what they'll be on?
I think the only thing that concerns me is that for whatever reason, I've been dead wrong on Michael Dieter. I thought he was going to be the left guard for this team. I was shocked when they didn't have him on the roster to jump. They cut him, and now clearly they had a deal to get him back in house, but you still risk something changing and losing a guy. I mean, the only time he's been used, you threw him in at tackle and he got beat, and I think it was a strip sack, and then you moved him back inside to guard. I mean, I just missed the boat completely on Michael Dieter, apparently. Because if it were up to me, like I would not, to answer your question, I would not be overly concerned about Michael Dieter playing center. He's played
Something
center.
they don't like about it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's something that they're seeing in-house that they just thought that risking losing him was okay, and they were already a guard needy, interior offensive line needy football team. Hell, look at their drafted 2 guys. I mean, so I've clearly missed the boat on Michael Dieter. I mean, I want to say, no, I'm not concerned at all. Michael Dieter will be fine. But they've got me a little bit jumpy, and I don't know that is it Brocker? Is that the kid's name that they got?
Michael Brocker? Yeah.
But anyway, they
feels right.
You know, he's a guy that I know they were high on. I know that he's
probably at least on the practice.
I think it was the Bills. They were high on him. He is, and it's Nick Broker. Nick Broker, I think is how you say it. Obviously, I butchered that one. Imagine that. Ole Miss kid. He was a 7th-round pick to the Buffalo Bills, and I think the Texans traded for him or claimed him off waivers somehow. Anyway, I think that he's played some pretty convincing ball interior-wise. But, man, I don't – obviously, you get out of your 4th center, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
But for me at first, hell, I'll stick with my gut. I'm not overly concerned about it. I think Michael Dieter will be fine.
Yeah, and I think – for many, as we've heard from many, as Larry said, what did he say? Move his big butt back to right tackle in terms of Titus Howard.
Sure, yeah.
I think there are people who want him to move over there. I wonder if this throws a wrench in things right now to say, all right, well, we're going to be without a center, so let's put another new left guard over with the center and take him out. So I don't know if that'll be a thing that they do to try to keep some sort of chemistry there up front to help out whoever it is that's going to play center. I think also with the trade deadline, was that tomorrow? That might be something else to look out to see if they look at a center moving forward. But so that's an injury they're going to have to deal with. More to the offensive line. I don't think I've ever seen a team not make it to November and they're down 4 centers. 4 centers not have made it to November. It's just crazy as hell. For the Texans and their bad luck there. Has the Texans made you, as we head to DeMeco Ryans' show coming up here in a matter of moments, did that loss yesterday make you view the Texans differently? Because coming into it, you had them. What'd you say? The bottom part of the second tier in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Jaguars were the top of the second tier. I would have had the Texans at the bottom of the second tier, and that third tier was teams that they had beaten: the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Cleveland Browns. Which I don't know what's going to happen. I know they got a great defense, but boy, offensively they're going to be a mess as long as until Deshaun Watson gets straightened out. So yeah, I had them at the bottom of 2. I would have lost a boatload of money if I were a betting man, which I do from time to time. But if I would have got froggy and jumped on that bet, I'd have took the Texans, and it would have been for a big chunk of money. I would have
good
lost.
About that game.
I am shocked they couldn't run football. I am shocked that then once they realized they couldn't run the football, that Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud didn't have an answer. Yeah. And look, I know that they were going to play bend don't break. They were going to keep their safeties high, and they were going to squeeze everything down and force you to throw the ball in front of them. And the defensive linemen were obviously coached well to, if you don't win on the rush, then get your hands up because he's trying to get the ball out quick. He attacks the middle of the field a lot. You can get some batted balls. They did that. I get it, but the fact that they didn't have a better, more effective answer in the pass game, it shocks me. Those two things, the inability to run the football against that defense and then the inability to adjust and have a plan to throw it better, and score more than 13 points, again, against that defense, shocks me a bit. So to answer your question, hell yeah. I mean,
you got to look at it. Yeah, I think so. After you're losing the only winless team.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to. Oh, boy. This is going to be fun. Not just the rest of this week, but this is going to be fun moving forward. I'm seeing it on the text line. I started to see it through Twitter yesterday. We're in 7 games in, and we've reached this thing of C.J. Stroud ain't going to never be the blame.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
Oh, yeah. We've reached this thing. CJ ain't going to never. CJ's teammates let him down. The offensive line let him down. Oh, yes. Bobby Slowick, I hope you're ready. Bobby, I hope you're ready. Ain't going to ever be CJ's fault. Oh, I love this. I love we're entering this. This is great. All right, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as well. Everybody listening on this Reaction Monday. Should have been a damn Mad Dog Monday. That really makes me mad. I had a taste. I had a real taste.
Tyler ruined it for you, man.
He did. Tyler ruined it. And the Milner curse. Megan, you're included in this, is alive and kicking, baby. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans at 5, and then Monday Night Football, Raiders-Lions follows them. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Seemed impossible to face.
The battle of the top 2 draft picks goes to the Panthers. Not how DeMeco and the guys wanted to come back from their bye week. It's back to the drawing board this week with the Buccaneers up next in H-Town.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from Mokaram Law Firm. I'm talking about one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, y'all, and they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston, man. If you've been injured in an accident, any kind of accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mokaram Law is who you need to call. Also, look, if you hadn't been in an accident, just keep Mokaram Law in your black book, because there's a chance that something may happen to you, a loved one, a friend, and when it does, you want the best representation, and that is Mokaram Law. And let me let you in on a little something, man. Rideshare accidents, Ubers and Lyfts and all this kind of stuff. It's a popular way of travel nowadays. Accidents do happen, and there's one name that I